Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 51 Auction, Broken Sword Fragments. After finalizing the price of the transaction, the shopkeeper walked out. After a while, he dragged several heavy boxes back into the private room. Young friend, these boxes contain 100,000 medium-grade yuan stones. You can count them. The shopkeeper wiped the sweat off his forehead and gasped for breath. Xiao Ming didn't hesitate and opened each box one by one. Suddenly, a large pile of neatly arranged yuan stones, emitting a faint light, came into Xiao Ming's view. There were a total of 5 boxes in front of him, each filled with 20,000 medium-grade yuan stones, adding up to exactly 100,000. Opening his ink space ring, Xiao Ming put the 100,000 yuan stones into it one by one, then said, "If there's nothing else, I'll leave." As he spoke, Xiao Ming walked towards the door. "Wait!" The shopkeeper suddenly called out to Xiao Ming. "What else?" Xiao Ming turned his head and asked. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "We have a small auction at the Golden Jade Tower today. Judging by the time, it's about to start. Are you interested in attending?" Pausing for a moment, the shopkeeper added, "Small auctions like today's are usually unpredictable and hard to come by. From what I know, there will be many good things at today's auction. Young friend, this is your chance." Hearing this, Xiao Ming sneered and said, "You just want to make money from me." "I won't deny that I have such thoughts," the shopkeeper admitted openly, smiling. "But if you can buy something you like, it's worth spending as much money as you want. Young friend, don't you agree?" Xiao Ming nodded slightly. "That's true. Money can be earned again, but some things, once lost, are lost forever. All right, lead the way and show me what you have." Xiao Ming waved his hand. "Okay, please follow me, young friend." It didn't take long. The shopkeeper led Xiao Ming to a closed and spacious hall. Pointing to the hall, the shopkeeper said, "Young friend, this is the venue for the small auction. You can wait patiently here. I have other things to attend to, so I won't accompany you." "Okay." Xiao Ming nodded slightly. After the shopkeeper left, Xiao Ming looked around and saw a raised platform at the front of the hall, which was the auction platform. Below the platform, there were many seats. At this moment, the seats were filled with many powerful individuals. Some were in groups, while others were alone, all waiting quietly for the auction to begin. These people were quite strong, mostly at the core lake realm, and there were even some at the origin energy realm. As for the divine sea realm experts, there wasn't a single one. Xiao Ming randomly found a seat and sat down, then closed his eyes and patiently waited for the auction to begin. After a few minutes, the doors of the hall closed with a creak, and as the doors closed, the entire hall suddenly darkened. An auctioneer stepped onto the platform. After looking around, the auctioneer didn't waste any words and said directly, "This auction is of a small scale, so there are only 5 items up for auction. However, although there aren't many items, each one is extremely precious. I hope everyone will be satisfied today. All right, enough talk. The auction officially begins now." As soon as the words fell, a maid carrying a tray walked up to the auction platform. On the tray was a pale blue 4-foot-long sword. "First item up for auction, Storm Sword." The auctioneer announced loudly, "Storm Sword, a profound grade superior sword, equipped with sword techniques and storm sword chi. This sword has a starting price of 5,000 medium-grade elemental stones, with each bid not less than 100. Please place your bids." As soon as the auctioneer finished his introduction, the crowd below suddenly became lively. "I bid 5,001. 5,003. 5,005. 6,000. Bids kept coming one after another. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming only glanced at it before retracting his gaze. Although the storm sword was decent, it was only of profound grade quality, which he didn't find appealing. The bidding continued. In the end, a thin man bought the storm sword for nearly 8,000 medium-grade elemental stones. Now, we will begin the auction for the second item. The auctioneer waved his hand, and another maid walked up to the auction stage. This time, we have 5 bottles of earth-ranked pills that enhance cultivation, called fire vein pills. As you can guess from the name, these pills are of the fire attribute. The auctioneer smiled. All 5 bottles of fire vein pills are of lower earth-ranked quality, totaling 30 pills. The starting price is 7,000 medium-grade elemental stones, with each bid not less than 150. Please place your bids. This time, the crowd was not as lively as before. After all, fire vein pills could only be consumed by fire attribute cultivators, which filtered out many people. Therefore, in the entire auction hall, only 3 people were bidding. After a fierce competition, the 5 bottles of fire vein pills were sold for a little over 8,500. Congratulations to the buyer of the fire vein pills. Now, we will begin the auction for the third item. The third item is a royal grade superior cultivation technique called. The auctioneer enthusiastically introduced on the stage. However, Xiao Ming was starting to feel drowsy. Because these items that appeared were of no use to him. Whether it was cultivation techniques, martial skills, weapons, or cultivation pills, Xiao Ming had no shortage of them. Moreover, the auctioned items were relatively ordinary, so Xiao Ming couldn't muster any interest. Of course, the so-called ordinary was only relative to Xiao Ming. For the others present, they were all valuable treasures. The third item, a royal grade superior cultivation technique, was quickly sold for nearly 30,000. The fourth item was a body technique, also a royal grade superior, bought for over 7,000. Ladies and gentlemen, now, we will begin the auction for the fifth and final item. The auctioneer shouted enthusiastically, the fifth item is quite special, so please pay close attention. As he spoke, a maid walked up with a tray. The tray was covered with a thick red cloth, concealing what was inside. Upon seeing this, the crowd immediately became interested, craning their necks and staring intently. Then, under the expectant gazes, the auctioneer pulled down the red cloth. A broken sword fragment appeared in everyone's sight. What is this? It's just a broken sword? And it's in pieces. What is the auctioneer doing? What's so interesting about a piece of junk? Damn it, the auctioneer hyped it up so much, and in the end, it's just a worthless fragment. The people present began to complain, showing their dissatisfaction. However, Xiao Ming, who was almost falling asleep, suddenly jolted awake and became instantly alert upon seeing the broken sword fragment. Chapter 52 City Lord's Mansion, Murongchang. On the auction stage. After hearing the ridicule from the audience below the stage, the auctioneer smiled awkwardly and said, "You all are right, this broken sword is indeed just a fragment, but since it can be auctioned, it naturally has its mysteries." Clearing his throat, the auctioneer loudly said, "This broken sword fragment is 1/3 of the original sword body, containing the core lake level Great River sword intent." As soon as these words came out, the crowd immediately quieted down. Core lake level Great River sword intent. This is something interesting. Seeing the crowd becoming interested, the auctioneer quickly added, "As long as you bid for this broken sword fragment and study it, you can obtain the Great River sword intent of the core lake level." But what? Someone asked. But, in order to cultivate the sword intent, you must first obtain the other 2 broken sword fragments, the auctioneer said apologetically. The 3 broken sword fragments complement each other and cannot be cultivated in a leap. Only by obtaining the complete sword body can you step by step cultivate the Great River sword intent to the perfect state of the core lake level. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately felt disappointed. They originally thought that as long as they obtained this broken sword fragment, they could directly obtain the core lake level Great River sword intent. It turns out they still need the other 2 fragments as stepping stones. The cultivation world is so vast, finding the other two fragments is like finding a needle in a haystack. In other words, this broken sword fragment in front of them is like a chicken rib. It's a pity to abandon it, but useless to possess it. At this moment, someone sneered and said, I have participated in more than a dozen auctions at your Golden Jade Tower. Every time I attend an auction, I see this broken sword fragment on stage. Auctioneer, did you also realize that this fragment is useless, so you're eager to get rid of it? Otherwise, it would be stuck with you. Where did this fellow come from? The broken sword fragment still has some use, the auctioneer retorted. However, his tone was weak, clearly lacking confidence. After all, after holding more than a dozen auctions, this broken sword fragment still hasn't been sold, greatly undermining his confidence. The people in the audience disregarded the auctioneer's words. Many people even planned to leave directly. Seeing this, the auctioneer forced a bitter smile, feeling that the broken sword fragment in his hand would probably go unsold again today. Xiao Ming, who was in a secluded position, became excited. This third broken sword fragment is useless to others, but it is very beneficial to him. He had already obtained 2 broken sword fragments before, and had cultivated the Great River Sword intent to the peak state of the Origin Energy Realm. As long as he acquired the one in front of him, he could easily elevate his sword intent to the Core Lake Realm. By then, his strength would undoubtedly reach a higher level. Come to think of it, I just came to the Golden Jade Tower to sell some items, but unexpectedly, I saw the third broken sword fragment. And judging from the current situation, there is a great chance for me to take advantage of it, Xiao Ming thought to himself. This kind of opportunity usually only happens to those destined protagonists or people with great fortunes. From this perspective, my fortune is no less than that of an ordinary genius. Yes, this must be the overflow of Hu Yunxi's luck, bringing me good fortune. While thinking, Xiao Ming rubbed his hands together, ready to seize the broken sword fragment in one fell swoop. Just as Xiao Ming was about to make a move, in a distant place, a powerful grey-robed old man who had cultivated to the early stage of the Core Lake realm was looking at the broken sword fragments on the stage with a fiery gaze. Beside the old man stood a young man dressed in luxurious robes, with a proud expression on his face. The young man was around 13 or 14 years old, and his cultivation level was not high, only at the Origin Energy Realm. But in the face of the young man, the grey-robed old man was full of humility. Young master, this old servant wants this broken sword fragment, the grey-robed old man said in a low voice. If no one dares to compete with us later, then it's fine. But if someone dares to cause trouble, I ask the young master to help me. You want this broken fragment? The young man was slightly surprised and said with astonishment, although this fragment contains sword intent, it still needs 2 other fragments as auxiliary to cultivate what's inside. You don't happen to have obtained the other broken sword fragments, do you? After speaking, the young man looked at the grey-robed old man with a strange expression. The grey-robed old man quickly explained, young master misunderstood, this old servant doesn't have any other broken sword fragments. The reason I want to bid for this one in front of us is to study the sword intent inside and hone my own sword technique. I see, the young man nodded and said indifferently, don't worry, if someone dares to cause trouble, this young master will kill him. Thank you, young master, the grey-robed old man quickly bowed and thanked him. On the high platform, the auctioneer didn't waste any words and directly said, the auction price for the broken sword fragment is 8,000 high-grade elemental stones, with each bid not less than 500. Please place your bids. After the voice sounded, the entire venue fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Just when the auctioneer was in a great awkward situation, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out, I bid 8,500. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a huge stone had been thrown into calm water, causing everyone to turn their heads to look. It was an old man in grey who shouted the price. Someone actually placed a bid. Someone exclaimed. Yes, I didn't expect there would really be a sucker. Are they crazy? Paying over 8,000 for a useless broken fragment? Has this old man had a stroke? Hush, be careful what you say. A strong person next to him quickly whispered to his companion, didn't you see the handsome young man sitting next to the grey-robed old man? So what? Look at that young man's arrogant appearance, he's as proud as a peacock with his eyes on top of his head. Hush! That young man is named Murong Chong, he's the youngest son favored by Murong Ce, the lord of Clear Breeze City. If you speak ill of him, you'll bring trouble upon yourself. Upon hearing this, the companion next to him immediately closed his mouth. The Murong mansion in Clear Breeze City. That was a second-tier power that could rival the Spirit Sword Gate, a behemoth that ordinary martial artists couldn't afford to provoke. At this moment, others also recognized Murong Chong's identity, and one by one, they fell silent, afraid of attracting disaster. Murong Chong looked around with an extremely arrogant and disdainful gaze. When he saw everyone around him silent, the disdain on his face became even more pronounced. Relying on the Murong mansion and his father's favor, he had known since he was young that no one could compare to his status. In Clear Breeze City, he was a little tyrant who could do whatever he wanted, say whatever he wanted, and no one dared to provoke him. Even if someone dares to be interested in the fragments, under my pressure, they're all scared now, Murong Chong sneered. However, just when Murong Chong thought he was about to get the broken sword fragment and no one dared to provoke him, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. I bid 9,000. Note, the translation provided is a faithful representation of the Chinese text. However, some sentences may sound unnatural or require additional context in English. Chapter 53 Your father is a fart. Who dares to raise the bid? Murong Chong turned his head abruptly, his expression filled with anger. The grey-clothed old man beside him, as well as everyone present, also turned their heads to look. Even the auctioneer on the stage was stunned and turned their gaze over. At this moment, there was only one thought in everyone's mind, and that was, who had the audacity to disrespect Murong Chong like this? It must be noted that Murong Chong was used to being lawless. He had a violent temperament since he was young and had a very narrow mind. If you angered Murong Chong, there would be consequences. Their gazes swept across, and then all fell on Xiao Ming. They saw Xiao Ming, who was being stared at by so many eyes, with a calm expression, as if he didn't feel anything at all. Through the discussions of others just now, Xiao Ming also learned about Murong Chong's identity. But so what? So what if Murong Chong had a noble status? I, Xiao Ming, am not inferior. I am a true disciple personally accepted by Li Chongfeng, the head of the Spirit Sword Gate. The prestige of your city lord's mansion may threaten ordinary martial artists, but don't think you can show off in front of me, Xiao Ming. Even if it's just a small Murong Chong, even if his father Murong Ce is here, Xiao Ming won't give him any face. Everyone looked at Xiao Ming, and then their gazes all converged on Murong Chong. They were all waiting for Murong Chong's reaction. With Murong Chong's arrogant and domineering personality, he would probably explode and even want to kill someone. After all, in Clear Breeze City, no one dared to openly disrespect Murong Chong in front of so many people. Sure enough, Murong Chong was furious, his eyes almost spewing fire. I bid 10,000. Murong Chong gritted his teeth. 12,000. Xiao Ming immediately raised the bid. A commotion erupted on the scene. If Xiao Ming's first bid was to show no respect to Murong Chong, then his second bid immediately after was a direct challenge, provoking Murong Chong. At this point, it seemed that the matter had nothing to do with the broken sword fragment anymore. Murong Chong cared about his reputation. He absolutely couldn't tolerate someone openly provoking him. Under the gaze of everyone, Murong Chong stood up from his seat with a whoosh. His eyes were sinister as he stared at Xiao Ming and said in a harsh voice. Who the hell are you? How dare you snatch the treasure from me, Mirong Chong? When mentioning his own name, Mirong Chong deliberately raised his voice, afraid that Xiao Ming wouldn't know his identity. Where am I from? Xiao Ming turned his head to look at Mirong Chong and said calmly, I am your father. A commotion erupted again. Everyone, including Mirong Chong, was stunned. They stared blankly at Xiao Ming, unable to believe their ears. Did this 17 or 18-year-old boy just say something? He actually dared to say that he is Mirong Chong's father? My goodness! Are young people nowadays so audacious? It's one thing to provoke Mirong Chong, but to openly insult him and claim to be his father. It's over, this kid is completely finished. Someone shook their head and sighed. Yet, humiliating Mirong Chong is equivalent to humiliating the entire Mirong family. If Mirong Ce doesn't kill this brat, his prestige will definitely plummet. By then, who knows how much mockery and gossip there will be. Guess what kind of death this brat will have? I reckon he'll be sliced 1,000 times and tortured to death. Someone sighed. While everyone was discussing, Mirong Chong and the grey-clothed old man beside him finally reacted. UBD, how dare you insult me? How dare you? Mirong Chong was so angry that his whole body trembled, and smoke seemed to be coming out of his head. He had lived for more than 10 years and had never been insulted like this before. So what if I insult you? It's because you have a foul mouth and insulted me first. Xiao Ming sneered and said, back in the day, I had a good time with your mother on a stone outside the city, he he he. And then, she gave birth to you, Mirong Chong, my obedient son. Why don't you kneel down and call me daddy? Xiao Ming continued to mock. In terms of verbal fights, he had never lost. And this whole thing started with Mirong Chong provoking him. If Mirong Chong hadn't insulted him, Xiao Ming wouldn't have retaliated like this. Ah! I'm going to explode with anger. I'm going to kill someone. Mirong Chong shouted. As he shouted, Mirong Chong drew his long sword from his waist with a clang and was about to strike at Xiao Ming. Just then, the auctioneer on the high platform frowned and shouted, Stop! Fighting is strictly prohibited inside the Golden Jade Tower. If you have a conflict, take it outside. Mirong Chong, who was already in a state of extreme anger, became even more furious after hearing this. He turned the blade of his sword and pointed it at the auctioneer, cursing angrily, How dare even a dog like you stop me? The auctioneer, who was unjustly implicated, was also furious. He immediately turned his head and shouted to the backstage, Someone is causing trouble. As soon as the voice fell, a large group of Golden Jade Tower guards rushed onto the stage. The leader of the guards, upon seeing the furious Mirong Chong, couldn't help but be stunned. Obviously, he also knew Mirong Chong. Master Mirong, please put down your weapon. Fighting is prohibited inside the Golden Jade Tower. The guard captain frowned and shouted. Do you know who I am? Mirong Chong shouted, My father is Mirong Ce. No, your father is me. Xiao Ming's voice echoed softly. Upon hearing this, Mirong Chong became even more furious. And the guard captain, who had just rushed up, also looked at Xiao Ming in astonishment, thinking, Who is this weirdo? He dares to humiliate Mirong Chong like this. No wonder Mirong Chong was as furious as if his father had died. The guard captain ignored Xiao Ming and looked at Mirong Chong again, his face serious. Master Mirong, I warn you again, immediately put down your weapon. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking action against you. After speaking, the guard captain also had a look of readiness to take action. Mirong Chong had never encountered such a situation before. First, he was humiliated by Xiao Ming, and now he was warned by the Golden Jade Tower. He felt that his dignity had been greatly challenged. No one took him seriously. Just as Mirong Chong was about to curse again, the grey-clothed old man beside him quickly whispered, "Young master, you need to calm down. The Golden Jade Tower may not be a big deal, but their headquarters is not something we can afford to provoke. More importantly, our target has never been the Golden Jade Tower, but that idiot who courted death." Upon hearing this, Murongchang reluctantly calmed down. He had always bullied the weak and feared the strong. If he provoked the Golden Jade Tower, he would have nothing good to eat. The grey-clothed old man coldly looked at Xiao Ming and said angrily, "My young master is the city lord's favorite and most beloved son. It can even be said that my young master is the future city lord of Clear Breeze City. Kid, do you dare to provoke us? Do you know who our city lord is?" Pausing for a moment, the grey-clothed old man continued, "Our city lord, Yunxi, is a peerless powerhouse at the Divine Sea Realm, just one step away from reaching the Sovereign Qi Realm. Who do you think you are, to dare provoke our Murong family?" After saying this, the grey-clothed old man stared down at Xiao Ming with an extremely arrogant expression. Others also cast their gazes, gathering on Xiao Ming. The grey-clothed old man had already brought up Yunxi. Now, Xiao Ming should be scared, right? After all, Yunxi was a peerless powerhouse at the Divine Sea Realm. Even if they hadn't heard of Yunxi, upon hearing about the Divine Sea Realm, they would be scared and their legs would go weak, with urine and feces flowing. Under the gaze of everyone, Xiao Ming sneered and said in an indifferent tone, "Yunxi? He's nothing." Chapter 54 Get the third piece of broken sword. "Yunxi, he's nothing." Xiao Ming's voice slowly resounded throughout the entire venue like a thunderclap. Everyone looked at Xiao Ming in disbelief, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. "This guy, he doesn't even care about Yunxi." The people from Jinyu Tower were shocked. The grey-robed old man stared at Xiao Ming in astonishment. Murongchang was also dumbfounded. Yunxi, who had terrifying strength and was a dominant figure in the Divine Sea Realm, was being disregarded by this kid in front of them? Could it be that this guy was pretending to be weak and was also at the peak of the Divine Sea Realm? No. Although Xiao Ming's aura was strong enough, it was clearly not at the Divine Sea Realm, at most it was only at the Core Lake Realm. So, there was only one possibility left. That is, Xiao Ming's background is equally powerful, only then can it explain his unruly behavior. The grey-robed old man was the first to react and said in a deep voice, "Daring to disrespect our city lord like this, who are you? What is your background?" All eyes once again converged on Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming sneered and proudly said, "My name is Xiao Ming, I am a true disciple of the Spirit Sword Gate. Li Chongfeng, the sect master of the Spirit Sword Gate, is my master." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. So that's how it is. It all makes sense now. This young man named Xiao Ming is actually from the Spirit Sword Gate, and he is a true disciple of Li Chongfeng, a true disciple of the Spirit Sword Gate. No wonder he dares to disrespect Murongchang. Come to think of it. With such a status, he really doesn't need to care about the threat from the Murong family. I knew it, how could an ordinary warrior dare to provoke the Murong family? It turns out that this young talent also has a strong background. Someone couldn't help but sigh. Yes, only the strong can confront the strong. Murongchang's identity is untouchable, but in front of a true disciple of the Spirit Sword Gate, he doesn't seem so noble. Hehe, the Spirit Sword Gate and the City Lord's mansion have always been at odds. With this happening today, I wonder how it will end. Many people showed interest. They all enjoyed watching the excitement. And as Xiao Ming revealed his identity, the pressure suddenly shifted to Murongchang. Murongchang gritted his teeth in anger, seemingly still unwilling. After all, this is Clear Breeze City, their Murong family's territory. Although Xiao Ming is a true disciple of the Spirit Sword Gate and Li Changfeng's disciple, he is still an outsider. Murongchang still wanted to save face. At this time, the grey-robed old man leaned in and whispered a few words to Murongchang. After listening, Chong took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Xiao Ming before sitting down directly. As if nothing had happened just now. However, although Chong didn't continue causing trouble, his eyes occasionally drifted towards Xiao Ming, filled with a strong desire for revenge. Everyone was not a fool, and they understood what was going on. Chong would definitely seek trouble with Xiao Ming once the auction was over and everyone left Jinyu Tower. If he didn't seek revenge, then he wouldn't be Chong. Xiao Ming naturally knew what would happen next, but he sneered and didn't care. As long as it wasn't a strong Divine Sea Realm expert personally taking action, he could walk sideways in Clear Breeze City. Someone like Chong, a spoiled young master, he could easily crush him with a single pinch. After the scene calmed down, the auctioneer on the high platform loudly called out, "The bidding friction has subsided, now let's continue the auction." The price of the broken sword fragment has reached 12,000 medium-grade elemental stones. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Chong and the grey-clothed old man beside him had no expression and did not speak. The other warriors also had their own thoughts and ignored it. Who cares about the broken sword fragments now? Everyone is looking forward to the upcoming big battle. Seeing no response, the auctioneer's hammer fell heavily, and he announced loudly, "Congratulations to young Master Xiao from Spirit Sword Gate for successfully bidding for the broken sword fragments. Young Master Xiao, please go to the backstage for the delivery." Xiao Ming stood up and walked towards the backstage. After a few steps, Xiao Ming looked coldly at Chong and happened to catch his sinister gaze. "I'll be waiting for you at the entrance." Chong's face was full of killing intent, his voice cold. "If you can leave Clear Breeze City alive, I won't be called Chong. Then change your surname." Xiao Ming grinned and said immediately, "From now on, you will be called Xiao Chong, my good eldest son." "UBD, how dare you insult me?" Chong was furious, trembling all over with anger. Then, he decided not to argue with Xiao Ming anymore because he realized that he couldn't outwit Xiao Ming's sharp tongue. After giving Xiao Ming another fierce glare, Chong left the venue with the grey-clothed old man and headed straight for the entrance. The other warriors also excitedly ran towards the entrance, eager to watch the excitement. Watching Chong and the grey-clothed old man's departing figures, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes and then activated the viewing function. With a flash of light, the life information of Chong and the old man appeared before Xiao Ming's eyes. Name: Chong. Realm: Mid-Origin Energy Realm. Fate: Bursting Luck, Green. Life script: being the favorite son of Ce, the Lord of Clear Breeze City, Chong has had a smooth life since childhood with abundant resources. With the blessing of his bursting green luck, Chong's cultivation speed far surpasses ordinary people, and his future is promising. 30 years later, he becomes the new Lord of Clear Breeze City, dominating the region. Recent Opportunity 1, 3 days later, sensing the heavenly energy, he will advance to the late origin energy realm. Recent Opportunity 2, 5 days later, his thoughts will be enlightened, and he will cultivate the family's martial arts to a profound level. Recent Opportunity 3, 10 days later. Chong's information appeared one by one before Xiao Ming's eyes. Now, let's look at the grey-clothed old man. Name: Wu Feiying. Realm: Early Core Lake Realm. Fate: Extraordinary Luck, Yellow. Life script: mediocre compared to others, but still successful with no major ups and downs. Recent Opportunity: None. After reading the life scripts of these two individuals, Xiao Ming couldn't help but narrow his eyes. To him, neither of these two individuals were worth worrying about. Although the grey-clothed old man was also in the early core lake realm, he was completely insignificant in front of Xiao Ming. As for Chong, it goes without saying. Xiao Ming could easily crush him with a snap of his fingers. However, it must be said that Chong's luck is quite good, bursting with green luck. And luck like this is hard to come by. In fact, the entire cultivation world of warriors is like a huge pyramid. Those at the bottom are ordinary warriors with poor or very average luck. The higher up, the richer the luck of the warriors, but at the same time, the fewer in number. Someone like Mirongchang, who has green luck, if nothing unexpected happens, he will grow up to become a powerful figure dominating the region. Unfortunately, Mirongchang encountered Xiao Ming. Green luck is really good. Xiao Ming muttered at the corner of his mouth. A barely noticeable killing intent surged deep in his eyes. He was ready to make a move, kill Mirongchang, and snatch the green luck. Chapter 55 How dare you provoke me? Kill with one sword. Arriving at the trading backstage, Xiao Ming handed over enough middle-grade elemental stones and bought the third piece of the broken sword fragment. He wasn't in a hurry to immediately cultivate the great river sword intent inside. Instead, he casually threw the broken sword fragment into the ink void ring and planned to leave. Presumably, Mirongchang and the grey-clothed old man Mu Fiying had been waiting for him at the entrance of the Golden Jade Tower. Just then, a tall, white-haired old man arrived at the backstage. As soon as Xiao Ming saw this old man, he instinctively squinted his eyes. The aura emitted by this silver-haired old man was extremely terrifying, at least a Divine Sea Realm expert. As for which small realm of the Divine Sea Realm, Xiao Ming didn't know. You must be Xiao Ming from the Spirit Sword Gate, young Master Xiao. The silver-haired old man smiled and greeted him proactively. My surname is Jin, I am the owner of the Golden Jade Tower. So you are the owner of the Golden Jade Tower, nice to meet you. Xiao Ming casually arched his hand. At the same time, he felt a bit puzzled. Why did the owner of the Golden Jade Tower suddenly come here? And from the current situation, it seemed that he came specifically for him. Perhaps sensing the doubt in Xiao Ming's eyes, the owner of the Golden Jade Tower explained proactively, I have already heard about your conflict with Mirongchang. Hehe, young Master Xiao truly lives up to being the direct disciple personally accepted by Sect Master Li, indeed bold enough. Even Mirongchang, who has always been arrogant and unruly, was defeated by you. Pausing for a moment, the owner of the Golden Jade Tower continued, however, this is Clear Breeze City after all, the territory of the Mirong family. If Mirongchang encounters any mishap, the experts from the Mirong family will soon arrive, and then you will be the one at a disadvantage. Young Master Xiao, my Golden Jade Tower has a secluded side door. Would you like to leave quietly through the side door? The owner of the Golden Jade Tower had a smile on his face, radiating genuine goodwill. However, Xiao Ming shook his head. Thank you for your kind offer, Owner Jin, but as I travel outside, I not only have to consider my own safety, but also bear the honor of the Spirit Sword Gate. If I sneak away through the side door, I don't know how Mirongchang will plot against our Spirit Sword Gate. Xiao Ming's expression was indifferent as he slowly spoke. More importantly, Mirongchang and the old guard beside him are nothing more than insignificant figures in my eyes. I can easily defeat them with a wave of my hand. As long as I can deal with them before the experts from the Mirong family arrive, then I can leave calmly. After hearing these words, the owner of the Golden Jade Tower was somewhat astonished. He seemed to have not expected that Xiao Ming would be so resolute, insisting on fighting against Mirongchang openly in Clear Breeze City. Didn't he know that Clear Breeze City was the stronghold of the Mirong family? Daring to openly confront Mirongchang in Clear Breeze City, this Xiao Ming is indeed bold. Looking at the astonished owner of the Golden Jade Tower, Xiao Ming asked in return, Owner Jin, why did you tell me about the side door of the Golden Jade Tower? If I sneak away through the side door today, Mirongchang will have no outlet for his anger and will definitely cause trouble for you. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired owner of the Golden Jade Tower couldn't help but snort coldly. Mirongchang is nothing. He relies on Mirong Ce and the entire Mirong family's support to be arrogant and domineering. He doesn't even put our Golden Jade Tower in his eyes, the owner of the Golden Jade Tower said angrily. If it weren't for the sake of his father Mirong Ce's face, our golden jade tower would have silently killed him long ago. Only then did Xiao Ming realize. At the same time, he let go of his guard slightly. No wonder this owner of the golden jade tower came personally to help him and told him about the side door. It turned out that there was also a conflict between the golden jade tower and Murongchang, but this conflict had been temporarily suppressed. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The owner of the golden jade tower's actions were understandable. Young Master Xiao, if you insist on teaching Murongchang a lesson, the old man in the grey robe next to him is a more troublesome problem, the owner of the golden jade tower sincerely said. That old man is called Wu Fiying. He reached the early stage of the Core Lake realm 10 years ago. Although his cultivation has been stagnant during these 10 years, his martial skills and combat experience have become more formidable year by year. Don't worry, I am well aware, Xiao Ming said in a calm tone. Then he walked towards the door with big strides. Watching Xiao Ming's departing figure, the owner of the Golden Jade Tower's gaze flickered, his thoughts unknown. After about 3 minutes, Xiao Ming arrived at the entrance of the Jinya building. Looking around, he saw that a large open space had been cleared at the entrance. Murongchang and the Black Eagle were both standing there with their hands behind their backs, staring at him with murderous intent. In the distance, the onlookers, idle martial artists, had formed a circle. They stretched their necks, eagerly anticipating the start of the battle. Seeing Xiao Ming come out, Murongchang arrogantly said, "Xiao, you don't have to be afraid. I won't tell my father about today's battle, so as not to be accused of bullying." "Oh, is that so?" Xiao Ming's expression was indifferent. Seeing Xiao Ming's cold reaction, an inexplicable anger surged in Murongchang's heart because he wanted to see Xiao Ming nervous or scared. But Xiao Ming's response made him feel like punching cotton, powerful but ineffective. His proud identity had no effect in front of Xiao Ming. "Black, attack! Kill this kid!" Murongchang angrily ordered. Before the words had even fallen, the Black Eagle stomped heavily in place and turned into a black light, heading straight for Xiao Ming. Within the black light, the Black Eagle's fists gleamed brightly. The Black Eagle's speed was extremely fast, creating a strong gust of wind. Although Xiao Ming hadn't been touched by the person yet, the gust of wind had already blown away his elegant long hair. The dazzling fist gleam also made Xiao Ming's skin itch. And at this moment, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of Murongchang's mouth. The Black Eagle had been with him for many years, not only loyal but also already cultivated to the early stage of the Core Lake realm, with great strength. Murongchang was confident that the Black Eagle's punch would be enough to blast Xiao Ming into pieces. However, what happened next made Murongchang's jaw drop. Xiao Ming, who had been standing in place, suddenly drew the long sword from his waist and raised it high, then brought it down forcefully. 100-meter-long rainbow sword shadow appeared out of thin air. The sword shadow paused for a moment, then with a terrifying sword aura that could split mountains and seas, it fiercely slashed down. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. The unsuspecting Black Eagle was directly struck by the rainbow sword shadow, and the powerful sword aura swept over, like thousands of sharp blades, instantly engulfing the Black Eagle. Ah! The Black Eagle, struck head-on by the sword shadow, let out a scream as if a pig was being slaughtered. And then, in front of Murongchang and the shocked gazes around him, the Black Eagle, who had cultivated to the early stage of the Core Lake realm and possessed great strength, was instantly killed. His somewhat aged body turned into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. A one-hit kill. Xiao Ming had killed the Black Eagle with one sword strike. Silence. A deathly silence surrounded them. Murongchang's mouth hung open, big enough to fit a duck egg. The onlookers, idle martial artists, were all in a state of shock, like statues, dumbfoundedly watching this scene. How could this be? Did everyone see it correctly? The powerful Black Eagle, who possessed the aura of the Core Lake realm, was actually killed on the spot without even putting up a fight? The Black Eagle was a strong Core Lake Realm expert. When did Core Lake Realm experts become so weak? No, that's not it. It's not that the Black Eagle is weak, but that Xiao Ming is too strong. Strong enough to kill a Core Lake Realm Black Eagle with one sword strike. Thinking of this, everyone's gaze fell unanimously on Murong Chong. Murong Chong, the arrogant and domineering second generation, had kicked the iron plate this time. Chapter 56, Murong Chong's Silver Dragon Jade Pendant. The third floor of the Golden Jade Tower. The silver-haired Golden Lord looked through the window in shock at Xiao Ming on the ground, his face filled with extreme surprise. He had already guessed that Xiao Ming might be strong, but he never expected Xiao Ming to be this powerful. With a single sword, he killed the early Core Lake stage Wu Fiying. You see, in his perception, Xiao Ming was only at this level. The Golden Lord originally thought that even if Xiao Ming could defeat Wu Fiying, it would require a long and fierce battle. After all, Xiao Ming and Wu Fiying were both at the early Core Lake stage. But who would have thought? The 100-meter colorful sword shadows unleashed by Xiao Ming were extremely terrifying. With a flicker, the sword shadows easily sliced Wu Fiying in mid-air. So, Xiao Ming possesses the formidable strength to kill a warrior of the same level with a single move, muttered the Golden Lord, his voice low. I underestimated Xiao Ming after all. After sighing, a strong desire to recruit Xiao Ming arose in the Golden Lord's heart. Xiao Ming's extraordinary performance, if given time to grow, would definitely not be inferior to figures like Murong Ce, a regional overlord. In fact, he might become even stronger. Thinking of this, the Golden Lord's gaze towards Xiao Ming was filled with fervor. Meanwhile, on the ground, Murong Chong's face turned pale as paper. He stared dumbfounded at Xiao Ming, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. Wu Fiying died too quickly, and Murong Chong still hadn't reacted. Suddenly, Murong Chong felt a heat on his face and body. Subconsciously, he reached out and wiped it, only to find a large amount of blood and flesh in his hand. These were the remains of Wu Fiying's shattered body. During Wu Fiying's charge towards Xiao Ming, the colorful sword shadows sliced it in mid-air, causing its blood and flesh to scatter. Many of them landed on Murong Chong's body. Seeing the crimson flesh in his hand and smelling the pungent smell of blood, Murong Chong couldn't hold back anymore. Wow! Murong Chong vomited on the spot. He had been pampered since childhood, living a comfortable life, and had never seen such a bloody and cruel scene before today. While Murong Chong was bent over vomiting, Xiao Ming sneered and raised the thunderous wrath sword in his hand once again. Gripping the sword, Xiao Ming struck heavily. Whoosh! A moon-shaped sword energy emitting colorful light burst out from the thunderous wrath sword, carrying a terrifying sword aura, and fiercely struck the pale-faced Murong Chong. Sword technique, Shattered Moon Slash. With Xiao Ming's current realm and strength, the Shattered Moon Slash he unleashed was many times stronger than before. It was more than enough to kill Murong Chong, who was only at the origin energy realm. The moon-shaped sword energy was extremely fast, catching Murong Chong off guard, and was about to hit him head-on. However, the scene of Murong Chong being struck by the sword energy did not occur. Just as the moon-shaped sword energy was about to hit Murong Chong, a dazzling silver light suddenly appeared on his body. The silver light was extremely bright, instantly forming a huge and solid bell. The silver bell was inverted, firmly protecting Murong Chong inside. Dang! The sound of sharp metal collision suddenly resounded. The moon-shaped sword energy heavily struck the silver bell, causing a piercing vibration. However, not only was the silver bell unharmed by the sword energy's impact, it even instantly dispersed Xiao Ming's sword energy. Upon witnessing this sudden scene, Xiao Ming couldn't help but squint his eyes. Murong Chong truly lived up to being Murong Ce's favorite youngest son, with quite a few tricks up his sleeve. In terms of power, the destructive force of the rainbow-shattered moon, accompanied by its colorful radiance, was not to be underestimated. Unexpectedly, it was easily blocked. Xiao Ming's gaze swept over, carefully examining, and only then did he discover the mystery of the silver bell. He saw that Muran Chong had a silver dragon jade pendant hanging from his waist. At this moment, the jade pendant was emitting a strong silver light, which formed the solid silver bell. It seems that this jade pendant was automatically activated, which is why it saved Muran Chong's life. Xiao Ming frowned and thought to himself. Muran Chong also realized this at this moment. He grabbed the jade pendant at his waist and a proud and self-satisfied expression reappeared on his face. Arrogantly, he said. Xiao, have you seen the silver dragon jade pendant in my hand? This is a life-saving jade pendant my father spent a lot of money to buy for me. It also contains a trace of the essence of a dragon. Xiao, maybe you're somewhat formidable, but you definitely can't break through the defense of this jade pendant. If you're smart, surrender and get lost. Otherwise, when the experts from the Muran family arrive, you'll have only one way to die. The more Muran Chong spoke, the more excited and arrogant he became. Xiao Ming couldn't be bothered to argue with him. His figure flickered, and Xiao Ming used the wind spirit step, directly appearing above Muran Chong's head. Treading on empty space, Xiao Ming gripped the hilt of the furious thunder sword with both hands, and then fiercely stabbed downward. Swish! Another 100-meter-long rainbow sword shadow formed out of thin air. However, this time, the sword shadow didn't slash vertically, but descended straight from the sky, like a divine sword piercing the heavens, fiercely stabbing down. This was the sword technique, Zhanqian Kun, imbued with the power of the 5 elements. Zhanqian Kun was currently Xiao Ming's most powerful attack, without a doubt. In order to kill with one strike, Xiao Ming once again unleashed the strongest Zhanqian Kun. He didn't believe he couldn't kill Muran Chong. The 100-meter-long sword shadow, radiating with colorful light, descended from the sky like a meteor and heavily struck Muran Chong, who was protected by the silver bell. Then, boom! A deafening explosion resounded, and the powerful collision energy transformed into transparent sound waves, rolling and sweeping in all directions like relentless waves. Under the impact of these energy sound waves, all the onlookers within a few hundred meters were blown away. Some weaker individuals directly spewed thick blood and died on the spot. Various buildings within a few hundred meters were basically swept away, turning into a pile of rubble. The Golden Jade Tower was an exception. Because before the shockwaves could sweep over, the defensive formation around the Golden Jade Tower promptly lit up, blocking the successive impacts of the energy shockwaves. When the energy shockwaves had mostly dissipated, Xiao Ming looked down and saw a huge crater on the ground. Inside the crater, the silver bell was still shining brightly. Seeing this scene, even the usually calm Xiao Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. The Zhanqian Kun he had exerted with all his strength still hadn't shattered the bell. Just at this moment, the silver bell suddenly emitted a brilliant light, and then a blurry silver dragon phantom drilled out from within the bell. The silver dragon phantom raised its head and roared, emitting a series of roaring sounds. Roar! The sound shook the heavens and spread throughout Clear Breeze City. After roaring, the silver dragon phantom dissipated on the spot, as if roaring a few times was its only task. Xiao Ming faintly felt that something was amiss. Sure enough, after the roar of the silver dragon phantom spread out, an angry shout came from the core of Clear Breeze City. Who dares to harm Muran Ce's son? The voice rolled like thunder, rapidly approaching from the distant sky. Accompanying the voice was an extremely powerful aura. The aura of the Divine Sea Realm. It was Muran Ce. This old guy had discovered the situation here and personally came to rescue Muran Chong. Chapter 57 Shocked by all the bosses. Ha ha ha! My father is here, my father is here to save me. Inside the pit, the silver bell shone brightly as Muran Chong laughed triumphantly. Xiao Ming, without hesitation, stepped onto the furious thunder sword and shot off into the distance. He left Murongchang behind and flew away on his sword. Before leaving, Xiao Ming took a deep look at the pit. Seeing that Murongchang did not relax his guard after not hearing Murongxi's voice and that the silver bell was still protecting him, not giving Xiao Ming any opportunity to attack, Xiao Ming sighed and had no choice but to accelerate his departure. He had to leave now. Based on previous intelligence, Murongxi was also a ruthless person. His cultivation level was the same as Xiao Ming's master, both having reached the peak of the Divine Sea realm. Although Xiao Ming was confident in his ability to challenge higher realms, he couldn't withstand a direct confrontation with someone at the peak of the Divine Sea realm while he was only at the early stage of the Core Lake realm. After all, the gap in strength between the two was too great. Now, while Murongxi had not yet arrived, it was the only choice to leave as soon as possible. Although it was a bit embarrassing. However, Xiao Ming was not someone who valued face more than anything else. In the cruel world of cultivation, staying alive was always the most important thing. As for Murongchang, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Thinking like this, Xiao Ming fully activated the true essence in his body and flew on his sword at an extremely fast speed, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. After about a dozen breaths, a figure carrying a strong gust of wind arrived at the entrance of the Golden Jade Tower in an overbearing manner. Then the strong wind dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man with a cold expression. The middle-aged man's face was full of anger and killing intent. He looked around and, not finding any trace of the enemy, turned his gaze to the pit. "Chang'er, Daddy is here to save you. You can remove the protection of the Silver Dragon Jade Pendant now," the middle-aged man said softly. He was none other than Murongxi, the Lord of Clear Breeze City. After hearing Murongxi's voice, the silver bell flickered a few times before slowly disappearing. Murongchang flew out of the pit with lingering fear. "Dad! If you had come a little later, I would have been done for," Murongchang said discontentedly. "Chang'er, you were frightened," Murongxi apologized with a smile, then asked in confusion, "I gave you the Silver Dragon Jade Pendant, which is a very powerful artifact. Even if I didn't arrive in time, it should have been able to protect you from the enemy, right? What a useless artifact! This jade pendant is almost broken." Murongchang opened his palm, revealing the surface of the Silver Dragon Jade Pendant, which was covered in cracks. With a slight exertion of force from Murongchang, in the next moment, the jade pendant made a cracking sound and completely shattered into countless pieces. "Look, this silver dragon jade pendant could only withstand 2 moves from someone surnamed Xiao before almost exhausting all its power," Murongchang said with lingering fear. "If you hadn't threatened him in time, that Xiao person would have definitely continued to attack me, and I would have been finished." Seeing the shattered silver dragon jade pendant, Murongxi was shocked. No one understood the powerful protective power of this jade pendant better than him. To deplete the power of the pendant in such a short time and render it almost useless, one would need to possess the formidable strength of the late stage of the Core Lake realm at least. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve this. "Chang'er, who is the person who dared to attack you? Where did he come from?" Murongxi gritted his teeth in anger. "He is called Xiao Ming, a true disciple of the Spirit Sword Gate, and also a disciple of the Spirit Sword Gate's sect master, Li Changfeng," Murongchang said, then added. "Father, you must avenge me." "Spirit Sword Gate? Xiao Ming? Li Changfeng's disciple?" Murongxi muttered with a deep and sinister tone, "Avenging you can wait for now. When I reach the half-step chi manipulation realm, I will lead you to attack the Spirit Sword Gate. At that time, we will settle both old and new accounts together." On the other side, Xiao Ming returned to Spirit Sword Gate at the fastest speed, narrowly escaping danger. After returning to the sect, after pondering for a moment, Xiao Ming felt it necessary to report today's events to his master. After all, the Mu Rong family's city lord mansion is also a 2-star power, and he had beaten Mu Rongxi's son, Mu Rongchang. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Upon arriving at the main hall of the sect, Xiao Ming saw his master, Li Chongfeng, who was currently discussing something seriously with a group of elders. When they saw Xiao Ming approaching, Li Chongfeng and the others paused their discussion and looked at Xiao Ming in unison. This look was not insignificant. The pupils of Li Chongfeng and the others instantly widened. Each of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. Because Xiao Ming did not hide his aura, and they all sensed Xiao Ming's current cultivation level. This aura, could it be? Li Chongfeng was both shocked and delighted, but at the same time, he seemed unable to believe what he was seeing. He hesitated to speak. I have condensed my core lake and advanced to the core lake realm, Xiao Ming said calmly. I am currently in the early stage of the core lake realm. Whoosh! Xiao Ming's words were like a big stone, heavily thrown into the calm lake, causing towering waves to splash up. Everyone, including Li Chongfeng, fell into a state of stupor. The core lake realm. Xiao Ming had actually advanced to the core lake realm. Damn it, he clearly remembered that just a few days ago, Xiao Ming was only in the late stage of the origin energy realm. Damn it! How did Xiao Ming inexplicably become a powerhouse in the core lake realm in just a few days? Shock. Horror. Incomprehension. And extreme doubt. All of these emotions surged into the hearts of Li Chongfeng and the others, leaving them momentarily unable to react, their expressions full of astonishment. It's not that Xiao Ming's advancement to the core lake realm is so powerful. It's that Xiao Ming's speed of advancement is too damn astonishing. A few days ago, Xiao Ming was in the late stage of the origin energy realm. A few days later, Xiao Ming was in the early stage of the core lake realm. This kind of advancement is not just a simple crossing of small realms, but a shocking qualitative change from the origin energy realm to the core lake realm, a breakthrough in major realms. Such an astonishing cultivation speed can be called terrifying. It can be called abnormal. It can be called unparalleled. Li Chongfeng was in a daze. He still remembered that in the thousands of years since the establishment of Spirit Sword Gate, no one had advanced at such an astonishing speed as Xiao Ming. If we only consider cultivation speed, even the Lingjian Emperor, who founded Spirit Sword Gate, pales in comparison to Xiao Ming. If this kind of cultivation speed continues, the achievements of Xiao Ming several years later are simply unimaginable. Seeing his master and the elders all in a state of shock and stupor, Xiao Ming couldn't help but sniffle in embarrassment. He could actually understand the shock and horror of these big shots. After all, his cultivation speed was indeed a bit too abnormal. This complex feeling of shock and doubt was like having an ordinary companion in a previous life who was quietly eating instant noodles. And then one day, the companion mysteriously said that he actually had billions of assets, several mansions, 7 or 8 cars worth tens of millions. The shock and horror in their hearts can be imagined. Xiao Ming was someone who could empathize. So, he could very well understand the complex feelings of his master and the elders. After all, my performance is really too outstanding. Xiao Ming touched his handsome face, sighing softly. Chapter 58 Xiao Ming is here, the sect is booming. Cough, cough. Xiao Ming deliberately coughed a few times. After waking up Li Chongfeng and the other elders, Xiao Ming said, Master, esteemed elders, I have something to say. What do you want to say? Li Chongfeng, still half asleep, asked instinctively. A few days ago, when I went down the mountain, although I had good luck and advanced to the core lake realm, I also encountered some troubles. Xiao Ming explained in detail. He recounted the conflicts and battles that occurred at the auction in Clear Breeze City and at the entrance of the Golden Jade Tower. However, he did not mention the Lei family manor. After explaining the whole incident in detail, Xiao Ming added, I killed someone from the Murong family and gave Murong Chang a good beating. Will this cause trouble for the sect? What trouble could it cause? You did the right thing. Li Chongfeng waved his hand and said domineeringly, when you are away from home, your every move not only represents yourself, but also represents the honor of the Spirit Sword Gate. You dared to fight with the Murong family in Clear Breeze City, which proves that you are a courageous person and have increased the prestige of the sect. I am very satisfied. As for your trouble, hey, the Murong family is nothing. Li Chongfeng sneered, I have long been displeased with Murong Ce. If he dares to come and cause trouble, I will be the first to smash his dog head. Xiao Ming, the senior elder, nodded and said, the conflict between you and the Murong family is nothing. Perhaps you have also heard that our Spirit Sword Gate has a long-standing feud with the Murong family's city lord's mansion. There will be a big battle sooner or later. Even without this incident, our relationship with the Murong family is not good, so you don't need to worry about it. I see, then I can rest assured. Xiao Ming nodded. At this moment, Li Chongfeng suddenly thought of something and asked, why did you inexplicably go to Clear Breeze City? And what auction did you participate in? Well, I obtained a substantial wealth, so I participated in the auction to see if there were any good things. Xiao Ming vaguely replied. Li Chongfeng became even more puzzled. Xiao Ming obtained a substantial wealth? Where did he get the wealth from? On the other hand, Su Tianming had a faint guess and said, we just learned that the Lei family manor, which had conflicts with you in the past, was wiped out overnight. Xiao Ming, tell the truth, do you have anything to do with the destruction of the Lei family manor? Upon hearing the question, Xiao Ming hadn't had a chance to speak yet, but Li Chongfeng said first, Xiao Ming has just recently advanced to the Core Lake realm. How could he have wiped out the Lei family manor? He doesn't have that kind of strength. Moreover, Xiao Ming is very gentle in his interactions with others. How could he possibly commit such an act of annihilation? Isn't that right, Xiao Ming? After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Ming shook his head. No. Hey! Li Chongfeng widened his eyes in an instant. The other elders also looked at Xiao Ming in astonishment, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. The Lei family manor was not weak. Although Lei Ao had suffered heavy injuries, due to their profound background, they still possessed the formidable strength of the mid-core lake realm. In addition to Lei Ao, the Lei family manor also had 6 elders, with the weakest being in the early core lake realm. The strongest, the Lei family's grand elder, had even reached the late core lake realm. Such a powerful and luxurious lineup was completely wiped out by Xiao Ming? Is it true or not? Xiao Ming had just recently advanced to the core lake realm, and was clearly a rookie at the early core lake realm. How did he manage to do this against the powerful Lei family manor? How could he possess such formidable combat power? Some elders instinctively didn't believe it and wanted to refute it. However, just now, everyone heard it clearly. Xiao Ming claimed that he single-handedly destroyed the entire Lei family fort. Li Chongfeng cleared his throat and said seriously, Xiao Ming, this is not something to joke about. Tell me honestly, do you have any other helpers? No, Xiao Ming shook his head. Are you really the one who single-handedly destroyed the entire Lei family fort? Li Chongfeng asked urgently. Because of his eagerness, his voice became sharp. It was me alone. Xiao Ming stood proudly. Seeing Xiao Ming's resolute expression, Li Chongfeng fell silent. The other elders looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Although reason told them that it was impossible for Xiao Ming to accomplish such a thing. But because of Xiao Ming's performance and his unusually fast promotion, Li Chongfeng and the others felt that this matter might not be entirely unbelievable. After a moment of silence, Li Chongfeng asked the final question, when you retaliated against the Lei family fort, you must have encountered their senior elder, who has been famous for many years in the Core Lake stage, while you had just recently advanced to the Core Lake stage. How did you deal with it? Xiao Ming replied calmly, one sword struck heavily, and then another sword, I beheaded him. His voice reverberated throughout the entire hall. Li Chongfeng and the others fell into silence once again. After a while, Li Chongfeng sighed and said softly, "We have already learned about this matter. If there is nothing else, you may leave." "Yes," disciple takes his leave. Xiao Ming bowed and left the main hall of the sect. After Xiao Ming had walked far away, Li Chongfeng, who had a calm expression on his face, suddenly jumped up from his seat. He looked excited, laughing loudly as if he had taken chicken blood. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha! I knew it! My disciple Xiao Ming is amazing, he is extraordinary. The Lei family fort is not an ordinary force, it is a one-star force. But so what, it was still destroyed overnight by my good disciple Xiao Ming. My precious disciple Xiao Ming, he himself is a one-star force. Ha ha ha!" Li Chongfeng excitedly ran around the hall, laughing loudly with his head raised, the laughter echoing back and forth in the hall. After showing off for a while, Li Chongfeng suddenly thought of something and abruptly stopped laughing. At the same time, his face became serious. "Master, what's wrong with you?" An elder asked in confusion. "I suddenly thought of a very serious question," Li Chongfeng said in a deep voice. "What question?" "From the time I accepted Xiao Ming as my true disciple until now, it hasn't been that long, right?" Li Chongfeng sighed and then continued, lost in his own thoughts. "At most, it's only been about 10 to 20 days. However, in this short period of time, Xiao Ming's cultivation has advanced from the initial stage of the innate realm to the early stage of the core lake stage in one breath. After innate comes origin energy, and after origin energy comes the core lake stage. In other words, in just 10 to 20 days, this little freak Xiao Ming has actually jumped 2 major realms." At this point, Li Chongfeng looked around and said slowly and heavily, "Have any of you seen such a terrifying cultivation speed?" The elders fell silent. "Let alone seeing it, have any of you even heard of it?" Li Chongfeng asked again. The elders looked at each other and fell silent once more. "I haven't seen it either, nor have I heard of it. But, this kind of thing has indeed happened," Li Chongfeng said with a mix of admiration and pride. "And, the super genius who created such a miracle is my disciple, Li Chongfeng." At this point, Li Chongfeng looked up at the sky outside the main hall. Looking at the deep and ethereal sky, Li Chongfeng's voice became low and he said softly, "With Xiao Ming here, my spirit sword gate will prosper. With Xiao Ming here, my spirit sword gate will prosper." The other elders also murmured. As they spoke, a mysterious light lit up in their eyes. That was the light of hope. Chapter 59 Zongmen Grand Competition, 8 Factions Meet Martial Arts. Just as everyone was hopeful, the elder Su Tianming suddenly said, "Xiao Ming's performance is too amazing." From the incident at the Lei family fort, although Xiao Ming has just advanced to the core lake realm, he possesses the powerful strength to rival and even kill those in the later stages of the core lake realm. From this perspective, Xiao Ming also has a great chance of winning the upcoming sect competition. This is true. I also have high hopes for Xiao Ming. Another elder nodded slightly beside him. Li Chongfeng pondered for a moment and said, "Let's put aside Xiao Ming's matter for now and continue discussing the sect competition. This competition is extraordinary. This is the competition that our Spirit Sword Gate holds only once every 10 years, to select the top 3 outstanding disciples, and then, you all know." Upon hearing this, the elders were both excited and nervous. This competition is held once every 10 years to select the top 3 outstanding disciples, and it is the rule of the Spirit Sword Gate. And there have been many such competitions held by the Spirit Sword Gate. The reason for this is because it is the requirement of the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect. The Heaven Supporting Sword Sect is a 3-star sect located 5,000 miles away, specializing in swordsmanship, and its influence is extremely vast. Under the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect, there are many branch forces, and the Spirit Sword Gate is one of them. In addition to the Spirit Sword Gate, there are 7 other 2-star sects, which are also branches of the heaven-supporting sword sect. Including the Spirit Sword Gate, there are a total of 8. After each sect selects the top 3 in their respective competitions, they will go together to the heaven-supporting sword sect for inter-sect competitions. It is commonly known as the 8 sects martial arts competition. The ultimate goal of the Spirit Sword Gate is to have their outstanding disciples participate in the 8 sects martial arts competition, surpassing other branches and gaining the upper hand in the competition, thereby greatly enhancing the prestige and reputation of their own sect, and also receiving numerous rewards from the heaven-supporting sword sect. In other words, the martial arts competition not only involves face, but also affects tangible benefits. If some disciples from the branches perform exceptionally well, they may even be accepted into the heaven-supporting sword sect and enjoy even more abundant cultivation resources. Therefore, both the 8 major branch forces and the young disciples participating in the martial arts competition attach great importance to the 8 sects martial arts competition. There is no room for any negligence. In this sect competition, we must be prepared and select the most outstanding disciples to participate in the 8 sects martial arts competition. In the main hall of the sect, Li Changfeng's expression was serious. In the past 30 years, every time our Spirit Sword Gate participated in the 8 sects martial arts competition, we were always suppressed by other branches and became the last sect among the 8 branches. It's truly embarrassing. Speaking up to this point, Li Changfeng was both angry and frustrated, and said, "So this time, we must strictly control the situation. Not only do we need to select the most powerful disciples, but we also need to adjust the disciples to their peak state. If we are suppressed again in this martial arts competition, and mocked by them, then I, Li Changfeng, will have no face left." Just as Li Changfeng and the others were discussing the competition matters, Xiao Ming had already arrived at the residence of the true disciples. However, he did not go home, but instead circled around Linfeng's small courtyard. Linfeng's house was still tightly closed, and at the same time, a strong energy was emanating from inside. The intensity of this aura has already reached the later stage of the origin energy realm. Xiao Ming was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Linfeng's cultivation speed to be so fast. In just a few days, he had advanced to the later stage of the origin energy realm. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming got up and left. He walked towards the residence of the inner disciples. He had just heard that Wang Hao, who had his God King bone dug out, had been accepted as an inner disciple by the sect, which was an exception. Moreover, the elders of the sect had made a bold statement, saying that within 1 or 2 months, Wang Hao would become the most formidable presence among the inner disciples. In the future, he might even become a true disciple of the sect. Naturally, the other inner disciples were extremely dissatisfied with the bold statement made by the elders of the sect. They had long become inner disciples of the Spirit Sword Gate and had been cultivating for many years. How could they lose to a newcomer like Wang Hao? However, Xiao Ming actually agreed with the conclusion of the elder. After all, Wang Hao's luck was extremely astonishing. Just like Lin Feng, they were both children of luck, and their abilities couldn't be measured by common sense. However, when he arrived at the residence of the inner disciples, Xiao Ming did not find any trace of Wang Hao. After discreetly inquiring, he found out that Wang Hao was also in seclusion, currently breaking through to the later stage of the origin energy realm. I only saw Wang Hao at the late stage of the innate realm a few days ago when I went down the mountain to seize the 5 elements origin. In just a few days, he's already breaking through to the later stage of the origin energy realm. He's crossing a major realm in one go. Such terrifying cultivation speed, it's not much worse than mine. Xiao Ming sighed inwardly. However, Xiao Ming was already used to such things. After all, there was someone even more unbelievable in his own family. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming headed straight for his own residence. When he returned to his small courtyard and pushed open the main door, a pure and charming figure came into Xiao Ming's view. Young master? You're back. Hu Yunxi's eyes brightened, and she happily walked over with her small white legs. Xiao Yunxi? How did you become like this? Xiao Ming was slightly surprised. Compared to a few days ago, the appearance of Hu Yunxi in front of him had changed drastically. First of all, Hu Yunxi's height had changed. At this moment, she no longer looked like a little girl but had grown to about 1.6 meters, like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Her pair of snow-white legs were like white jade, pure and fair, both pure and fair. In addition, Hu Yunxi's temperament had also changed a lot. The original Hu Yunxi was pitiful and a bit naive, but now, she had an otherworldly temperament, with a touch of coldness and a pureness that was refreshing to the heart. Within her purity, there was also a trace of captivating beauty and charm. With so many different temperaments mixed together, it not only didn't make people uncomfortable but greatly increased Hu Yunxi's charm. Also, Hu Yunxi's cheeks had also changed a lot. Originally, she had a bit of baby fat, but now, her delicate cheeks had become a standard oval face, and every frown and smile carried an irresistible charm. Subconsciously, Xiao Ming thought of a poem. In the north, there is a beautiful woman, peerless and independent. One glance captivates the city, another glance captivates the country. A peerless beauty, captivating the country and the city. This little girl has grown up. Chapter 60 The Great River Sword Intent of Core Lake. Master, is there something wrong with me? Why are you looking at me like that? Seeing Xiao Ming's intense gaze, Hu Yunxi felt a bit embarrassed. She lowered her head, nervously fidgeting with the corner of her clothes, while secretly glancing at Xiao Ming. Oh, it's nothing. You've changed so much, it surprised me, Xiao Ming exhaled and said, how did you become like this? Hu Yunxi has undergone a tremendous change. Leaving aside everything else, just her height has increased significantly compared to a few days ago. It's as if Hu Yunxi has grown overnight. I'm not sure either. Hu Yunxi tilted her head, recalling and saying, these past few days, my dreams have become more vivid and realistic, and every time I wake up, my body undergoes significant changes. Master, you won't despise me, will you? Hu Yunxi said timidly. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Unconsciously, she has started to care about Xiao Ming's opinion, but she herself hasn't noticed this thought. It's purely a subconscious thought. Of course not, how could I despise you? Xiao Ming said, suddenly widening his eyes. Because he suddenly discovered that Hu Yunxi's aura has become much stronger than before. At this moment, the aura emanating from Hu Yunxi has actually reached the peak of the origin energy realm. Moreover, due to its overwhelming intensity, it is leaking out. This indicates that Hu Yunxi is on the verge of a breakthrough at any moment. If she breaks through again, she will reach the core lake realm, the same as Xiao Ming's current level. Although he had known about Hu Yunxi's extraordinary talent for a long time, witnessing this scene with his own eyes still shocked Xiao Ming. He had put in a lot of effort and fought for opportunities everywhere, finally condensing his core lake and advancing to the core lake realm. But compared to Hu Yunxi, it was nothing. Hu Yunxi didn't do anything special, she just slept normally, and her cultivation level skyrocketed. She's about to catch up to Xiao Ming. At this moment, Xiao Ming inexplicably felt restless, not because he was jealous of Hu Yunxi, but because a great sense of crisis surged from deep within his heart. He must accelerate his cultivation, otherwise, he will be left far behind by Hu Yunxi. You see, even though Hu Yunxi's cultivation level has skyrocketed, she still hasn't completed her true awakening. If she hasn't awakened yet and is already this terrifying, what if she truly awakens? Wouldn't her cultivation speed skyrocket? The more Xiao Ming thought about it, the more terrified and anxious he became. Without saying anything else, Xiao Ming directly passed by Hu Yunxi and walked towards his own room. He wanted to seclude himself and cultivate. Bang! The door closed, and Xiao Ming entered his room, beginning his arduous cultivation. Inside the main living room, Yunxi looked astonished. She didn't understand why Xiao Ming suddenly changed his attitude like this. On her delicate face, there was both confusion and a hint of grievance. Xiao Ming had been away for several days and had just returned. They hadn't even exchanged a few words before he entered his room. He seemed unwelcoming to her. Master was fine just now. It seems that he changed his expression after sensing my aura, Yunxi analyzed to herself. Could it be that he's angry because I'm not strong enough? If that's the case, I need to absorb more energy within my body. Only then can I keep up with Master. Thinking this, Yunxi clenched her small fist. Then she also walked into her room and began her cultivation. Suddenly, a strong aura of impending advancement surged out of Yunxi's body. The aura was immense, stirring up the surrounding spiritual energy of the area, even forming a funnel-shaped cloud layer emitting golden light above the courtyard. Inside the room, Xiao Ming sat cross-legged, about to cultivate, when he suddenly sensed a powerful aura emanating from the adjacent room. This aura! Yunxi is about to break through to the core lake realm. Xiao Ming was astonished, feeling increasingly uneasy and urgent. Yunxi's speed of advancement was incredibly fast, far beyond Xiao Ming's imagination, which put immense pressure on Xiao Ming. If my maid's strength far surpasses mine, if this were to be known, I would probably be subject to much ridicule. Xiao Ming said self-deprecatingly. As he spoke, Xiao Ming once again deeply realized the gap between himself and the Chosen One. Although he had obtained many powerful opportunities along the way, and his luck level had also improved significantly, he was still only much stronger than an ordinary person. Compared to the Chosen Ones like Yunxi, Lin Feng, and Wang Hao, he was still far behind. Due to the luck bestowed upon the Chosen Ones, they constantly received opportunities, and their cultivation breakthroughs were as simple as drinking water. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming had to take one step at a time in his cultivation to become stronger. However, I have the system, and my future achievements will definitely not lose to these arrogant geniuses. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes, his heart becoming firm, and his confidence restored. Taking a slow breath, Xiao Ming first stabilized his mental state, then took out a broken sword fragment from the ink space ring. This was the third fragment he obtained at the Golden Jade Tower auction, containing the Great River Sword intent of the Core Lake realm. He decided to first refine the Great River Sword intent to a perfect state, and then consume a pill to elevate his cultivation realm. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming slowly extracted the Great River Sword intent from the fragment, following his previous experience. About a minute later, a rushing and ethereal sword intent river appeared out of thin air in front of Xiao Ming, emitting a dazzling and majestic sword aura. Slowly extending his palm, Xiao Ming grabbed hold of the sword intent river and forcefully pulled it towards his chest. Suddenly, the sword intent river trembled and rushed into his body like flowing water. 5 minutes later, Xiao Ming completely assimilated and absorbed the sword intent river. His Great River Sword intent had finally reached the perfect state of the Core Lake realm. After successfully mastering the complete version of the Great River Sword intent, Xiao Ming discovered several abilities related to the sword intent. The first ability was that he could emit sharp sword intent anytime and anywhere, allowing the sword intent to attach to the surface of his sword techniques, thereby enhancing their power. Secondly, even without relying on a sword, he could still display the Great River Sword intent. Once unleashed, the sword intent could transform into a surging river, instantly submerging his opponents. Thirdly, the Great River Sword intent could release a river-like sword energy, which was elusive and not only capable of directly attacking enemies but also unexpectedly infiltrating their bodies and detonating. In short, after Xiao Ming fully cultivated the Great River Sword intent, it gained several formidable abilities. Phew! Xiao Ming exhaled a breath of turbid air. Now that the Great River Sword intent cultivation is complete, it's time to elevate my cultivation realm. Having said that, Xiao Ming took out a pile of medium-grade elemental stones, pills, and millennium spirit medicines from the ink space ring. The arduous cultivation journey was about to begin. Chapter 61 Shocking Bell. Square Assemble. Time passes little by little. 3 days later. Dang! A loud and resounding bell suddenly rang out in the square of the sect. The bell's sound was thunderous, like the roar of thunder, and in an instant, it swept through the entire Spirit Sword Gate. At this moment, all the disciples inside the gate heard this bell, either coming out of their cultivation state or looking up at the position of the square, their faces filled with astonishment. This is the sect's alarm bell. The alarm bell is extremely special and is only rung in the event of a very urgent and important matter. When the bell rings once, it means that something major has happened within the sect, and all disciples, elders, and even the sect master must quickly gather at the square. When the bell rings twice, it means that the sect has encountered a formidable enemy, and everyone must prepare for battle. If the alarm bell rings 3 times, it means that the Spirit Sword Gate is about to be breached by external enemies, with the threat of annihilation. Therefore, the sound of the alarm bell is extremely special and should not be easily rung. But fortunately, the alarm bell only rang once, just calling the disciples to gather at the square. Something big must have happened. A disciple somewhere exclaimed in surprise, speaking subconsciously. No kidding, the alarm bell has been rung, how could there not be something major? Come to think of it, the alarm bell hasn't been rung for many years, an older disciple recalled, saying, the last time it was rung was about 10 years ago. 10 years ago? At this moment, another older disciple was taken aback, seemingly realizing something, and quickly said, could it be that the sect is going to hold the Great Sect competition again? Well, now that you mention it, it's very possible. A new disciple who had not been in the sect for long nearby curiously asked, the Great Sect competition? Is it to let us disciples compete with each other? Is it true or not? Whether it's the Great Sect competition or not, we'll know when we go and see, the older disciple answered, since the bell has rung, we must quickly go to the square, let's hurry. Just as numerous disciples gathered at the square from all directions. In a room in a small courtyard, Xiao Ming slowly opened his eyes. The alarm bell has been rung. Xiao Ming was somewhat surprised, it seems that something major has happened within the section. With that, Xiao Ming finished his cultivation and walked out of the courtyard. Then he displayed the wind spirit step, directly turning into a gust of wind and rushing towards the direction of the square. As for Yunxi, she was not a disciple of the Spirit Sword Gate, only Xiao Ming's personal maid, so she didn't need to go. After just a dozen breaths, Xiao Ming arrived at the sect's square. Looking around, he saw that the originally vast and flat square was now filled with a dense crowd. And there were even more disciples rushing from all directions. These disciples included all the personnel of the sect, not only the true disciples of the inner and outer sects, but also all the miscellaneous disciples. At this moment, all the sect disciples stood in distinct ranks, with the true disciples in the front row, the inner disciples in the second row, and the outer disciples in the third row. And the largest number of miscellaneous disciples were at the back. The ranks of the disciples were strict and highly organized. Xiao Ming's figure flickered and appeared in the front row without any hesitation, while his gaze swept over, searching for Lin Feng and Wang Hao. Soon, Lin Feng and Wang Hao appeared within Xiao Ming's line of sight. Xiao Ming activated the function to view their life scripts, and instantly, the information of these two individuals appeared before his eyes. Name, Lin Feng. Realm, late stage of origin energy realm. Fate, protagonist of heavenly destiny, 9 colors, defying heaven and overthrowing Dao, 9 colors, surviving against all odds, 9 colors, forcing intellectual decline, 9 colors, overflowing peach blossoms, 9 colors. Physique, shadowy sword body, earth rank. Main cultivation technique, Great Sun Sword Cannon, earth rank. Auxiliary body technique, wind-blown shadow transformation art, earth rank. Weapon, devouring fire sword, earth rank. Life script, falling from the admiration of others, enduring countless disdain and mockery, but as misfortune disperses, the peerless genius reappears in the mortal world. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, do not underestimate me, Lin Feng. Recent opportunity 1, in 10 days, sensing the heavenly energy, advancing to the complete stage of the origin energy realm. Recent opportunity 2, 1 month later, resonating with one's own sword body, after devouring a large number of elixirs and medicinal materials, successfully forming the core lake, advancing to the initial stage of the core lake realm. Name, Wang Hao. Realm, late stage of origin energy realm. Fate, Son of Luck, 9 colors, defying fate, 9 colors, turning bad fortune into good fortune, 9 colors, unparalleled talent, 9 colors. Physique, 7 luminaries starlight body, earth rank. Main cultivation technique, small circulation starry sky art, heavenly rank. Weapon, dragon sparrow blade, earth rank. Life script, having the innate god king bone taken away by enemies, originally destined to be insignificant, but with luck on his side, he defies fate and rewrites his life, ultimately reaching the peak. Recent opportunity 1, in 7 days, attracting starlight to temper the body, successfully advancing to the complete stage of the origin energy realm. Recent opportunity 2, 1 month later, on a whim, forming the core lake and advancing to the initial stage of the core lake realm. After reading the information of these two individuals, Xiao Ming felt disappointed and surprised. He was disappointed because neither of them had any recent opportunities in terms of cultivation resources, which meant Xiao Ming couldn't take advantage of them. It was estimated that they would continue to be in seclusion for cultivation, which was why they didn't trigger any opportunities. The surprise came from Wang Hao's rapid growth. According to Xiao Ming's knowledge, Wang Hao hadn't awakened in the sex awakening pool, but even so, he obtained the Earth rank 7 luminaries starlight body. It was probably related to him encountering an unnamed old man and cultivating the small circulation starry sky art. The small circulation starry sky art was also quite powerful, a heavenly rank cultivation technique. In terms of grade and power, it was probably not much worse than Xiao Ming's supreme shocking heaven technique. While he was thinking about it, a group of strong individuals flew out from the sect's main hall, led by Xiao Ming's master, Li Chongfeng. Behind Li Chongfeng were several elders, including Su Tianming. Seeing the appearance of the sect master, the disciples on the square immediately stopped their quiet discussions and remained silent. Li Chongfeng and the elders stepped on the void, solemnly looking at the ground. They were all Divine Sea Realm experts, able to stay in the void for a long time solely relying on their own power. Li Chongfeng first looked around, then asked a certain elder behind him, "Have all the disciples gathered?" The elder quickly replied, "Except for the disciples who are out on business, almost all the disciples have come." Almost? What does almost mean? Are there disciples who are still staying in the sect and haven't come? Li Chongfeng immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Those disciples who are out on business can't make it here, which is understandable. But the disciples who have been staying in the sect are also so slow. This is disrespect towards the jingling bell and contempt towards the sect. Immediately give the order, capture all those slow disciples, each of them will receive 100 lashes as a warning to others. Yes. The elder didn't dare to delay and quickly flew down to personally capture the disciples. After giving the order, Li Chongfeng lowered his head and looked at the numerous disciples on the square. "Listen, everyone!" Li Chongfeng loudly declared, his voice spreading like thunder. "Next, the sect master will announce a major event. Chapter 62 The Zongmen Grand Competition once in 10 years. The voice of Li Chongfeng rolled like thunder and roared like a howling storm, instantly spreading throughout the entire square. On the square, all the disciples, including Xiao Ming, quickly became alert. Li Changfeng's expression turned serious as he said, the 10-year deadline has arrived, and our Spirit Sword Gate is going to hold a grand competition. The competition will take place in 1 month. During this month, the sect will build a martial arts platform on the square and gather other disciples who are working outside. And you disciples who are staying in the sect can take advantage of the remaining time to accelerate your cultivation and improve your strength. Pay attention. This competition will be open to all disciples, which means even the menial disciples can participate. The top 3 disciples will be selected to accompany me, the sect master, to the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect and participate in a higher level inter-sect martial arts competition. Heaven Supporting Sword Sect, inter-sect martial arts competition. When these 2 terms were mentioned, many disciples present were confused. Obviously, many of them were hearing about the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect and the inter-sect martial arts competition for the first time. Perhaps seeing the confusion among the disciples, Li Changfeng took the initiative to explain, our Spirit Sword Gate is a 2-star sect and is one of the 8 branches of the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect. The Heaven Supporting Sword Sect is a 3-star sect, and every 10 years, it allows the top disciples from its 8 branches to compete against each other. So, the top 3 in this sect competition will also bear the arduous task of bringing glory to our Spirit Sword Gate. Alright, that's all. You can go back now. After saying that, Li Changfeng waved his hand and returned to the sect hall with many elders. It seemed that they were going to discuss matters related to the competition again. Only the disciples were left standing on the square, looking at each other. It really is the sect competition and the inter-sect martial arts competition at the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect. An old disciple sighed, as if saying, I knew it. A new disciple nearby heard this and curiously asked, May I ask, senior brother, what exactly is the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect and the inter-sect martial arts competition? The old disciple rolled his eyes and said, Didn't you hear what the sect master said just now? He explained all these things clearly, and you still come to ask me. The new disciple smiled awkwardly and said, I'm not asking about that. I mean, how powerful is the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect? And besides our Spirit Sword Gate, are the other 7 branches strong? The old disciple pondered for a moment and then slowly said, the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect is located 5,000 miles away, and it can be considered our headquarters. Because the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect is a 3-star power, there are experts in the nascent soul stage in the sect. Experts in the nascent soul stage. The new disciples around them exclaimed. Even Xiao Ming, who had been secretly eavesdropping, couldn't help but be slightly surprised. After the Divine Sea Realm is the Qi Manipulation Realm, and after the Qi Manipulation Realm is the Nascent Soul Realm. The fact that the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect had nascent soul stage experts sitting in it indeed indicated that it was a powerful force. Perhaps seeing the astonishment of the new disciples around them, the old disciple suddenly became interested and said with excitement, There's no need to say how powerful the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect is. As for the other 7 branches, they are also quite formidable. As far as I know, those 7 branches are also 2-star powers. However, several of their sect masters are experts in the Qi Manipulation realm. In terms of strength, they are much stronger than our Spirit Sword Gate. At this point, the old disciple sighed heavily. The new disciples around them all had shocked expressions on their faces. Originally, everyone thought that Spirit Sword Gate was already very powerful, but unexpectedly, compared to other 2-star branches, it appeared weak. Clearly, everyone is a 2-star force, so why is there such a big difference? Among 2-star forces, there is also a distinction between strong and weak, said the senior disciple with a sigh. Like our Spirit Sword Gate, we are only considered a second-rate 2-star force. While those sects with experts in the Qi control realm belong to the first-rate 2-star sections. So there is such a division. A new disciple pondered and said, But I don't think we should be discouraged. The sect master has already reached the peak of the Divine Sea realm, only 1 step away from advancing to the Qi control realm. When the sect master becomes a master in the Qi control realm, we won't have to worry about being suppressed by other branches. The problem lies not in the strength of the sect masters, the senior disciple shook his head and said, but in the huge gap between our disciples and the disciples of those branch sections. Hearing this, another new disciple asked, Senior brother, do you think the top 3 of our Spirit Sword Gate can shine in the 8 sects martial arts tournament? Upon hearing this, the senior disciple smiled bitterly and shook his head. It would be good enough if they don't get beaten up. I remember in the last 8 sects martial arts tournament, the top 3 disciples of our sect were directly beaten up and came back in embarrassment. It is said that after they returned, the sect master's face turned green with anger. Xiao Ming listened quietly for a while before leaving the square and heading back to his residence. Walking on the road, Xiao Ming's heart surged. The heaven-supporting sword sect with its experts in the domain realm. The 8 sects martial arts tournament. These two things greatly stimulated Xiao Ming. It felt as if there was originally a thick fog obscuring his vision, but suddenly, the fog dispersed, revealing a ladder leading straight to the sky. Xiao Ming immediately determined the direction of his struggle. Spirit Sword Gate is ultimately just a second-rate sect, too ordinary on the immortal martial continent. If Xiao Ming wants to go further, he must go to the heaven-supporting sword sect to broaden his horizons. Only in this way can he see more cultivation geniuses and obtain more abundant opportunities. Of course, Spirit Sword Gate will always be Xiao Ming's route, his starting point, and he will not forget this. But not forgetting his roots does not prevent Xiao Ming from yearning for a broader platform. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Ming quickened his pace and returned to his residence as quickly as possible. Then he entered his room and continued to diligently cultivate. Somewhere in Spirit Sword Gate, a young true disciple just returned from the square. He looked serious and muttered to himself, the once-in-a-decade sect competition and the 8 sects martial arts tournament are about to begin. This time, I must enter the top 3 and meet the young talents of other sects in the heaven-supporting sword sect. The back mountain of Spirit Sword Gate. A young man in his 20s with long hair had a fierce look in his eyes. He clenched his fist and almost gritted his teeth as he said, after the last sect competition, I participated in the 8 sects martial arts tournament as the first-place disciple of Spirit Sword Gate. But I was beaten up. This time, I must regain my dignity. As a cultivation genius, I want to prove to everyone that I am no worse than anyone else. Chapter 63 Promoted to the midterm of Core Lake, the competition begins. The matter of the grand competition within the sect was like a huge stone falling into a calm lake, crashing heavily into the peaceful Spirit Sword Gate. It instantly ignited the situation. Almost all disciples began seclusion cultivation, although a mere month was not enough for most of them to advance their realm. But as the saying goes, sharpening the sword before battle brings victory. This scene inexplicably reminded Xiao Ming of his past student days, when he would study hard to prepare for exams. Xiao Ming was in a very good state. After a bit of cultivation, the true essence in his body became even more abundant, and there were signs of breaking through to the mid-stage of the Core Lake realm. During this period of continuous cultivation, Spirit Sword Gate remained calm and unaffected. The Murong family from the city lord's mansion did not come knocking on their door. This was good news. Time passed bit by bit. In the room, Xiao Ming spent all his time diligently cultivating, except for eating and sleeping. The rewards he obtained were very satisfying. With only 3 days left before the 1-month deadline. Buzz! The room trembled with vitality, and a powerful aura surged out of Xiao Ming's body like a storm. The aura swept through, forming a roaring gust of wind directly above the courtyard. Amidst the howling wind, Xiao Ming opened his eyes. Immediately, 2 colorful sword auras shot out from his pupils, making a hissing sound in the void. Mid-stage of the Core Lake realm. Feeling the vigorous power within him, Xiao Ming murmured to himself, a smile appearing on his face. After nearly a month of cultivation, he finally made further progress and reached the mid-stage of the Core Lake realm. This cultivation speed couldn't be considered particularly astonishing, but it was definitely not slow either. After all, once reaching the core lake realm, each small realm advancement required a large amount of cultivation resources and even fortuitous encounters. With my yellow luck, I probably won't be able to advance again within a month, Xiao Ming thought to himself. I can clearly sense that the luck power emitted by Yunxi has greatly helped me, allowing me to break through to the mid-stage of the core lake realm. It seems that accepting Yunxi as a maid back then was a good move. He sighed. Xiao Ming opened his life script attribute panel, and instantly, his information appeared before his eyes. Host, Xiao Ming. Realm, mid-stage of the core lake realm. Fate, extraordinary luck, yellow, luck by his side, temporary. Physique, 5 elements sacred body, peak sacred body. Main cultivation technique, Imperial shocking heaven sword art, 5th layer, heavenly rank. Body technique, wind spirit steps, earth rank. Weapon, wrathful thunder sword, earth rank. Martial skills, 100 shadow crazed slash, shattered moon slash, sword control art, shattered yuan sword chi, slashing heaven and earth, minor completion. Special martial skill, core lake realm great river sword intent, perfection. Storage artifact, ink void ring. Life script, the host killed Zhengqian, devoured his yellow luck, and was influenced by Yunxi's heaven-defying luck, resulting in a certain degree of change in his own destiny. Recent opportunities, the host is influenced by Yunxi's heaven-defying luck, increasing his luck and easily obtaining some extraordinary opportunities. After looking at his attribute panel, Xiao Ming casually closed it. Then, his consciousness slowly sank as he began to examine the state of his dantian. He saw that the core lake within his body had become even deeper than before, with the true essence liquid inside at least several times more abundant and incredibly viscous. It was like being in a solid state. In addition, the colorful spiritual light emitted by the core lake was even more dazzling. Moreover, the true essence liquid seemed to have integrated with the colorful spiritual light, becoming one entity. They were indistinguishable from each other, completely integrated. Forget about everything else, just the concentration of the colorful liquid in my core lake, as well as the abundant energy it contains, I'm afraid it has already reached the late stage or even the completion stage of the core lake realm. This means that although my realm is only in the mid-stage of the core lake realm, my actual strength can already rival that of a completion stage expert. Xiao Ming was quite delighted. The true essence water in core lake is the foundation for cultivators at this level. The more abundant and concentrated the true essence water, the greater the power of the martial arts techniques that cultivators can display. Xiao Ming could feel this intuitively. At his current mid-stage realm, he could at least perform the 5 strikes shattering heaven and earth technique. Moreover, the power of the 5 strikes shattering heaven and earth and other sword techniques would also become much stronger as his realm improved. After a moment of joy, Xiao Ming did not get up but chose to continue cultivating. This time, he was practicing the shattered yuan sword chi. With his breakthrough to the mid-stage of core lake realm, he could compress the shattered yuan sword chi into 10 pieces. The power of the shattered yuan sword chi was also extremely astonishing, and it was also one of Xiao Ming's hidden trump cards, a consumable and unpredictable sword technique. As the cultivation continued, the fluctuating spiritual energy in the room gradually calmed down. The true essence water in his body was gradually compressed, forming the shattered yuan sword chi, which Xiao Ming stored one by one in his body. 3 days later, Xiao Ming walked out of the courtyard, performed the wind spirit step, and rushed towards the square. By now, he had already completed the cultivation of the 10 pieces of shattered yuan sword chi, and they were all stored in his body. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air resounded. Xiao Ming was like an invisible gust of wind, moving at an extremely fast speed on the ground, like a ghost. Soon, Xiao Ming arrived at the sect's square. Looking around, he saw that the square was already filled with disciples of varying strengths, and in the center of the square stood a square-shaped arena. The arena was about 10 meters long and wide, and about 3 stories high, like a magnificent palace, very eye-catching. In the distance of the arena, there was also a row of empty seats, obviously reserved for the sect master Li Chongfeng and the elders. And there were more disciples coming from all directions around the square. These disciples had different appearances and varying strengths, and most of them were probably just here to watch the excitement. After all, the sect only wanted the top 3, and normal people had self-awareness, especially those who were very weak. They wouldn't dare to easily step onto the stage. If they insisted on going on stage, the only result would be defeat, and if they were more arrogant, they would lose face in front of everyone. After a while, Li Chongfeng arrived with a group of elders. Li Chongfeng looked at the sky and saw that the sun was already high in the sky, with warm sunlight pouring down, the weather was pleasant, and there was not a cloud in sight. Seeing that the time was right, Li Chongfeng waved his hand and said, "Now the grand competition begins. Any disciple with ideas can freely demonstrate their strength on the stage." Oh, by the way, Li Chongfeng suddenly remembered something and added, "There are 2 rules for the grand competition, listen carefully. First, there can be no severe injuries or loss of life on the stage. Because each and every one of you is the sect's treasure, even if you die, you cannot easily die at the hands of your own people. Second, once you are knocked off the stage or admit defeat, it is considered a defeat. The winner automatically welcomes the next challenge." After explaining the rules, let's begin. After saying that, Li Chongfeng sat down with a group of elders on the seats in the distance. Then, they eagerly watched the arena. Around the arena, the disciples looked at each other, and for a while, no one stepped onto the stage. A strange atmosphere inexplicably emerged in the air. Just as everyone hesitated, a disciple suddenly stood up. He used both his hands and feet to quickly climb onto the high platform like a monkey. Everyone quickly looked over. They saw that this person was actually wearing the clothes of a menial disciple. "My name is Guo Su, I am a menial disciple of the sect. Today, I would like to ask my senior brothers for guidance." Guo Su arched his hand towards the surroundings and then said loudly, "Which senior brother dares to fight me?" Chapter 64 Ants also have the heart to prove the Tao. Looking at the servant disciple Guo Su on the stage, everyone was shocked. Even Li Chongfeng and others who were watching from a distance were stunned. Because everyone could sense that Guo Su's cultivation level was only at the mere 6th level of body refining. What is going on? We were supposed to select the top 3 strongest disciples of the Spirit Sword Gate, so how did a servant disciple suddenly appear? Although it is said that there are no restrictions on the identity of disciples in the sect competition, and any disciple is eligible to go on stage, this is just a saying. It is impossible for a servant disciple to really dare to challenge powerful inner disciples, or even compete with true disciples, because that would be self-humiliation. However, at this moment, the servant disciple Guo Su actually went on stage. And he had a look of challenging everyone. While everyone was still in shock, Xiao Ming secretly opened the viewing function and instantly understood Guo Su's situation. After reading it, Xiao Ming was speechless. This Guo Su is very ordinary. Extremely ordinary. Ordinary to the point that there are plenty of people like him in the Spirit Sword Gate. Now, Xiao Ming was also puzzled. He originally thought that Guo Su was also a hidden genius, but he didn't expect this situation. At this moment, an inner disciple at the Origin Energy Realm couldn't help it anymore and shouted, "Guo Su, what are you doing? The sect competition is a serious occasion, and it's not something a servant disciple like you can mess around with. Get down! Get down quickly!" Other disciples also shouted one after another. Guo Su on the stage was not afraid, he just smiled and said, "My name is Guo Su, please senior brothers enlighten me. Which senior brother is willing to give me some guidance? You still won't come down? Let me teach you a lesson." The inner disciple who spoke at the beginning was slightly angry, his figure flashed, and he flew directly onto the high platform. Just as this inner disciple had just flown onto the stage, Guo Su immediately changed his expression and said in a carefree manner, "I am no match for this senior brother, I admit defeat." After speaking, Guo Su slid down along the edge of the high platform. His movements were smooth and natural, clearly planned in advance. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Guo Su to admit defeat so quickly. Come to think of it, Guo Su's strength was too weak, only at the 6th level of the body refining realm. If he didn't admit defeat against an inner disciple at the origin energy realm, the only result would be being blasted off the high platform. From this, it can be seen that Guo Su is very insightful. However, since he knew his own limitations, why did he climb onto the high platform first and challenge others? While everyone was puzzled, Xiao Ming understood. I'm afraid Guo Su didn't intend to fight other disciples from the beginning. The reason he climbed onto the high platform first was to leave an impression and increase his popularity. After all, in such a serious occasion, it is difficult for others to not pay attention to a servant disciple suddenly appearing. As it turned out, Xiao Ming guessed correctly. After Guo Su landed on the ground, a large group of servant disciples immediately surrounded him, praising him incessantly. It is estimated that they were praising his courage to stand out in such a situation. And Guo Su had a proud look on his face, his vanity greatly satisfied. As an extremely ordinary servant disciple, Guo Su had always been in a state of being ignored. Even if he died one day, it would not cause any ripples in the sect. But after the incident just now, all the servant disciples, and even many outer and inner disciples, remembered him, Guo Su. This way of gaining fame is truly unique. At this moment, many people have also realized that Guo Su just wants to gain attention through the competition. Thinking of this, some disciples also had similar thoughts. Sure enough, a lively-minded disciple who has reached the innate realm also stepped onto the stage. At Spirit Sword Gate, named disciples are somewhat special. In terms of cultivation level, named disciples are not much worse than outer disciples. The difference between the two lies in the fact that when named disciples awaken, they only awaken very ordinary abilities, or they may not even complete the awakening. Conversely, if they awaken a slightly more powerful divine ability, they can enter the outer sect and become outer disciples. If they awaken a very powerful physique like Xiao Ming and Lin Feng, and are noticed by the sect master or an elder, they can directly become inner sect or even true transmission disciples. On the high platform, this named disciple looked around and shouted loudly, "My name is Yang Song. I am a named disciple of the sect. Remember, my name is Yang Song." The inner sect disciple on the platform was slightly angry. What's going on? Just now, a servant jumped up, and now a named disciple has also come up. They dare to take risks and jump onto the high platform just to become famous. This kind of trend must be stopped. With a hint of anger, the inner sect disciple at the origin energy realm raised his hand and slapped it, and a powerful palm wind immediately swept out, causing the named disciple to vomit blood and fly out with a single palm. As the named disciple fell from the high platform, still spitting blood, he continued to advertise himself, "Remember, my name is Yang Song. I, Yang Song, am also on the stage today. Who says that ordinary disciples like us cannot appear in the sect's competition?" Eugenius disciples look down on the sect and despise everyone. But don't forget, even as ants, we also have the aspiration to achieve enlightenment. After saying that, this named disciple heavily landed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Then, his head tilted and he fainted. The people below the platform had different expressions. Some were disdainful, some were amazed, and some had complex expressions. Xiao Ming sighed and shook his head. To be honest, he also sympathized with these ordinary disciples because Xiao Ming himself was originally a very ordinary disciple. But, enlightenment cannot be achieved like this. Moreover, they are not truly achieving enlightenment, but purely seeking fame. Xiao Ming strongly disagreed with this strange behavior of getting on stage to be beaten for the sake of vanity. In Xiao Ming's opinion, if one's own conditions are average, then one should diligently cultivate and take one step at a time on their own path, instead of forcefully stepping forward for the sake of vanity and fame. Such people, even if they are given a system, will not achieve much. While Xiao Ming was contemplating, a true transmission disciple at the Core Lake realm stood up. He leaped onto the high platform. The farce should come to an end. The sect's competition is a battlefield for the strong, not a place for ordinary disciples with ulterior motives to seek fame. This true transmission disciple said in a deep voice, "My name is Wei Tong. Please enlighten me, senior brothers and sisters." After speaking, a powerful aura surged out from his body, soaring into the sky and turning into a roaring gust of wind. Feeling this powerful aura, many disciples below the platform had a sudden change in their expressions. This aura has reached the late stage of the Core Lake realm. Chapter 65 Xiao Ming appears. "Wei Tong Senior is so amazing!" exclaimed a disciple. "Yes, I heard that Wei Tong Senior was only at the Origin Energy Realm perfection 10 years ago. I didn't expect him to advance to the later stage of the Core Lake realm after 10 years, someone said. "The aura emitted by the Core Lake realm is so powerful. I wonder when I will be able to advance to this realm," said the crowd below, discussing among themselves. Meanwhile, Li Chongfeng and others in the distance shook their heads slightly. They seemed to look down on Wei Tong a little. Wei Tong took a full 10 years to advance to the later stage of the Core Lake realm. His cultivation talent can't be considered poor, but it's not outstanding either, said the elder Su Tianming. Indeed, nodded the sect master Li Chongfeng, compared to my precious disciple Xiao Ming, he is indeed far behind. After a pause, Li Chongfeng smiled and said, "I have only taken Xiao Ming as my disciple in my entire life, but with just this one disciple, he can match countless young talents within the sect." Upon hearing this, Su Tianming couldn't help but feel dissatisfied and said, "Although Xiao Ming is outstanding, my disciple Lin Feng is not inferior. Just wait and see. Lin Feng will definitely shine in this sect competition and make a name for himself." Li Chongfeng remained silent, just smiling indifferently. On the high platform, the inner disciple who had stepped onto the martial arts stage earlier saw Wei Tong coming and immediately jumped down from the high platform without saying a word. He was admitting defeat. As Wei Tong had just said, the sect competition had always been the battlefield of the strong. Not to mention him, an inner disciple at the Origin Energy Realm, even many true disciples would not dare to step onto the stage. If he continued to stay on the stage, it would be asking for trouble. After Wei Tong forced his opponent to retreat, he looked around again and said loudly, "Which senior brother is willing to come up and spar with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, a handsome figure stood up. It was Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming's body swayed slightly, turning into a gust of wind and instantly appearing on the high platform, facing Wei Tong directly. "It's you? Xiao Ming." Wei Tong was somewhat surprised as he looked Xiao Ming up and down. "You know me?" Xiao Ming was somewhat surprised. "Xiao Junior brother is the only disciple personally accepted by the sect master. Although I, Wei Tong, am ignorant, I have still heard of you," Wei Tong smiled and said. "But, although you are the sect master's disciple, you entered the sect not long ago, and your cultivation level is still..." Wei Tong hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly froze. Because he was shocked to find that Xiao Ming's aura was also at the Core Lake realm. And it was even at the mid-stage of the Core Lake realm. "You actually cultivated to the mid-stage of the Core Lake realm?" Wei Tong exclaimed in disbelief, his words breaking due to his eagerness. "You just entered the awakening pool not long ago and awakened. How did you break through to the Core Lake realm so quickly, even surpassing both the Origin Energy and Core Lake realms?" Realizing Xiao Ming's realm, Wei Tong completely lost his composure. He, Wei Tong, had spent a full 10 years to cultivate from the origin energy realm to the mid-stage of the core lake realm, thinking that he was also a young talent. However, compared to Xiao Ming, his achievements were nothing. Compared to the terrifying Xiao Ming, his cultivation speed was like that of a turtle. Not only did Wei Tong's face change, but many disciples below were also shocked when they discovered Xiao Ming's realm. I didn't see it wrong, right? Xiao Ming is actually a powerhouse at the core lake realm. A disciple subconsciously rubbed his eyes, seemingly unable to believe what he saw. The aura is so intense, reaching the sky. It is indeed the core lake realm. But I heard that Xiao Ming was just promoted from a miscellaneous disciple to a true disciple by the sect master not long ago. How long has it been? About a month. How did he advance so quickly? A monster, he is definitely a monster. I'm afraid Xiao Ming is a genius who has never appeared before, a disciple concluded. Somewhere in the crowd, Lin Feng clenched his fist secretly. He had always believed that he was not inferior to Xiao Ming, so he had been tirelessly cultivating. Finally, he condensed his core lake and advanced to the early stage of the core lake realm. I originally thought that I had caught up to Xiao Ming, but unexpectedly, Xiao Ming has still pulled ahead by a small margin. Not far away, Wang Hao, after hearing the discussions of the disciples around him, revealed a hint of excitement. I didn't expect the small spirit sword gate to have such great talent. It seems that there are many geniuses on the immortal martial continent, not just me, Wang Hao secretly exclaimed in excitement. But this is just right. With the comparison to other geniuses, my path will not be lonely. Xiao Ming didn't feel much about the shock and discussions of the disciples below. However, Li Chongfeng in the distance became proud. Xiao Ming's reputation in the sect was even greater than his own. On the high platform, Wei Tong took several deep breaths before barely suppressing his shock. Then, a strong fighting spirit surged on his face. Xiao Ming, I admit that your cultivation speed has frightened me. Perhaps you really are an extremely rare monstrous genius. However, you are only at the mid-stage of the core lake realm, while I have already reached the late stage. With a clang, Wei Tong drew the emerald green long sword at his waist. He held the sword, pointed it coldly at Xiao Ming, and said, "Today, let me experience the methods of the talented Xiao." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Tong stomped heavily on the high platform, rushing forward like a cannonball with a violent gust of wind. At the same time, the long sword in his hand swung wildly, slashing out numerous dense green sword auras. The sword auras filled the sky, and the intense wood spiritual energy swept out like a tide. At this moment, the flowers, grass, and trees around the square suddenly brightened. Facing the attacking sword auras, Xiao Ming smiled faintly, twisted his foot, and disappeared on the spot. Earth-ranked body technique, wind spirit step. Xiao Ming's disappearance was sudden, causing Wei Tong to lose his target of attack in an instant, leaving him stunned. Just then, a fist radiating dazzling light suddenly appeared behind Wei Tong. The fist was as large as a basin and exuded a strong great river sword intent. Not good. Xiao Ming is attacking me from behind. Wei Tong inwardly exclaimed in alarm and instinctively defended with his sword. However, it was already too late. Boom! The powerful fist, carrying a domineering sword intent, heavily hit Wei Tong's back before he could turn around, sending him flying far away. But it didn't end there. While Wei Tong was still in mid-air, Xiao Ming, whose figure had become somewhat blurry, followed closely like a gust of wind and unleashed another fist strike. Followed by the second, third, fourth. The fifth strike. Xiao Ming unleashed 5 consecutive fists imbued with the powerful Great River Sword intent. After the 5 strikes, Wei Tong's clothes were completely torn apart, and his body showed signs of bloodstains and bruises. More importantly, he didn't even have a chance to resist before receiving such a heavy blow. His body uncontrollably crashed down towards the high platform. With a loud bang, Wei Tong fell off the high platform and crashed heavily onto the ground, raising a choking cloud of dust. After Wei Tong landed, the gust of wind on the high platform slowly dissipated, revealing Xiao Ming's figure. Standing on the high platform, Xiao Ming stood with his hands behind his back, coldly looking around. Below the platform, silence fell, and not even a bird chirped. Wei Tong senior brother, actually lost. A disciple swallowed his saliva and said in astonishment. Yes, Wei Tong lost. But Wei Tong is at the late stage of the core lake realm, one small realm higher than Xiao Ming. Being one small realm higher is not considered high, someone said softly. Geniuses like Xiao Ming usually have the ability to challenge higher realms, otherwise, they wouldn't be considered geniuses. And, have you noticed that Senior Xiao didn't draw his sword from beginning to end? He only used his fists to strike Wei Tong. This shows that Senior Xiao hasn't even used his full strength. Chapter 66 Fight against Lin Feng. Xiao Ming paid no attention to the discussions of the crowd below. Instead, he looked around and his gaze met Lin Feng's. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with fiery determination and a strong desire for battle. Then, he swiftly moved through the air and landed steadily on the high platform. Senior Xiao, I've wanted to spar with you for a long time, Lin Feng said with a smile, carrying a fiery red long sword on his back. Today, during the grand competition, we can have a good fight. I have the same intention, Xiao Ming replied. Xiao Ming also smiled. Then, the two of them stopped talking and stared at each other with a serious expression. For a moment, silence fell upon the high platform. But when the crowd below saw Lin Feng step onto the stage, they were all shocked. This is Lin Feng, the waste from our sect. What waste? Lin Feng is a disciple of the elder Su Jianming, and he even had a fiery battle with Su Jin. He's a well-known figure in our sect, someone retorted. More importantly, Lin Feng has already reached the early stage of the core lake realm. He's no longer a waste. Hey? Lin Feng's aura is also so terrifying. He really is in the core lake realm. When did he advance and how did he cultivate so quickly? At this moment, someone next to them said, even if Lin Feng has shed the title of waste and has formidable strength, I'm afraid he's still no match for Senior Xiao. That's right. Even Wei Tong, who is in the later stage, was defeated by Senior Xiao. In my opinion, Lin Feng is definitely not Senior Xiao's opponent. Who says he isn't? The discussions below once again filled the air, mostly expressing doubt about Lin Feng and support for Xiao Ming. On the high platform, Lin Feng was not affected by these chaotic voices. After locking eyes with Xiao Ming for a moment, a blazing fire suddenly surged from his body. In the next moment, both Lin Feng and Xiao Ming moved at the same time. Swish! Lin Feng turned into a streak of fire, carrying a powerful force as he charged towards Xiao Ming, while Xiao Ming transformed into a gust of wind and shot towards Lin Feng. The speed of the two was extremely fast, like two ferocious beasts colliding fiercely. Bang! 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 Boom! Boom! Their figures were extremely blurry, moving rapidly on the high platform, making it impossible for others to see what they were doing. Only the sound of dense blows hitting their bodies could be heard, like raindrops falling. Neither of them drew their swords, relying solely on the power of their bodies to fight. Bang! Another low sound echoed. The gust of wind and the firelight disappeared at the same time, and Xiao Ming and Lin Feng separated from each other, creating distance once again. After retreating more than 10 steps, Xiao Ming smiled and said, "You're quite good. Your powerful fire-based strength is quite domineering. If it were an ordinary mid-stage core lake realm cultivator, they would have already been burned by your fire power. Senior Xiao is too kind. Your strength is stronger than mine, and I have to admit that," Lin Feng replied. Lin Feng rubbed his sore fists and arms, his expression becoming more serious. In the previous fight, he clearly felt that Xiao Ming's strength was even more formidable, as evidenced by their final clash. Xiao Ming only retreated a dozen steps, while he himself retreated nearly 30 steps. In terms of pure strength, he was no match for Xiao Ming. But the strength of a martial artist depends more on the power of their martial techniques. Senior Xiao, I will take this seriously. Lin Feng shouted lowly, then drew the fiery red longsword from his back. As soon as the longsword appeared, a wave of scorching fire spread like a tide. At this moment, the temperature on the high platform rose by more than 10 degrees out of thin air. Xiao Ming didn't dare to be careless and also drew out his Fury Thunder Sword. As the Fury Thunder Sword appeared, thin blue electric arcs emerged on the stage, jumping and covering Xiao Ming's entire body. One is fire-based, the other is thunder-based. Both of these powers are known for their dominance and immense destructive power. Now, it's a matter of who can prevail. Lin Feng, both of us are exceptional martial artists. Let's determine the outcome with one move. Xiao Ming twirled his Fury Thunder Sword and said calmly. All right. Xiao Senior, be prepared. I won't hold back. Lin Feng shouted lightly, immediately raising his flame-devouring sword. Swish! The flame-devouring sword spewed out a torrent of flames, rushing towards the sky and causing the sun in the sky to react. After being influenced by Lin Feng, all the sunlight within a radius of 1,000 kilometers seemed to be attracted and rushed madly towards him. As the light disappeared, the entire square suddenly dimmed, as if entering a twilight state. Then, amidst the astonished gazes, the blazing sun rays in Lin Feng's hand formed a thick pillar of fire that pierced through the sky. The thick pillar of fire connected Lin Feng and the sky, appearing like a pillar supporting the heavens on the high platform. Extremely dazzling and eye-catching. Some disciples below with low strength didn't even dare to look directly at the pillar of fire because the power it emitted was too terrifying. Just a glance could potentially burn their eyes. Seeing that Lin Feng could display such a terrifying sword technique, the disciples below were dumbfounded. This, Lin Feng is only at the early stage of the core lake realm, right? How can his sword technique be so terrifying? I don't know, could it be that Lin Feng has cultivated some powerful technique? The power emitted by this pillar of fire is too astonishing. I'm afraid that even a peak core lake realm expert could be defeated with just one sword strike. So powerful? Then it's over, Xiao Senior doesn't have a certain victory anymore. You can't say that. Don't forget, Xiao Senior hasn't used his full strength yet. While everyone was discussing, in the distance, Su Tianming was the first to stand up from his seat, looking at Lin Feng on the high platform with astonishment and admiration. Truly my good disciple, Lin Feng's displayed sword technique is unexpectedly so amazing. Su Tianming's face was full of pride. He exhaled a breath of impure air and said proudly, with Lin Feng's strength, he will definitely have a place in the top 3 of this competition. Moreover, it's not impossible for him to take first place in the competition. After speaking, Su Tianming provocatively glanced at Li Chongfeng beside him. Li Chongfeng didn't say anything but had a serious expression. He could intuitively feel that Lin Feng's move was indeed powerful. Perhaps even a peak core lake realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. Xiao Ming is in danger. On the high platform, Lin Feng controlled the thick pillar of fire and then swung it fiercely towards Xiao Ming. Great Sun Fire Pillar, slash! Boom! The thick Great Sun Fire Pillar, carrying a terrifying heat, tilted down like an overwhelming force, and then heavily slashed towards Xiao Ming. Wherever the pillar of fire passed, the vitality trembled, and the sound thundered. At this moment, Xiao Ming moved. A similarly thick and 100-meter-long colorful sword shadow materialized out of thin air in Xiao Ming's hand, and then, carrying an astonishing sword aura, it slashed down. Great Sun Fire Pillar vs. Colorful Sword Shadow. Two terrifying sword techniques were about to collide. Chapter 67 Genius Lin Feng, take the initiative to admit defeat. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded on the high platform. At the collision point between the great sun pillar and the colorful sword shadows, the flames mixed with the sword's power, creating a small mushroom cloud. Then, the powerful and domineering shockwaves swept out like floodwaters, raging in all directions. Under the impact of the shockwaves, the sturdy high platform was forcefully flattened by more than 3 feet, almost collapsing on the spot. The disciples watching below were even worse off. They were like withered grass in a strong wind, swaying left and right from the shockwaves. Some weaker ones were even shaken out of the square. Seeing this, the elder Xiao Ming, who was far away, acted in time. With his own powerful strength, he forcefully suppressed the astonishing shockwaves, restoring order to the chaotic scene. After the flames and sword power dissipated, everyone quickly looked towards the high platform. They saw Xiao Ming standing with his sword, still as straight as a pine tree. On the other hand, Lin Feng swayed unsteadily, as if he were drunk, and then sat down heavily. "I lost." Lin Feng slowly uttered these words, then leaped down and voluntarily left the high platform. Although he was extremely unwilling, he had to admit that he was no match for Xiao Ming. After the competition just now, Xiao Ming still had some strength left, while Lin Feng was already at his limit. If they continued fighting, Xiao Ming would only blast him off the high platform. In that case, it was better to admit defeat willingly. On the high platform, Xiao Ming silently watched as Lin Feng stepped down. In his heart, there was both the satisfaction of defeating Lin Feng, a peerless genius, and a strong sense of wariness. Lin Feng was not weak at all. After fully unleashing his power, his combat strength could even surpass that of an ordinary core Lake Realm peak expert. The reason Xiao Ming was able to win was mainly due to his cultivation technique, the 5 elements sacred body, and the enhancement of his realm. It seems that I can't underestimate these chosen ones. If given time to grow, their future achievements will still shock the world, Xiao Ming thought to himself. From this, it can be seen that if I want to suppress these geniuses, I will have to put in even more arduous efforts. In addition, with Lin Feng's explosive combat power, unless something unexpected happens, he should also be able to enter the top 3 in this sect's grand competition. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ming looked around and quietly waited for the next challenger. On the platform, after Xiao Ming's gaze swept over, the majority of disciples lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. No one dared to go up against Xiao Ming. The colorful sword shadows he displayed just now were too astonishing. The power unleashed by those sword shadows was formidable and unparalleled. Even experts at the peak of the core lake realm would not dare to directly confront them. In such a situation, who would dare to go up on the stage? Who still had the qualifications to go up on the stage? The disciples below remained silent, no one dared to speak. Only a few disciples were still itching to move. A young man with long hair tightly gripped a green steel spear, his face filled with inner conflict, seemingly wanting to go up on the stage for a challenge, but also fearing something. In the end, this young man with the spear gave up on the idea of going up on the stage for a challenge. Among the crowd, Wang Hao, also a chosen one, tightly held the dragon sparrow blade in his hand. He also wanted to go up on the stage and compete with Xiao Ming, but when he thought of Xiao Ming's performance just now, Wang Hao hesitated. After a moment, Wang Hao sighed secretly and gave up the opportunity to go on stage. Just as everyone was silent and hesitant, a young man carrying a yellow axe slowly stood out from the crowd. As soon as he stepped forward, he immediately attracted countless gazes. "It's Li Bei'er, senior brother Li!" exclaimed a disciple. Senior brother Li was the first in the last sect competition, representing our spirit sword gate in the 8 sects martial arts tournament. I knew he would definitely step forward. How strong is senior brother Li? Can he defeat senior brother Xiao? Senior brother Xiao's move just now, even a powerful expert at the core lake realm wouldn't dare to underestimate it. A new disciple curiously asked. Humph, you underestimate senior brother Li too much. Senior brother Li reached the peak of the core lake realm 2 years ago. I see. It seems we have something to look forward to in the upcoming competition. Under the gaze of countless eyes and amidst the discussions, Li Bear stomped heavily on the ground and then shot towards the high platform like a giant rock. With a loud bang, Li Bear landed heavily on the high platform, shaking it with a powerful impact. Xiao Ming held his sword with one hand and watched Li Bear on the stage with interest. Li Bear's aura was extraordinary, standing there like a massive rock, exuding a strong and heavy atmosphere. It was evident that Li Bear practiced a profound and lengthy earth-based cultivation technique. The characteristic of earth-based cultivation techniques was the ability to cultivate a strong defense and engage in battles for a long time. As long as they were on land, martial artists who practiced earth-based techniques could continuously absorb the power of the earth to support their own battles. However, earth-based martial artists also had obvious weaknesses. That was, they lacked formidable attack power. Junior brother Xiao, let me experience your skills, Li Bear said after stepping onto the stage, gripping the yellow axe and speaking in a deep voice. Although there are many disciples from Spirit Sword Gate, there are only a few that catch my attention. And you are one of them. After saying that, Li Bear's body trembled, and his peak core lake realm strength was revealed. Senior brother Li, you flatter me. I have also heard of your reputation. Xiao Ming twirled a sword flower and smiled. As the first place winner of the previous Spirit Sword Gate competition, Li Bear's reputation naturally surpassed that of ordinary disciples, and Xiao Ming had also heard of him. It was said that 10 years ago in the sect competition, Li Bear defeated other true transmission disciples with his mid-stage core lake realm strength and won first place. Then, he participated in the 8 sects martial arts tournament with 2 other disciples. The result was being defeated with a single move. From these events, it could be seen that Li Bear might dominate within Spirit Sword Gate, but when encountering strong practitioners from other sects in the outside world, his weakness and strength was exposed. In addition, it had been 10 years since the last sect competition, and it took Li Bear a full 10 years to progress from the mid-stage to the peak of the core lake realm. This cultivation speed was a bit slow. Li Bear was not a genius, just slightly more formidable than ordinary disciples. While pondering, Li Bear slowly said, Junior brother Xiao, show me what you're capable of. Even if it's the colorful sword shadows from earlier, I'll face them head-on. After saying that, Li Bear shouted loudly, and a dazzling yellow light burst out from his body. The light converged and formed a thick yellow shield around Li Bear. The shield was like a giant turtle shell, firmly protecting Li Bear within it. Chapter 68, First place in the Zhongmen Grand Competition. Seeing this situation, Xiao Ming was slightly stunned. What kind of situation is this? Li Bear displayed a protective shield that looked like a turtle shell, preparing to passively endure the attacks. But after a moment of thought, Xiao Ming suddenly understood. Li Bear practiced earth-based martial arts, and this type of martial arts excelled in defense and enduring combat power. It was quite obvious. Li Bear wanted to use his advantage to deplete Xiao Ming's true energy, and then launch a counterattack. It must be said. Li Bear's combat experience was also very rich, at least knowing how to use his advantage to defeat the enemy. Senior brother Li, then I'll have to offend you. Xiao Ming said, then his figure flashed and turned into a swift wind, shooting towards Li Bear. While still in mid-air, Xiao Ming swung his furious thunder sword repeatedly, slashing out a colorful sword energy accompanied by lightning. This sword energy took the shape of a crescent moon, which was one of Xiao Ming's sword techniques, the shattered moon slash. But that's not all. Xiao Ming flicked his sleeve and threw out 3 broken Yuan sword waves. The original size of the sword waves was very small, but as soon as they appeared, they grew in the wind. Instantly, they formed large sword waves over 1 meter long, attacking Li Bailey from different directions in a cross shape. Bang! The shattered moon slash hit Li Bailey's protective shield, but it was like hitting a stick against a city wall, without any effect. Boom boom boom! After the shattered moon slash, the three large broken Yuan sword waves simultaneously hit the yellow protective shield, causing the powerful sword waves to shake and flicker with spiritual light. However, the protective shield only trembled a few times before becoming completely stable. Seeing this, Xiao Ming furrowed his brows slightly. Li Bailey's protective shield was even stronger than he had imagined. Xiao Ming originally thought that even if his attacks couldn't break the protective shield, they could at least create some cracks. But unexpectedly, even with three sword waves attacking together, they couldn't do anything to Li Bailey. Xiao Junior brother, keep coming, I can still withstand it. Li Bailey's low shout came from inside the protective shield. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming no longer hesitated and immediately displayed the complete version of the Great River Sword intent. With a wave of his furious thunder sword in the void, an illusory river composed of countless sword energies instantly formed. The river surged endlessly, appearing both real and illusory, with dazzling sword radiance. Slash! Xiao Ming shouted angrily. The Great River Sword intent was instantly pulled, like a flood, rushing towards Li Bailey mightily. In the blink of an eye, the river composed of countless sword energies completely engulfed Li Bailey. Li Bailey's yellow protective shield was like a solid rock in the flood, standing firm, but also being washed by countless sword energies. Boom boom boom! A series of muffled explosions sounded one after another. Under the wash of the sword energy river, Li Bailey's protective shield trembled uncontrollably. The surface of the shield flickered with spiritual light and began to dim at a visible speed. After about a minute, boom! The yellow protective shield could no longer withstand the wash of the sword energy river and burst open with a loud sound. At the same time as the protective shield burst, a earth-yellow axe shadow emerged, cutting through the waves and creating a wide path in the sword energy river with its powerful momentum. And its momentum didn't diminish, carrying a heavy axe force as it fiercely chopped towards Xiao Ming. Good timing! Xiao Ming lightly shouted, raising the hand holding the furious thunder sword high, and then slashing down. Crash! In that instant, the 5 elements of spiritual energy within a radius of several hundred meters all rushed towards Xiao Ming, forming a 100-meter sword shadow emitting colorful light in front of him. The sword shadow was majestic, like a heavenly sword descending, fiercely crashing into Li Bailey's axe shadow. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion resounded. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless disciples in the audience, Li Bailey's illusory axe blade only lasted for a moment before being shattered by Xiao Ming's 100-meter sword shadow. After shattering the illusory axe blade, the 100-meter sword shadow continued to slash forward. At this moment, Xiao Ming saw the panic on Li Bailey's face. Li Bailey seemed to have never expected his attack to be so weak. Caught off guard, he could only raise the large axe in his hand and hold it horizontally in front of his chest. The 100-meter sword shadow flashed by, engulfing Li Bailey once again with its immense sword aura. When the sword shadow dissipated, the high platform was already in ruins. Li Bailey lowered his head and looked at his large axe. He saw that under the bombardment of the sword shadow just now, his weapon had completely shattered, leaving only half of the axe handle in his hand. Then he looked at his chest. There was a deep and visible sword scar on his chest, and thick blood gushed out from the wound. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a bloodied figure. Xiao Junior brother, you are formidable. I have lost. Li Bailey chuckled miserably, then his head tilted and he fell straight down from the high platform. Disciples quickly rushed forward and caught the falling Li Bailey, but at this moment, Li Bailey had already fainted and his whole body was covered in blood. After defeating Li Bailey with a single sword strike, Xiao Ming held his sword with one hand and coldly looked at the many disciples below the platform. Is there anyone else who wants to come up and compete? I, Xiao Ming, will accompany you to the end. Xiao Ming's voice resounded like a gust of wind in the square. Below the high platform, the disciples fell into a silent silence. Even Li Bailey, who had long been famous, had been defeated. Li Bailey was not weak. As the first place in the previous grand competition, Li Bailey had enough strength to dominate all the sect disciples. Although he performed poorly in the 8 sects martial arts tournament, in the Spirit Sword Gate, Li Bailey was recognized as the strongest disciple. This title of the strongest disciple was earned by Li Bailey with his strength, not just an empty name. However, even so, Li Bailey was still defeated by the newcomer Xiao Ming and was not only forced off the stage but also suffered heavy injuries. Realizing Xiao Ming's strength, the disciples who were originally somewhat dissatisfied with Xiao Ming all fell silent one by one. The Spirit Sword Gate is going to change. An old disciple sighed and said softly. Even senior brother Li was defeated. Xiao Ming, junior brother Xiao, is so strong. He truly deserves to be the direct disciple personally accepted by the sect master. Now that even Li Bailey has been defeated, who dares to go on stage and humiliate themselves? In my opinion, the first place in this sect competition undoubtedly belongs to junior brother Xiao. The disciples below the stage started discussing again. In their gazes towards Xiao Ming, there was a mixture of admiration and reverence. At this moment, Xiao Ming had already used his formidable strength to awe the majority of the disciples. Although disciples like Lin Feng were still unwilling, they had to admit Xiao Ming's strength. In the distance, the sect master Li Chongfeng became excited. Xiao Ming had made a big splash, and as his master, Li Changfeng's face also shone. Is there no disciple who wants to challenge Xiao Ming? Li Chongfeng stood up from his seat and called out loudly. There was silence in the square, and no disciple spoke. If no one continues to challenge, then I, as the sect master, now announce that in this sect competition, Xiao Ming has taken the lead and is the first place. The square remained silent, and the disciples still didn't speak. After a moment, an old disciple slowly said, "We admire and congratulate junior brother Xiao for becoming the first place in the competition." This congratulatory voice was like a signal, and other disciples also started to cheer. "We admire and congratulate junior brother Xiao for becoming the first place in the competition. Junior brother Xiao is amazing. Junior brother Xiao is so powerful, he will strengthen our Spirit Sword Gate. Junior brother Xiao, you're amazing." Among the crowd, Lin Feng could only helplessly offer his congratulations, while also admitting defeat. Junior brother Xiao is indeed formidable, I also admire him. Wang Hao's voice was soft, and his gaze towards Xiao Ming was filled with fervor. Chapter 69 Obtain a generous reward, Hu Yunxi favorability plus 20. Voices of praise and compliments resounded all around. Xiao Ming had no reaction yet, but Li Chongfeng burst into laughter. He looked triumphantly at Su Tianming beside him. Su Tianming snorted coldly, seemingly unwilling to accept it, but also helpless. Seeing Su Tianming being defeated, Li Chongfeng became even happier. Clearing his throat, Li Chongfeng loudly announced, "Xiao Ming has won first place in this competition. According to the rules of the sect, the first place winner will receive a large reward. Xiao Ming, come here and prepare to receive your reward." "Yes, sect master." Xiao Ming responded and leaped down from the platform, arriving in front of Li Chongfeng. Li Chongfeng first patted Xiao Ming's shoulder with satisfaction, then said, "As the sect master, I will grant you 10,000-year spirit medicines, 50 middle-grade pills, and 30,000 low-grade elemental stones." After saying that, Li Chongfeng turned his head and asked, "Elder Zhou, who is in charge of managing the sect's resources, where are you?" "I'm here." Elder Zhou, who looked middle-aged, stood up. "Elder Zhou, I'll trouble you to take Xiao Ming to the treasure vault to receive his reward." Li Chongfeng said with a smile. "All right." Elder Zhou nodded, then looked at Xiao Ming and said, "Xiao Ming, come with me." Xiao Ming nodded slightly and followed Elder Zhou towards the sect's treasure vault. On the square, the disciples all showed extremely envious expressions upon hearing about such a generous reward. Such immense wealth was enough to make any disciple instantly rich. With so many resources, Xiao Ming could cultivate for a long time. However, despite their envy, no one felt jealous. This wealth was won by Xiao Ming through his outstanding strength, and everyone acknowledged and respected that. In the world of cultivation, strength is respected. Powerful cultivators can obtain a large amount of cultivation resources, while weaker ones can only watch with envy. However, Su Tianming and the other elders were stunned, their faces showing surprise. Sect Master, isn't the reward you gave Xiao Ming too generous? One elder whispered, those elemental stones and pills are one thing, but according to the sect's rules, the first place winner of the sect competition can only receive a maximum of 5-10,000 year spirit medicines. You gave him 10. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng's eyes widened. Are you saying that I am abusing my power for personal gain? No, I didn't mean that. Whether you meant it or not, I'm telling you, I am indeed abusing my power for personal gain. Li Changfeng waved his hand and said, if your disciple were the first place winner of the sect competition, I could also give him 10,000 year spirit medicines. Unfortunately, you don't have a disciple. Even if you did, they would never be as outstanding as Xiao Ming. On the other side, Xiao Ming followed Elder Zhou to the sect's treasure vault. After receiving a large amount of cultivation resources, Xiao Ming returned to his own courtyard. He was no longer interested in the subsequent sect competition. For Xiao Ming, it didn't matter who would win second or third place in the competition. After all, they wouldn't be able to affect him. However, Xiao Ming speculated that, barring any accidents, the second and third places would most likely be Lin Feng and Wang Hao. Both of them were chosen by destiny, and although their cultivation levels were slightly lower, their actual combat power was extremely formidable. They were capable of challenging opponents of higher realms and astonishing everyone. The true disciples of the Spirit Sword Gate were not particularly outstanding, so they should not be their opponents. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Ming returned to his residence and saw Hu Yunxi. Young master, you. The competition is over, and I won first place. Xiao Ming said concisely. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Upon hearing this, Hu Yunxi immediately cheered and jumped with joy. I knew the young master was the most powerful. None of the other disciples can match you. Hu Yunxi exclaimed excitedly, waving her small white fists vigorously. Xiao Ming smiled and took out some elixirs and several thousand-year-old spiritual herbs from his ring, handing them all to Hu Yunxi. You, young master, what are these for? These are part of the rewards given to me by the sect, Xiao Ming explained. Now that you have also embarked on the path of cultivation, you are in great need of cultivation resources. With these things, your cultivation speed will greatly improve. Young master, Hu Yunxi hesitated to speak. No need to say anything else, Xiao Ming waved his hand and said, just use these resources with peace of mind. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll go back to my room first. With that, Xiao Ming returned to his own room and closed the door. In the courtyard, Hu Yunxi's expression was complicated, with a mix of joy and gratitude in her eyes. Young master, actually, I don't need these resources, Hu Yunxi muttered at the corner of her mouth. Because the energy seed in my body contains boundless power, inexhaustible and inexhaustible. But being cared for by someone feels wonderful. Young master, thank you. At the same time, in Xiao Ming's room, he suddenly received a notification sound from the system. The host has moved Hu Yunxi's favorability plus 20. Hey? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Ming suddenly became spirited. Just by giving Hu Yunxi some cultivation resources, he gained so much favorability. This was an unexpected joy. With the newly gained 20 favorability points, Yunxi's favorability towards him had accumulated to 90 points. And the maximum favorability was only 100 points. In other words, with a little more effort, Xiao Ming could max out Yunxi's favorability. After Yunxi's favorability reaches 90 points, I wonder what kind of changes it will bring me. As he spoke, Xiao Ming focused his attention and began to examine his own condition. He had just felt that something was off with himself. Countless cells in his body were craving energy replenishment as if they hadn't eaten for 3 days. Under the influence of this state, the surrounding spiritual energy of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth surged towards Xiao Ming like tides. And that was why Xiao Ming immediately returned to his room. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming crossed his legs and took out all the cultivation resources from his ring, then began to swallow them one by one. A pill of middle-grade earth-ranked elixir was swallowed by Xiao Ming and quickly decomposed and refined, turning into surging medicinal power absorbed by his cells. Then came the second, the third. By the time he had refined all the dozens of elixirs he had obtained, Xiao Ming became even more hungry and thirsty. The medicinal power of those elixirs was still not enough. He needed to swallow more cultivation resources. Without a second thought, Xiao Ming picked up a 3,000-year-old spiritual herb, tilted his head back, and began to chew and refine it. The energy contained in a 3,000-year-old spiritual herb was extremely abundant. As the medicinal power entered his body, his cells immediately cheered and jumped with joy. This feeling was like a torrential rain pouring down in a dry desert. A long-awaited relief. Xiao Ming faintly felt that if he continued to consume like this, he was very likely to further advance to the later stage of the Core Lake realm. This feeling made Xiao Ming both delighted and slightly puzzled. I just recently broke through to the mid-stage of the Core Lake realm. According to reason, I shouldn't be able to break through again so soon. Could it be that I am influenced by Yunxi's luck? Chapter 70 Promoted to the late stage of Core Lake. The 6th level of sword art. The more Xiao Ming thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Because his luck was average, according to reason, he shouldn't have advanced so quickly again. The only uncertain factor was Yunxi. After all, Yunxi's fondness for him was not insignificant and had already greatly influenced his cultivation progress. Whether it's influenced by Yunxi's luck or not, the signs of another breakthrough are still a good thing. Forget it, let's continue cultivating. Xiao Ming shook his head, cleared his mind of cluttered thoughts, and began to focus his energy on refining the surging medicinal power within his body. Half a day later. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. Xiao Ming opened his eyes, temporarily interrupting his cultivation, and asked, "What's the matter?" "Young master, someone from the sect just came," Yunxi's voice came from outside the door. The sect's people said that the grand competition has ended. Oh! Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who came in second and third place?" "There is no second or third place," Yunxi explained. According to the sect's people, after Lin Feng and Wang Hao defeated the other disciples, they had a fierce battle and ended up in a draw. They are tied for second place. But because they took the second place, there was no further competition, and the grand competition ended as a result. After a pause, Yunxi continued, "The sect's people also said that in half a month, Sect Master Li Chongfeng will take the 3 of you to participate in the 8 sects martial arts assembly at the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect. Use this half-month to prepare." "Okay, I understand," Xiao Ming nodded slightly, then sensed that Yunxi hadn't left and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Young master." Yunxi hesitated outside the door and said softly, "When we go to the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect, can I accompany you? I have no friends at the Spirit Sword Gate, and I don't want to be separated from you." "Of course." "Really? Young master is so kind, thank you, young master." Yunxi suddenly cheered and happily left Xiao Ming's room humming a tune. Inside the room, Xiao Ming smiled faintly and then continued to focus on his intense cultivation. After refining a 3,000-year-old spiritual medicine, he clearly felt a significant loosening of his realm. The true essence in his body surged and rapidly advanced towards the late stage of the core lake realm. In the following time, Xiao Ming paid no attention to the outside world and devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. Time passed slowly. 10 days had passed. On this day, Xiao Ming suddenly opened his eyes, 2 thick and colorful sword auras burst out from his eyes, and at the same time, a powerful pressure surged out from within his body. The pressure was like a storm, shaking the entire room, almost causing it to collapse. Late stage of the core lake realm. Feeling his own changes, Xiao Ming fiercely waved his fist. After 10 days of diligent cultivation, he finally made further progress and reached the late stage of the core lake realm. Opening the attribute panel of his life script, his information appeared before his eyes. Host, Xiao Ming. Realm, late stage of the core lake realm. Destiny, extraordinary luck, yellow, temporary luck. Physique, 5 elements sacred body, extreme sacred body. Main cultivation technique, 5th level of the Imperial shocking heaven sword art, heavenly rank. Body technique, wind spirit step, earth rank. Weapon, furious thunder sword, earth rank. Martial skills, 100 shadow crazed slash, shattered moon slash, sword control technique, shattered yuan sword chi, Qingyunke, minor completion. Special martial skill, core lake realm great river sword intent, perfection. Storage artifact, ink void ring. Life script, the host killed Zhengjian, devoured his yellow luck, and was influenced by Hu Yunxi's heaven-defying luck, resulting in a certain degree of change in his own destiny. Recent opportunities, the host has been influenced by Hu Yunxi's heaven-defying luck, increasing his luck and easily obtaining extraordinary opportunities. After reading his own information, Xiao Ming casually closed it. However, he did not stop cultivating. Because after advancing to the later stage, he would be able to cultivate the 6th level of the Emperor level Shocking Heaven Sword Art. The Emperor level Shocking Heaven Sword Art has a total of 12 levels, and each major realm can cultivate 2 levels. More accurately, the early and middle stages can cultivate 1 level, and the later stage and perfection can also cultivate 1 level. At this moment, Xiao Ming has already reached the later stage of the core lake realm, meeting the conditions for cultivating the 6th level. He wasted no time. Taking out the sword technique manual from his bosom, Xiao Ming pressed it with one hand and mobilized his true essence to pour into it. As the majestic true essence poured in, the pages of the 6th level manual slowly softened. Then, Xiao Ming gently opened it. The cultivation method of the 6th level was presented before Xiao Ming's eyes. After carefully reading it, Xiao Ming discovered that besides opening up more meridians for cultivation and improving the concentration of true essence, the remaining content was about the sword technique Qingyunke. The 6th level of the sword technique can cultivate Qingyunke to the state of completion. Once completed, the Qingyunke at the state of completion would manifest a massive sword shadow that extended up to 200 meters. At that time, the sword's might would be more than twice as powerful as before. On the 6th level of the sword technique, there was also a sentence. If the younger generation of the core lake realm can successfully cultivate the 6th level of the sword technique, then they can also kill the divine sea realm. Xiao Ming was amazed by this sentence. Without a doubt, this sentence was written by the Spirit Sword Emperor. This sentence not only expressed the Spirit Sword Emperor's confidence, but also fully demonstrated the power of the 6th level of the sword technique. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ming suppressed his excitement and anticipation. After his emotions completely calmed down, he began to cultivate the 6th level of the sword technique according to the instructions on the pages. Time passed bit by bit. Xiao Ming once again immersed himself in intensive cultivation. One day later, Xiao Ming walked out of the room. He had successfully cultivated the 6th level of the sword technique. not only opening up more meridians and improving the concentration of true essence, but also reaching the state of completion in Qingyunke. With my current strength, I have no fear even when encountering an early-stage Divine Sea Realm expert, and I can even easily counter-kill them. Even if it's a mid-stage Divine Sea Realm expert, I can still fight them head-on. As Xiao Ming pondered in secret, he raised his head and looked towards the direction of the sect's ancestral hall. I have cultivated to the 6th level of the sword technique. I wonder if I can activate the Heavenly Guardian Sword. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ming began to operate the sword technique, hoping to attract the attention of the Heavenly Guardian Sword. As the sword technique operated, a special energy fluctuation emanated from Xiao Ming's body, like a tide, spreading towards the direction of the sect's ancestral hall. At the same time, inside the ancestral hall of the Spirit Sword Gate, the previously quiet Heavenly Guardian Sword began to tremble madly as if it had been summoned. Its dark golden sword body emitted a dazzling light, instantly enveloping the entire hall. The sword radiance was majestic and dazzling, piercing through the sky. Chapter 71 Summon the Heavenly Guardian Sword. Swish! A dark golden sword-shaped beam of light pierced through the roof of the ancestral hall, shooting straight into the sky. This is the Heavenly Guardian Sword's automatic release of its soaring sword chi. The sword chi exudes a formidable sword aura, majestic and powerful, spreading outwards like a tide. The sudden anomaly in the ancestral hall has already alarmed the entire Spirit Sword Gate. At this moment, countless disciples stared in astonishment at the sword-shaped beam of light in the direction of the ancestral hall, each showing a surprised expression. What's going on? Why is there suddenly soaring sword chi in the ancestral hall? A disciple asked subconsciously. I don't know. The ancestral hall is a sacred place of the sect. Disciples like us can't even get close. Wait, is that the direction of the ancestral hall? A disciple thought of something and exclaimed, the Heavenly Guardian Sword, the sect's sect-defining sword, is enshrined in the ancestral hall. Could this sword chi be emitted by the Heavenly Guardian Sword? Where is the sect master? Where did the sect master go? While the disciples were discussing, Sect Master Li Chongfeng had already rushed to the ancestral hall with a group of elders at the fastest speed. What's going on? How did the Heavenly Guardian Sword cause trouble again? Li Chongfeng said with a hint of anger. The elders looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. While they were puzzled, the elders also felt a strong sense of confusion. During this period of time, the Heavenly Guardian Sword had caused quite a stir, occasionally emitting a powerful sword intent, as if it had been stimulated by something. This was extremely rare in the Spirit Sword Gate. Since the Spirit Sword Gate was founded by the Sword Emperor and he disappeared, the Heavenly Guardian Sword had been in a state of dormancy. For so many years, it had been like a lifeless piece of wood, quietly placed in the ancestral hall. Who would have thought that recently, the Heavenly Guardian Sword had become very active, and the disturbances it caused were getting bigger and bigger. Sect Master, the most important thing now is to reinforce the seal as soon as possible, the elder guarding the ancestral hall quickly said. I can clearly sense that the reaction of the Heavenly Guardian Sword this time is extraordinary. If we don't continue to reinforce the seal, it is highly likely that it will break through the previous seal and escape. What? Upon hearing this, Li Chongfeng was greatly shocked. The other elders also had astonished expressions on their faces, followed by a serious look. We must not let the Heavenly Guardian Sword escape. Li Chongfeng said solemnly, the Heavenly Guardian Sword is not only a symbol of the sect's heritage, but also the most powerful sect-defining sword of our Spirit Sword Gate. If we lose the Heavenly Guardian Sword, our Spirit Sword Gate's strength will directly plummet by half. To some extent, the Heavenly Guardian Sword can even affect the life and death of our Spirit Sword Gate. What are we waiting for? Everyone, quickly take action and reinforce the seal. Elder Su Tianming said urgently. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chongfeng and the other elders simultaneously attacked the excited Heavenly Guardian Sword with sealing techniques. But as each sealing technique was cast onto the Heavenly Guardian Sword, instead of quieting down, the Heavenly Guardian Sword became even more violent. It seemed to be provoked, emitting an even more dazzling dark golden sword radiance. The sword radiance was extremely sharp, and it actually launched an attack on Li Chongfeng and the others. Clang clang! The sword radiance swept past, forcefully knocking Li Chongfeng and the others far away. The Heavenly Guardian Sword is angry, it's angry. Li Chongfeng muttered, even more puzzled and confused. What did the Heavenly Guardian Sword sense? Why did it suddenly burst out with such a temper? No one answered him because the other elders were also unclear about what had happened. At this moment, an elder suddenly thought of something bold and blurted out, "Do you think that the Heavenly Guardian Sword sensed the aura of our sect's founding ancestor, the Spirit Sword Emperor, and that's why it suddenly unleashed such a powerful force that even we couldn't suppress it?" As soon as these words were spoken, Li Chongfeng and the others widened their eyes. That shouldn't be possible, the elder Xiao Ming hesitated. The Spirit Sword Emperor has been missing for hundreds of years. After so many years, it's likely that the situation is more bad than good. But if it has nothing to do with the Spirit Sword Emperor, why would the Heavenly Guardian Sword react so strongly? Li Chongfeng asked himself and answered, "You should know that the Heavenly Guardian Sword is notorious for being unruly and difficult to tame, let alone be moved. For so many years, every generation of sect masters of the Spirit Sword Gate has wanted to tame the Heavenly Guardian Sword for their own use, but without exception, they were rejected and even attacked. Even I, the current sect master, have been attacked by the Heavenly Guardian Sword several times. Helpless, I gave up on the idea of taming it." Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, the elders fell silent once again. After a moment, another elder thought of something and said, "I remember there was a rumor in the sect that before the Spirit Sword Emperor left the sect, he hid his legacy somewhere within the section. As long as one obtains this legacy, they can activate the Heavenly Guardian Sword and even gain its recognition. Am I right? What are you trying to say?" Li Chongfeng frowned and asked. The elder thought for a moment and said, "What I'm trying to say is it possible that someone has obtained the Spirit Sword Emperor's legacy? That's why the Heavenly Guardian Sword has been causing a series of disturbances again and again." Upon hearing this, Li Chongfeng nodded at first, then shook his head. The Spirit Sword Emperor did indeed leave behind his legacy, but it's not so easy to obtain. Li Chongfeng said, "In these hundreds of years, countless elders, disciples, and even successive sect masters have turned the Spirit Sword Gate upside down and dug 3 feet into the ground, but they haven't found any legacy. So, your idea is not practical." While they were speaking, the Heavenly Guardian Sword suddenly emitted a series of piercing sword cries. Then, under the astonished gaze of Li Chongfeng and the others, the Heavenly Guardian Sword burst out with an extremely powerful sword aura, tearing apart many seals on its surface as if they were nothing. Clang! The Heavenly Guardian Sword broke free and emitted a joyful sword cry. Accompanied by the sound of the liberated sword, the Heavenly Guardian Sword shot up like lightning, instantly piercing through the roof and flying into the sky. After circling in the sky for a while, the Heavenly Guardian Sword seemed to have found a target and directly transformed into a dark golden sword light, shooting towards that direction. "The Heavenly Guardian Sword is flying away!" an elder exclaimed, looking up at the sky. "Quick, chase after it!" Li Chongfeng said anxiously, "If we let the Heavenly Guardian Sword escape, we will all be guilty of the Spirit Sword Gate." "Yes, yes, let's chase after it and bring back the Heavenly Guardian Sword." Li Chongfeng and the elders also took off, rushing towards the flying Heavenly Guardian Sword. However, after flying for a while, they suddenly stopped in astonishment. Because Li Chongfeng and the others discovered that the Heavenly Guardian Sword had not flown out of the Spirit Sword Gate, but had come to the residence of the true disciples. More precisely, it had come to the sky above a small courtyard. After stopping in the sky above the courtyard, the Heavenly Guardian Sword remained motionless, looking as if it was waiting to be picked. This courtyard seems to be Xiao Ming's residence. The elder Xiao Ming furrowed his brow and said in confusion, "How did the heavenly guardian sword come here?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something, his eyes widened, and he muttered, "Could it be that Xiao Ming summoned the heavenly guardian sword?" Chapter 72 Conquering the Heavenly Guardian Sword. The sect was shocked. After Xiao Ming finished speaking, he shook his head and argued with himself, "Impossible, this is impossible. How could Xiao Ming, with his limited strength, summon the heavenly guardian sword?" "I also think it's impossible," Li Chongfeng said slowly, "although Xiao Ming's performance is outstanding, the heavenly guardian sword is extraordinary and not easily summoned." "But why did the heavenly guardian sword fly here?" an elder asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Li Chongfeng and the others shook their heads. They were all puzzled. At this moment, the heavenly guardian sword floated silently above Xiao Ming's courtyard, emitting waves of dark golden sword aura. The sword aura was dazzling and piercing to the eyes, like a miniature sun rising. Countless disciples witnessed this miraculous scene. They came running out, filled with curiosity and astonishment, and gathered at Xiao Ming's residence. The powerful disciples flew directly through the air, while the weaker ones climbed up nearby trees or jumped over Xiao Ming's wall. They all marveled at the heavenly guardian sword radiating golden sword aura. "So this is our spirit sword gate's sect protecting sword, the heavenly guardian sword," a disciple exclaimed excitedly and infatuatedly. "I've been a member of the sect for over 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen the heavenly guardian sword appear. It's truly eye-opening. So this is what the heavenly guardian sword looks like. It's entirely dark golden and looks so exquisite. It's not just about looks. The heavenly guardian sword is a heavenly rank top-grade sword, extremely powerful. Of course, the heavenly guardian sword is our sect's treasure. How could it not be formidable?" The disciples discussed eagerly, their eyes filled with longing as they looked at the heavenly guardian sword. Such a powerful sword, any normal martial artist would want to possess it. Unfortunately, the heavenly guardian sword held a special position within the spirit sword gate. It also possessed a certain level of consciousness and couldn't be easily tamed by ordinary people. Even the successive sect masters of the spirit sword gate couldn't tame the heavenly guardian sword, let alone the many disciples present. They had no chance. At this moment, the main house in the courtyard creaked open, and Xiao Ming walked out with Yunxi. "Xiao Shixing, look! The sect's sect protecting treasure, the heavenly guardian sword, suddenly flew into your yard," a disciple loudly reminded. Xiao Ming looked up at the sky. Sure enough, floating silently in the sky, about 10 meters above the ground, was a dark golden long sword. The sword was over 4 feet long and engraved with various magnificent patterns of mountains, rivers, and animals. The dark golden long sword also emitted concentric circles of golden sword aura, spreading a faint golden color throughout the space. "So this is the heavenly guardian sword," Xiao Ming murmured at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he finally felt a deep connection with the heavenly guardian sword. He clearly sensed that the heavenly guardian sword was cheering and rejoicing. This feeling was like that of a long-lost child finally finding their biological parents, filled with extreme excitement. With a slight smile, Xiao Ming waved at the heavenly guardian sword. In the next moment, amidst countless shocked gazes, the spirit sword gate's sect protecting treasure, the heavenly guardian sword, shot down like a flying arrow and voluntarily flew into Xiao Ming's hand. Then, Xiao Ming firmly grasped it. Zhng. A crisp sound of a sword rang out. The heavenly guardian sword emitted a joyful sword sound, shining with a dazzling dark golden sword aura like a loyal dog. Silence. Dead silence surrounded them. Countless disciples widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the sudden scene before them. The elder Xiao Ming was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. The sect master Li Chongfeng stood dumbfounded in mid-air, like a statue. His gaze was vacant, his face frozen, staring blankly at Xiao Ming. After a moment, whoosh! The scene suddenly erupted. He actually held the Heavenly Guardian Sword. A disciple, too excited, started stuttering. No, it's not Senior Xiao who held the Heavenly Guardian Sword, but, the Heavenly Guardian Sword flew into Senior Xiao's hands on its own. Oh my god! Am I blind? What did I just see? The treasure of the sect, the Heavenly Guardian Sword, a heavenly rank sword that even past sect masters couldn't subdue, actually flew into Senior Xiao's hands. What the f***ck? This is unbelievable. Countless disciples, shocked and excited, started discussing uncontrollably. Suddenly, chaos filled the scene, with noisy discussions everywhere. The disciples were extremely shocked, and Li Chongfeng and the other elders were not much better off. The elders stared dumbfoundedly at Xiao Ming and the obedient Heavenly Guardian Sword in his hand, feeling their minds tremble, their worldview greatly impacted. An elder forcefully swallowed his saliva and then trembled as he said, Xiao Ming has subdued the Heavenly Guardian Sword. How is this possible? It is indeed unbelievable. Su Tianming smiled bitterly, but you and I, we all saw it clearly, everything that happened is real. Xiao Ming did indeed obtain the Heavenly Guardian Sword. After speaking, Su Tianming turned to Li Chongfeng and asked, Sect Master, what do you think? Muscles twitched on Li Changfeng's face, still in a state of extreme shock. He seemed unable to believe it, but also had no choice but to believe it. After a long while, Li Chongfeng reluctantly suppressed his shock and slowly said, the Heavenly Guardian Sword is a heavenly rank sword that all past sect masters have desperately desired, but no one has ever subdued it. Some couldn't even enter within 3 zhang of the Heavenly Guardian Sword. Even I, Li Chongfeng, am no exception. But who would have thought, such a powerful sword would actually fly into Xiao Ming's hands? This shouldn't be. Li Chongfeng couldn't help but complain, even if the Heavenly Guardian Sword wants to choose its master, it should choose me. I am the sect master of the Spirit Sword Gate. Not for long. Su Tianming said softly, if we follow the sect's strict rules, only those recognized by the Heavenly Guardian Sword can secure the position of sect master. Previously, no one cared about the Heavenly Guardian Sword, so this rule was almost obsolete. But now it's different, now that the Heavenly Guardian Sword has reappeared, and it has chosen Xiao Ming. If we follow the sect's strict rules, the sect master of the Spirit Sword Gate can only be Xiao Ming. No one can argue against this. Upon hearing this, Li Chongfeng fell into silence. The elders looked at each other, speechless. Su Tianming was right. The Heavenly Guardian Sword was not only a powerful heavenly rank sword, but also a symbol of the sect master. According to the rules set by the founder of the sect, whoever is recognized by the Heavenly Guardian Sword becomes the sect master of the Spirit Sword Gate. This rule was never to be broken, and no one had the qualifications to break it. Chapter 73 Xiao Ming, do you want to be the master? Li Chongfeng fell into extreme self-doubt. What the hell, taking on a disciple and losing my position as the sect leader? At this moment, Li Changfeng's mind was in chaos, with countless thoughts swirling around, and he had no clue where to start. Everyone has their own selfishness, and Li Chongfeng is no exception. He was absolutely unwilling to hand over the position of sect leader to Xiao Ming. Although Xiao Ming was a disciple he highly regarded, if it encroached upon his own interests, Li Chongfeng instinctively wanted to resist. But this unwillingness and resistance were just his personal thoughts. Once Su Tianming and the other elders resolutely enforced the rules of the sect, even if he was reluctant, Li Chongfeng could only obediently hand over the position of sect leader. Ultimately, the problem lies with the Heavenly Guardian Sword. Without the recognition of the Heavenly Guardian Sword, there would be no legitimate succession, and he would naturally be unable to manage the Spirit Sword Gate. Similarly, if Li Chongfeng could also subdue the Heavenly Guardian Sword, then no one would dare to question his position as sect leader. All problems would be solved. I refuse to believe that I cannot gain the recognition of the Heavenly Guardian Sword. Li Chongfeng gritted his teeth fiercely, then his figure flashed and he shot towards Xiao Ming in the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Xiao Ming. Master! Seeing Li Changfeng's arrival, Xiao Ming slightly cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. Xiao Ming, you have done well. I didn't expect that you could gain the recognition of the Heavenly Guardian Sword. Li Changfeng's expression was complicated as he slowly said, "Can you let me see the Heavenly Guardian Sword?" Of course. Xiao Ming immediately replied and tossed the Heavenly Guardian Sword in his hand to Li Chongfeng. Li Chongfeng quickly reached out to catch it. However, just as Li Chongfeng was about to touch the Heavenly Guardian Sword, it suddenly burst forth with a dazzling dark golden sword aura. The sword aura was sharp and unparalleled, fiercely rushing towards the caught off guard Li Chongfeng. Bang! Li Chongfeng was sent flying by the sword aura automatically unleashed by the Heavenly Guardian Sword, crashing heavily into the courtyard wall and creating a large hole. In that instant, everyone was stunned. Then, they quickly realized that the Heavenly Guardian Sword was rejecting Li Chongfeng. It wouldn't even let him touch it. Cough, cough, cough. Li Chongfeng climbed up from the rubble of the wall, looking down to see that his clothes had been torn apart and there was a blood-red sword mark on his chest. The Heavenly Guardian Sword hadn't exerted its full force just now, the sword aura it unleashed was only a warning. Therefore, Li Chongfeng was not injured. However, after what just happened, Li Chongfeng had lost face. After all, there were still many elders and disciples around, all watching him. Li Chongfeng felt both embarrassed and angry, his face turning pale and then green, extremely awkward. At the same time, the Heavenly Guardian Sword flew back into Xiao Ming's hand on its own, once again behaving obediently. Xiao Ming scratched his head, feeling that the scene was a bit awkward. Seeing his master lose face, Xiao Ming didn't know what to say. At this moment, Su Tianming stepped forward. He looked around and said loudly, "All disciples, stop looking and quickly go back. If you dare to linger here, be careful that I'll deal with you." Upon hearing this, the many disciples present quickly left Xiao Ming's courtyard. A moment later, only Xiao Ming, Li Chongfeng, Su Tianming, and the other elders remained in the courtyard. Li Chongfeng rubbed his chest in frustration and said, "All of you, come with me to the sect hall. I have something to say." After saying that, Li Chongfeng flew towards the main hall of the sect with an air of arrogance. Xiao Ming scratched his head again, then followed closely behind the elders Su Tianming and others, holding the Heavenly Guardian Sword. 1 minute later, everyone settled in the main hall of the sect. Li Chongfeng spoke first. "Xiao Ming, first of all, as the sect master, I want to congratulate you on successfully subduing the Heavenly Guardian Sword. Hehe, since the disappearance of our founding ancestor, the Sword Emperor, no one has ever gained the recognition of the Heavenly Guardian Sword. You are the second person, besides the Sword Emperor, to possess the Heavenly Guardian Sword." Xiao Ming remained silent because he knew Li Chongfeng had more to say. Sure enough, Li Chongfeng continued, "We are all curious why, out of so many elders and disciples in the Spirit Sword Gate, the Heavenly Guardian Sword chose you. Can you tell us the reason behind it?" After saying this, everyone in the hall looked at Xiao Ming in unison. Xiao Ming pondered for a moment and decided to tell part of the truth. He slowly said, "Before, I obtained a secret manual called the Emperor-level Shocking Heaven Sword Art on the Back Mountain. It is the inheritance of the Sword Emperor. I cultivated the sword techniques, which is why I received special treatment from the Heavenly Guardian Sword." Upon hearing this, Li Chongfeng and the others were astonished. The Back Mountain? That place has been searched countless times. How come we didn't find the Sword Emperor's inheritance? An elder couldn't help but ask. I don't know. I was just lucky," Xiao Ming replied calmly. The elders were speechless. That place on the back mountain had been dug up by countless people over the centuries, searching for the inheritance left by the Sword Emperor, but they had found nothing. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ming obtained it. Fortune in the world is truly mysterious and magical, only those with great luck can obtain it. So, you obtained the inheritance sword techniques of our founding ancestor, Li Chongfeng said with a sigh. Although it is unbelievable, it is still within an acceptable range. After a pause, Li Chongfeng continued, as you saw earlier, only you are recognized by the Heavenly Guardian Sword. No one else, including me, the sect master, can touch this sword. And regarding the Heavenly Guardian Sword, there is another very important matter. This matter even concerns the position of the sect master of the Spirit Sword Gate. Do you want to hear it? I would like to hear the details. Xiao Ming clasped his hands. Li Chongfeng sighed again before slowly saying, the Heavenly Guardian Sword is not only a powerful heavenly rank sword, but also the symbol of our Spirit Sword Gate and the mark of the sect master's inheritance. The sect has a rule that only those who are recognized by the Heavenly Guardian Sword can secure the position of sect master. Xiao Ming, now that the Heavenly Guardian Sword is yours, logically speaking, you should become the sect master of the Spirit Sword Gate. What do you think? Xiao Ming was stunned by what he heard. There's such a thing? Obtaining the Heavenly Guardian Sword would make him the sect master of the Spirit Sword Gate? In his astonishment, Xiao Ming suddenly noticed the complex expressions on Li Changfeng's and the elders' faces. They seemed to have other thoughts. Xiao Ming shook himself awake and instantly calmed down. The position of the sect master of the Spirit Sword Gate was like a hot potato. If he didn't know any better and forcefully took on the position, he might offend a lot of elders. At the very least, his relationship with Li Chongfeng would quietly break and become irreparable. Moreover, Xiao Ming was solely focused on cultivation and had no interest in the so-called position of sect master. He only wanted to become stronger and would eventually leave the small Spirit Sword Gate. If he really became the sect master, he would be bound to this place. The gain would not be worth the loss. Master is joking. I, Xiao Ming, am still young and my strength is limited. How can I take on the position of sect master? Xiao Ming said loudly. I am already content with the recognition of the Heavenly Guardian Sword. As for the position of sect master, I dare not take it. Really? Li Chongfeng doubted. Of course it's true as can be. Xiao Ming said firmly. Good. Li Chongfeng breathed a sigh of relief and said, with your insight, I am very satisfied as your master. However, with your extraordinary performance, I cannot neglect you. The sect master has decided. Li Chongfeng looked around and said, prepare for the grand ceremony immediately. I will appoint Xiao Ming as the deputy sect master of the Spirit Sword Gate. Chapter 74, Vice Head Ceremony. Appoint me as the deputy sect master of Spirit Sword Gate. Xiao Ming was momentarily stunned, then suddenly understood. He realized his master's intention, which was to compensate him with the position of deputy sect master. After all, from a legal perspective, Xiao Ming, who possessed the Heavenly Guardian Sword, was the best candidate for the position of sect master of Spirit Sword Gate. I have decided to make Xiao Ming the deputy sect master, with the same status as the elder Su Tianming. Does anyone have any objections? Li Chongfeng looked around and asked. The elders shook their heads. Although Xiao Ming was young, his position as deputy sect master was well deserved due to his possession of the Heavenly Guardian Sword. Congratulations, deputy sect master Xiao. An elder arched his hand and said with a smile. The other elders also realized and congratulated him one after another. Congratulations, deputy sect master Xiao. Deputy sect master Xiao has exceptional talent and formidable strength. The future growth of Spirit Sword Gate depends on deputy sect master Xiao. Congratulations, deputy sect master Xiao. For a while, the congratulations in the main hall of the sect were endless. All right, all of you go and prepare. The ceremony for the deputy sect master will be held tomorrow. Li Chongfeng waved his hand and said, Xiao Ming, stay behind. I have something to tell you. Yes. The elders bid farewell and left one after another. After a while, in the spacious main hall of the sect, only Xiao Ming and Li Chongfeng remained. Li Chongfeng spoke first, Xiao Ming, now there are only the two of us in the main hall. I will be straightforward with you. I ask you, do you really not want to become the sect master? It was clear that Li Chongfeng still had strong concerns in his heart. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming smiled slightly and asked in return, May I ask, Master, does becoming the sect master of Spirit Sword Gate guarantee immortality? Of course not, Li Chongfeng shook his head and said, in the immortal martial continent, the only ones who can achieve immortality are probably the undying martial saints. Xiao Ming asked again, can becoming the sect master allow me to break mountains and seas with a single punch? That's not possible either. The position of sect master is just a title, perhaps with some power, but it cannot enhance one's own combat strength. Li Chongfeng shook his head. Xiao Ming nodded slightly and continued, after becoming the sect master, can my cultivation speed reach thousands of miles in a day? That's not possible either. Although the sect master can mobilize some resources for personal use, the path of cultivation ultimately depends on one's own aptitude and luck. If one is not capable, then having more resources is useless. At this point, Li Chongfeng couldn't help but ask, Xiao Ming, what exactly do you want to say? Xiao Ming smiled faintly, pointed to the sky outside, and said slowly, my goal in cultivation is immortality, to dominate the world, to overlook all living beings, and to be unparalleled in the immortal martial continent. Since the position of sect master cannot bring me these, what use is it to me? Upon hearing this, Li Chongfeng was first stunned, then showed a look of shame. From beginning to end, he had underestimated Xiao Ming. The position of sect master, which he regarded as his life, was worth nothing in Xiao Ming's eyes. Xiao Ming, I was wrong. Li Chongfeng said with remorse, I didn't expect your ambitions to be so great. Compared to you, I feel like a frog at the bottom of a well guarding treasures. Xiao Ming smiled faintly and remained silent. His words just now were not empty words. Since he had come to the immortal martial continent, and with the assistance of the system, if he couldn't reach the pinnacle, it would be a waste of life. And Spirit Sword Gate, as a second-rate power, was still too small. It was like a small pond that couldn't raise a true dragon. Only by going to a broader world could Xiao Ming grow. Therefore, in the near future, he would leave Spirit Sword Gate to see more wonderful scenery. After listening to Xiao Ming's words, Li Chongfeng was filled with mixed emotions. He felt ashamed but also inspired by Xiao Ming's lofty ambitions. I am old, and I will not achieve much in this lifetime. Li Chongfeng said with a sigh, the future belongs to you young people. And with your exceptional talent and unlimited future, you should not be confined to the small Spirit Sword Gate. All right, you may leave. I want to be alone for a while. Disciple takes his leave. Xiao Ming arched his hand and walked out of the main hall. The next day, in the early morning, before Xiao Ming had fully awakened, he was awakened by the deafening sound of firecrackers. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Xiao Ming walked out of his courtyard. And then I was stunned. I saw that the entire Spirit Sword Gate had been decorated extremely gorgeously, with red lanterns and various shiny decorations everywhere. Inside the sect, there was the sound of gongs and drums, firecrackers were going off, red flags were flying, and there were people everywhere. It was much livelier than during the New Year. Moreover, Xiao Ming also saw many external forces that did not belong to the sect. The representatives of those forces were all carrying various gifts and were queuing up to register. An elder saw Xiao Ming and hurriedly ran over, saying, Vice Sect Master Xiao, don't just stand there, quickly follow me to change clothes. Change clothes? Xiao Ming was astonished. What clothes do I need to change into? Of course, it's the special attire for the vice sect master. The elder said. The appointment of a vice sect master in our spirit sword gate is a serious matter and must not be taken lightly. Hurry and come with me. What about these external forces? They are various small forces within 1,000 miles. The sect has summoned them to witness the ceremony, the elder explained. You are the vice sect master, with a high status. Naturally, you need to let them see what you look like. So that's how it is. Xiao Ming suddenly understood. Let's go, stop standing there, quickly follow me to the sect's main hall, the elder urged. After a while, the originally lively spirit sword gate finally quieted down temporarily. The square of the sect was filled with a dense crowd, including elders and disciples of the spirit sword gate, as well as representatives of external forces. The auspicious time has arrived. Please, sect master, lead the vice sect master out of the hall to receive congratulations. An elder shouted loudly. After the voice spread, the representatives of the external forces immediately became expectant. Who do you think will be the vice sect master of the spirit sword gate? An old man asked in a low voice. Who else could it be? It must be the great elder Xiao Ming, a middle-aged man affirmed. In the vast spirit sword gate, only Xiao Ming's strength and realm can meet the standards of the vice sect master. I also think it's Xiao Ming. Besides him, I can't think of anyone else who has the qualifications to become the vice sect master, another person said. In that case, we need to take action. After the ceremony in the main hall, we must quickly curry favor with Xiao Ming. Heh, you're too late. I just secretly sent a large sum of wealth to Xiao Ming. I also gave many good things to Xiao Ming's only daughter, Xu Jin. You old rascal, you act fast. Don't talk. Sect Master Li Chongfeng and the Vice Sect Master have already come out. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly looked up in the direction of the sect's main hall. They saw Li Chongfeng walking out of the hall with a young man in a brocade robe. After seeing this situation, the disciples of the Spirit Sword Gate were not surprised, but rather deeply moved. However, the representatives of the external forces were all stunned. What's going on? Why is Li Chongfeng walking out with a young man? I don't know. Who is that kid? Does anyone recognize him? What kind of virtue and ability does this kid have to be able to stand beside Sect Master Li Chongfeng? Just as everyone was puzzled, Li Chongfeng cleared his throat and loudly announced, "Today, our Spirit Sword Gate will hold a ceremony for the succession of the Vice Sect Master. Welcome the arrival of all forces. Now, I announce that the Vice Sect Master of the Spirit Sword Gate is this young man by my side, Xiao Ming." As soon as his words fell, swoosh, crack, fireworks were ignited one after another, rising into the sky and exploding with a bang. Boom boom boom. The previously quiet firecrackers and drums resounded once again. The elders and disciples of the Spirit Sword Gate all stood up, applauding with envy and emotion. But the representatives of the external forces were all dumbfounded. They stupidly stared at Xiao Ming, who was dressed in a brocade robe, each of them feeling their minds shaking and their heads going blank. What is this situation? The Vice Sect Master of the Spirit Sword Gate is actually a young man in his late teens? Is this a mistake? That is the position of the Vice Sect Master of the Spirit Sword Gate, with high status and weight. How could it be taken by a young man? Are they blind, or has the Spirit Sword Gate gone mad? Chapter 75 Hu Yunxi Awakens. Ziki has travelled thousands of miles from the east. The voice of Li Chongfeng spread out. It took a while for the representatives of the external forces to react, and then one by one they fell into extreme shock and suspicion. Him, he's actually the Deputy Sect Master of Spirit Sword Gate. A representative of an external force pointed at Xiao Ming, his voice trembling, and said in a stuttering manner. The deputy sect master of Spirit Sword Gate is actually a little kid who hasn't even grown up. This is too shocking. Am I seeing things? Did I hear wrong? This is FG unbelievable. What's that kid's name again? Xiao Ming? Have you heard of this person? No. Spirit Sword Gate has gone crazy, definitely gone crazy, to actually let a little brat become the deputy sect master. This is FG ridiculous. The representatives of the external forces were furious and couldn't accept the reality before them for a while. At this moment, an elder of Spirit Sword Gate heard their discussion and turned around, shouting, "Watch your words. If you dare to disrespect the deputy sect master again, I'll kill you." Upon hearing this, the representatives of the external forces were immediately speechless, subconsciously keeping their mouths shut. However, the shock in their eyes was almost bursting out. Amidst the shock, their gazes were filled with deep suspicion. Why? Why would a young kid be given the position of deputy sect master? Why isn't it Su Tianming? Even Su Tianming isn't qualified to become the deputy sect master, so why can Xiao Ming, a teenager in his late teens, take the position? Thinking like this, all the representatives looked towards Su Tianming not far away. They saw that Su Tianming not only showed no signs of dissatisfaction, but even clapped his hands continuously, looking completely convinced. Seeing this, the representatives fell silent. If even Su Tianming didn't have any objections, they, as outsiders, dared not speak recklessly. Do you think that kid named Xiao Ming might be Li Changfeng's illegitimate child? Suddenly, someone opened up a wild theory and asked with doubt. That makes sense. Someone next to them brightened up and immediately agreed. Hehe, whether Xiao Ming is Li Changfeng's illegitimate child or not, there must be something behind this deputy sect master ceremony. Yes, there must be something behind it. Spirit Sword Gate, as a powerful second-tier force, under normal circumstances, would never let a junior become the deputy sect master. This is related to the face of Spirit Sword Gate. But then again, even if there is something behind it, what can we do? It's not something we can easily discuss. Someone said meaningfully. While the representatives were secretly discussing, the ceremony officially began. They saw Li Changfeng give another speech, and then, under the gaze of countless eyes, personally handed over the deputy sect master's identity plaque, robe, and other items to Xiao Ming. These were all symbolic items of the deputy sect master. With these things, coupled with today's ceremony, Xiao Ming's position as the deputy sect master was completely solidified. After receiving the items, Xiao Ming's gaze swept over the many elders and disciples present. They all had extremely complex expressions on their faces. Some were envious, some were in awe, some were doubtful, and there were even some subtle traces of jealousy. Xiao Ming becoming the deputy sect master at such a young age, such power and glory made countless people yearn for it, but also inevitably gave rise to jealousy. With a cold laugh, Xiao Ming ignored the feelings of these people. He didn't care what they thought. After scanning everyone's faces, Xiao Ming's gaze finally fell on Yunxi. Yunxi also arrived at the scene of the ceremony. Unlike others, Yunxi, with her beautiful face and graceful figure, was filled with extreme excitement. Young master is amazing. I knew that young master is extraordinary, different from others. Yunxi showed a joyful smile, clapping her small white hands in delight. As she clapped, Yunxi's expression suddenly changed. She abruptly restrained her smile and instead, a serious look appeared on her face. It seemed like she was forcefully suppressing something. Xiao Ming also noticed Yunxi's abnormality and was about to walk over to inquire when suddenly, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, the previously quiet Yunxi burst into an extremely dazzling nine-colored light, like a tide, engulfing the entire sect square in an instant. This sudden scene shocked everyone, including Xiao Ming, who was momentarily stunned. The next moment, swish! A massive 9-colored pillar of light, as large as a house, burst out from within Hu Yunxi's body, majestic and shooting straight into the sky. The majestic pillar of light displayed 9 divine lights of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, silver, and gold, shining in all directions like a pillar supporting the heavens, with one end connected to Hu Yunxi and the other reaching the endless sky, extremely mysterious. Everyone present was attracted by this 9-colored pillar of light, and they all looked at Hu Yunxi in astonishment. What is happening? I don't know. Who is that girl? She actually burst out with such a strange divine light. This girl, she's so beautiful. Representatives from external forces exclaimed in astonishment. She is Vice Sect Master Xiao's personal maid, a fox woman brought in by Vice Sect Master Xiao from the outside. A disciple from Spirit Sword Gate exclaimed in surprise. Vice Sect Master Xiao's personal maid? Tisk tisk, Vice Sect Master Xiao really knows how to enjoy. That's right, if I had such a charming and beautiful maid, I would be willing to drink her foot-washing water every day. Humph, don't even think about it, you won't have the fortune to enjoy such a beauty. Stop talking, look at that fox woman, she's floating. Amidst the shocked discussions, Hu Yunxi, enveloped by the pillar of light, suddenly floated up and continued to ascend into the sky. After a moment, Hu Yunxi reached the high sky. She stood on nothingness, her eyes slightly closed, emanating a terrifying and awe-inspiring pressure. Then, she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of eyes filled with endless charm. Within her pupils, scenes of strange phenomena kept flowing, including mountains, rivers, galaxies, time wheels, and vast starry skies. Just as Hu Yunxi opened her eyes, the sky underwent an astonishing change. The eastern sky was instantly covered by a vast purple aura, with purple divine energy filling the sky, obscuring the sun and covering everything, making it impossible to see the end. The purple aura was like rolling sea water covering the sky, madly surging towards Hu Yunxi's position. In an instant, the entire sky of Spirit Sword Gate was submerged. At this moment, the whole world was filled with boundless purple. Countless elders and disciples were dumbfounded at this moment. They stared blankly at the rolling purple aura in the sky, like sculptures, their minds blank. Li Chongfeng subconsciously swallowed his saliva. After sensing it with his spiritual sense, an expression of extreme fear appeared on his face. He couldn't sense the end of the purple aura. The range covered by the rolling purple aura was probably at least 100 miles, no, not 100 miles. Judging from the current situation, the purple aura probably covered a distance of thousands of miles. The purple aura coming from the east spans thousands of miles. This is an extremely top-notch natural phenomenon in the immortal martial continent. Li Chongfeng muttered to himself in fear, I have lived for so long and only heard of such a natural phenomenon, but have never seen it. Who exactly is this personal maid of Xiao Ming? How can she trigger such a terrifying natural phenomenon? Chapter 76, Immemorial Fox Emperor. Just as Li Chongfeng muttered to himself, there were new changes in the sky. In the rolling purple gas, countless virtual images of world-shaking ferocious creatures appeared. There were giant snakes with 9 heads, golden peng birds with wings that covered the sky, super white elephants treading on the depths of hell, and fierce tiger lords with terrifying power. Even legendary mythical beasts such as Kylans, phoenixes, and true dragons appeared. Then, in the horrified and shocked gazes, these ferocious creatures and mythical beasts all knelt down before Hu Yunxi. This scene left everyone at the scene dumbfounded. Including Xiao Ming, who was also shocked to the point of numbness. What exactly did Hu Yunxi awaken? Even the virtual images of legendary mythical beasts like phoenixes and true dragons are kneeling down. While being watched by everyone, Hu Yunxi remained calm, with a cold and stern expression, as if all of this was completely normal. Then, a virtual image of a divine fox emitting a colorful light slowly appeared in the void behind Hu Yunxi. The divine fox image emitted an unparalleled ancient aura. It had 9 thick tails that stretched endlessly, and each tail emitted 9 different divine lights of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, silver, and gold. As the ancient fox image appeared, the ancient ferocious creatures and Kailan true dragon images trembled even more. They continued to bow to Yunxi, as if they were worshipping their emperor. At this moment, everyone was stunned, unable to utter a word. Li Chongfeng and the others had limited knowledge and couldn't recognize what the ancient fox image was, but Xiao Ming had some guesses. This must be the ancient fox emperor. It is Yunxi's true form. Because the system said that Yunxi is the reincarnation of the fox emperor from the heavenly realm, and now, Yunxi has fully awakened, regaining his previous memories in the form of the ancient fox emperor. At this moment, the virtual image of the ancient fox emperor suddenly pounced forward and merged with Yunxi in an integrated union. Yunxi once again burst out with an extremely dazzling divine light. In the waves of divine light, Yunxi's aura began to rise steadily. Core Lake Stage Mid. Late, Consummation. Divine Sea Stage. Divine Sea Stage Early, Mid. Late, Consummation. Qi Manipulation Stage. Qi Manipulation Stage Early. Yunxi's cultivation realm skyrocketed like crazy, as if it didn't cost anything. Li Chongfeng and the other elders were left speechless and filled with fear. The disciples of the Spirit Sword Gate were shocked, and the representatives of the external forces were all paralyzed on the ground in fear. Xiao Ming's head was buzzing with shock. So, this is awakening. The strength displayed by Yunxi is so abnormal. At the same time, with the improvement of Yunxi's cultivation realm, the endless innate purple gas seemed to have found a vent and surged towards Yunxi. And the graceful figure of Yunxi, like a terrifying black hole with no bottom, or like a giant whale sucking in water, swallowed all the innate purple gas in one go. In just a moment, the rolling purple gas disappeared from the sky. The countless virtual images of ancient ferocious beasts and mythical beasts also dissipated. Everything returned to normal. As if nothing had happened just now. However, Yunxi still stood on the void, looking down coldly and indifferently at everyone present with her calm eyes. She was like an empress from the heavens, overlooking this mortal world. But, after seeing Xiao Ming, Yunxi's cold and indifferent beautiful eyes became gentle and kind. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thousands of miles away from the Spirit Sword Gate, a powerful sect looked at the sudden appearance and disappearance of the rolling innate purple gas in the sky and fell into madness. A certain powerful figure immediately gathered all the strong members of the sect and said in a deep voice, "Purple gas covering tens of thousands of miles, endless like the sea. Such a terrifying phenomenon in the world can only mean that a great figure has descended or an extraordinary treasure has appeared. You immediately gather all the experts and investigate this matter for me. Find out the source of this phenomenon." Yes. 8,000 miles away. Another powerful force was in the same situation. 5,000 miles away, 3,000 miles away. All the sects and forces, big and small, who saw the phenomenon in the sky, were driven into madness. They immediately issued orders to investigate the source of the purple gas. For a while, countless experts spread out like ants searching for food, spreading in all directions from their sects and forces. And the closest to Spirit Sword Gate, Clear Breeze City's Lord's Mansion, is no exception. Just as he finished his seclusion, the Lord of the city, Yunxi, with a smug look on his face, revealed an extreme expression of astonishment. He immediately sensed the source of the endless purple energy that covered the sky, just 30 miles away from Spirit Sword Gate. After all, the distance between the Lord's Mansion and Spirit Sword Gate was too close. If the other party made a little noise, it would not escape his notice. Spirit Sword Gate! Spirit Sword Gate! Yunxi looked excitedly and eagerly in the direction of Spirit Sword Gate, muttering to himself, such an astonishing phenomenon appearing at Spirit Sword Gate means that there must be an extraordinary treasure there. Even if it's not an extraordinary treasure, it must be an incredible super treasure. Someone come! All the experts of the Lord's mansion must gather within 20 breaths. Those who disobey will be executed without mercy. I, as the Lord, will crush Spirit Sword Gate and seize the treasure. At the same time, above the square of Spirit Sword Gate, Hu Yunxi's cultivation breakthrough had ended. But no one knew how strong Hu Yunxi had become or what realm he had reached. Even Xiao Ming was full of doubts. Did Hu Yunxi finally reach the Qi control realm? Or, the harmonization realm? Xiao Ming didn't know because he couldn't sense it. All he knew was that Hu Yunxi was incredibly strong, so strong that it was unimaginable. At this moment, stepping on the void, Hu Yunxi, who looked like an empress, coldly spoke, "The extraordinary phenomenon caused by me is too astonishing. It will definitely attract the covetousness of countless forces. Those forces will infiltrate sooner or later. And I don't like being disturbed by outsiders. So, all of you who know my secrets, die." As soon as the words fell, an indescribable pressure instantly enveloped the entire Spirit Sword Gate. Everyone, except Xiao Ming, turned pale and ashen-faced at this moment. Boom! A muffled sound. Hundreds of disciples couldn't withstand Hu Yunxi's pressure and uncontrollably knelt down. Boom boom boom! The muffled sounds continued. In just a few seconds, everyone present, except Xiao Ming, knelt down. Even Li Chongfeng, the peak Divine Sea Realm Grandmaster, was no exception. Li Chongfeng struggled to resist, but it was useless. In the face of Hu Yunxi's pressure, he was as weak as an ant. Elder, you can't do this." Li Chongfeng desperately resisted Hu Yunxi's overwhelming pressure and struggled to raise his head. "We won't spread your secrets everywhere. Please spare us, Elder." At this moment, Hu Yunxi's strength far surpassed Li Chongfeng, so he could bear being called an elder. "I only trust dead people who won't speak," Hu Yunxi said coldly, not giving Li Chongfeng any face. Li Chongfeng became anxious. The elders and disciples of Spirit Sword Gate also felt despair. At this time, Xiao Ming stepped forward and frowned, saying, "Xiao Yunxi, stop fooling around and give me face. Release them." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present looked at Xiao Ming in unison. Their expressions were like they were looking at an ignorant fool. "Xiao Ming, what are you talking about? How can you have such face?" Su Tianming, the elder, trembled as he spoke. The reason he was trembling was purely because of Hu Yunxi's pressure. "Xiao Ming, shut up! You can't speak to the elder like this." Li Chongfeng hurriedly grabbed Xiao Ming's robe, trying to make Xiao Ming kneel as well. Xiao Ming was puzzled. "Xiao Yunxi is my personal maid. Why can't I say that?" "What maid? She is an elder." Li Chongfeng was extremely anxious and whispered, "The matter of being a maid was in the past. At the moment when the elder completed her transformation, your identities have already switched. The immortal martial continent respects strength, and now, senior whose strength far surpasses yours. How dare you mention the matter of being a maid? Isn't that exposing the elder's face?" "Xiao Ming, kneel down quickly and beg for the elder's forgiveness, otherwise, you won't even know how you'll die." Other elders also spoke one after another. "Xiao Ming, accept your fate and kneel down to pay respects to the elder." "Vice Sect Master Xiao, be careful with your words. Don't mention the maid anymore. Don't mention the maid. If the elder is in a good mood, maybe she'll take you as her personal male companion." Words of admonishment rang out one after another. At this moment, Hu Yunxi, who was stepping on the void, smiled. This smile dimmed the heavens and the earth, causing everyone's minds to tremble, feeling as if their souls had been taken away by the enchanting laughter. Then, in countless unbelieving gazes, Hu Yunxi sweetly said, since the young master has spoken, Xiao Yunxi will naturally obey. Listen, all of you can live. Chapter 77 Hu Yunxi's personality, Empress of Heaven. With the sound fading away, the oppressive aura that Hu Yunxi exerted on the sect gate quietly dissipated. Everyone could stand up again. But before the crowd could show their joy, they heard Hu Yunxi's cold voice, "I can spare your lives, but today's events must never be leaked." After speaking, Hu Yunxi extended her fair little hand and lightly pressed it against the people beneath her. Suddenly, pink filled the sky. Except for Xiao Ming, everyone was greatly shocked at this moment, feeling that something had inexplicably appeared inside their bodies, but they couldn't say exactly what it was. Faintly. In the midst of everyone's astonishment and doubt, they only heard Hu Yunxi say indifferently, "I have planted a seal of silence in each of your bodies. This seal can completely seal today's events. Whether you want to speak it out, write it out, or imply it, the seal of silence will detonate before you can make any of these actions. Don't think that your meager strength is enough. Even if you cultivate to the Qi Mastery realm or even the Harmonization realm, you won't survive when the seal detonates. Furthermore, don't even think that there will be anyone capable of removing this seal." Hu Yunxi sneered, "The seal of silence is my exclusive divine ability. Even those at the transcending tribulation or law manifestation stages will be helpless." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Li Chongfeng was the first to react and quickly bowed respectfully, saying, "Senior, please rest assured. We will never reveal your secret. Today's events will only rot in my stomach." "Me too. Senior, please be at ease. Please rest assured, Senior. Today's events will only be taken to my grave and will never be spoken of to anyone else. You better listen obediently." Hu Yunxi continued to sneer, "If anything unexpected happens, I will wipe out your entire families." Hearing this, everyone was horrified, and many were trembling in fear. Hu Yunxi was too overbearing and her expression was cold. She looked at everyone as if they were a group of lowly ants. The extermination of families, it seemed that she could really do it. At this moment, everyone felt fear in their hearts and secretly made up their minds not to speak of today's events no matter who asked. If anyone blabbed, not only would they self-destruct, but they would also implicate their relatives and friends. Therefore, leaking the secret was absolutely forbidden. In the respectful and fearful gazes, Hu Yunxi flew down and instantly arrived in front of Xiao Ming. "Young master," Hu Yunxi sweetly said, her beautiful face filled with tenderness. Xiao Ming sighed inwardly. The Hu Yunxi in front of him was both familiar and unfamiliar. What was familiar was that Hu Yunxi still had that beautiful face, still the same person as before. What was unfamiliar was that after awakening, Hu Yunxi had changed too much. First of all, the biggest change in Hu Yunxi was her overwhelming strength. Oppressing the sect gate alone. Just relying on her own aura, she could make everyone present kneel down, including Li Chongfeng, the head of the Divine Sea Realm. Just thinking about such terrifying power was enough to make people tremble in fear. Curious, Xiao Ming quietly activated the information viewing function, and immediately, Hu Yunxi's information appeared before his eyes. Name, Hu Yunxi. Realm, Mid-Harmonization Realm. Divine ability. Unable to view. Fate, Heavenly Fox Empress, 9-colored, defying heaven and overthrowing Dao, 9-colored, finding new life in desperate straits, 9-colored, noble of the heavenly court, 9-colored, outshining all beauties, 9-colored, benefiting husband and children, 9-colored, bringing misfortune to enemies, 9-colored. Position, Heavenly Empress. Life script, reincarnation of the heavenly nine-tailed fox emperor, initial awakening of the ancient fox emperor's body, soul returning to its place, naturally possessing unparalleled luck and supreme divine ability. Recent opportunities. Unable to view. Hu Yunxi's information appeared one by one before Xiao Ming's eyes. Xiao Ming was stunned. After awakening, Hu Yunxi's fate had actually changed again. She gained an additional 9-colored fate of the Noble of the Heavenly Court, and furthermore, the title Outshining All Beauties has also changed. What the f*ck? Can fates even change? Aside from the change in fate, Xiao Ming also noticed 3 issues. First, Hu Yunxi's strength has reached the terrifying mid-stage of the harmonization realm. Second, Xiao Ming cannot view Hu Yunxi's divine ability and recent opportunities. Third, Hu Yunxi's position is the Empress of the Heavenly Realm. On Hu Yunxi's life script attribute board, there are several question marks, which can only mean that her position is too high and too mysterious. It has already exceeded Xiao Ming's investigative limits. What's wrong with the system? Why can't I view Hu Yunxi's divine ability and recent opportunities? Xiao Ming asked in his mind. The voice of the system slowly sounded, this is not a problem with the system itself, but rather the gap between the host and Hu Yunxi's position is too large, so the system cannot display it. If the host wants to view Hu Yunxi's specific information, they need to elevate their own position. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ming asked, what is a position? A position is a special fate that only high-ranking individuals possess. In simple terms, it is a divine or immortal fate. Hu Yunxi's position is the Empress of the Heavenly Realm, while the host is just an ordinary martial artist. The two are not even in the same species. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming fell silent once again. Then he asked, what should I do to elevate my position? A position is extremely special. The host should consider this matter only after becoming a red dust immortal or ascending to the heavenly realm. The system bluntly struck Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming was speechless. He didn't expect that elevating his position would be so complicated. Whether it was becoming a red dust immortal or ascending to the heavenly realm, both were unattainable for Xiao Ming at this moment. Ascend to the heavenly realm? Xiao Ming is currently only a martial artist in the late stage of the core lake realm. How the hell could he ascend? Why don't you give it a try? Become a red dust immortal? Damn it! A red dust immortal has never appeared in the immortal martial continent. The so-called red dust immortal is just a realm deduced by a group of immortal martial saints, existing only in theory. For Xiao Ming at this moment, it is also an impossible task. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming decided not to think about these messy things because they greatly undermined his confidence. He would still take it step by step and cultivate slowly. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Ming asked in a low voice, Xiao Yunxi, have you reached the harmonization realm now? Although he had already seen Hu Yunxi's personal information, he still wanted to confirm it again. This was not out of boredom, but purely out of curiosity and excitement. This feeling was like knowing that he had some money but couldn't help but count it over and over again. Because this feeling was great. Yes, I reached the harmonization realm after my awakening, Hu Yunxi obediently nodded, then sighed softly. My current strength is still not even 1/1,000,000th of what it used to be. If I were a little stronger, I wouldn't need to use the seal of silence. By then, I could directly erase the memories of these people at the scene and completely sever today's events. Wouldn't that be satisfying? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming had no reaction. On the other hand, Li Changfeng's face changed drastically. Hu Yunxi has reached the harmonization realm? Such terrifying strength is still not even 1/1,000,000th of what it used to be? Not 1 in a million, but 1 in a trillion. Moreover, Hu Yunxi also has a tremendous divine ability to forcibly erase others' memories, but due to the limitations of her strength, she can't use it temporarily. What the hell? Just how strong is Hu Yunxi? What kind of monster did Xiao Ming, this little BD, take as his maid? She's so incredibly powerful. It's simply unbelievable. Chapter 78 Attack of the City Lord's Mansion. Xiao Ming was also shocked after hearing this, his scalp tingling. Hu Yunxi has reached the harmonization realm, such formidable strength, yet it is still not even 1/1,000,000th of her original state? Just how strong was Yunxi in her peak state? It's unimaginable. Even guessing is impossible. But after the shock, Xiao Ming became happy again. Yunxi is his person. The stronger Yunxi becomes, the less Xiao Ming has to worry about. If he ever encounters a formidable opponent that is difficult to defeat, he can rely on Yunxi to step forward and face them. At that time, it will definitely be a sight to behold. After awakening, Yunxi is no longer just Xiao Ming's personal maid, but also his unparalleled female bodyguard. Just thinking about this scene is exciting. Lost in thought, Xiao Ming looked at Yunxi again. Yunxi has undergone tremendous changes at this moment, and the surge in her strength is just one of them. After awakening, Yunxi's appearance has also undergone a complete transformation. Before, Yunxi looked like a 16 or 17-year-old, with a hint of charm but still in a youthful state. Like a cherry that hasn't fully ripened, it may look good, but it may not taste good. But now, it's different. Yunxi's appearance has changed drastically. She no longer has fox ears and a fox tail. Her oval face has become a standard fox-like face, and her height has increased from just over 1.6 meters to over 1.7 meters. Her figure is graceful and alluring. This form has transformed from the cute and obedient fox-eared maid into a mature and elegant lady. It is well known that cuteness is worthless compared to sexiness. Yunxi perfectly fits Xiao Ming's preferences. Her beautiful cheeks hit Xiao Ming's heart. Looking closely, Yunxi's skin is as white as jade, and her beautiful eyes are like a mesmerizing pool of clear autumn water. She is slim where she should be, and full where she should be. Fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, large breasts, slender waist, and perky buttocks. Especially those straight and fair long legs, even Xiao Ming, who has seen countless adult videos in his past life, feels a tremor in his mind and a dryness in his mouth. These snow-white long legs should not be looked at for too long. Looking at them for too long will become addictive. At this moment, Yunxi is like a mature and alluring peach. Even if she does nothing and just stands there, she exudes an extremely seductive aura. Xiao Ming is extremely happy. And subconsciously, he thinks of some costumes from his past life. Yunxi has such a good figure and temperament, it's a pity if she doesn't wear black stockings. A white shirt with a tight skirt, black stockings, and high heels would be extremely captivating. When I have the means one day, I will specifically get various patterns of black stockings for Yunxi to wear. Just thinking about this seductive scene makes me look forward to it. Xiao Ming thought to himself. In addition to the changes in appearance, Yunxi's temperament is also completely different from before. The most obvious change is that she used to be obedient and cute, somewhat timid. But now, whether it's because her soul has returned or her strength has surged, Yunxi has undergone a complete transformation. Every move she makes exudes dominance and an unparalleled coldness. She is the perfect template for a noble empress. If Yunxi had a small whip at this moment, she would almost be able to say the famous line, "Kneel before this empress, men." Just as Xiao Ming was lost in his wild thoughts. Yunxi looked up at the sky and suddenly sighed. "Ah, my strength is still too weak." Yunxi inexplicably said these words. Hearing this, Li Chongfeng. Xiao Ming? Is the harmonization realm still weak? Warriors at this realm are already able to display their unique domains and dominate a region, you know? Xiao Ming was speechless. I guess Yunxi was too powerful in her past life, so she thinks the harmonization realm is so weak. Indeed, people cannot be compared. People die when compared, goods are thrown away when compared. It's okay, Yunxi, just focus on cultivating in the future. Xiao Ming patted Yunxi's head and comforted her. Cultivation is definitely necessary, Yunxi nodded and said, but if I want to greatly improve my realm and strength, I still need to continue awakening. Only through continuous awakening can I gradually regain my former peerless divine ability and undergo transformation and evolution. After saying this, Xiao Ming's hand suddenly stiffened. Continuous awakening? Hu Yunxi can still awaken? And from her tone, it seems like it's not just once? Damn it! Hu Yunxi has only awakened once now, and her realm has directly skyrocketed to the harmonization realm. If she awakens again, what level can she reach? Transcending tribulation? Law manifestation? Or even immortal martial saint? Could it be an immortal in the mortal world? Thinking of this, Xiao Ming silently withdrew his hand. Hu Yunxi is too strong and mysterious. It's better not to touch her head and hair. Sniffing, Xiao Ming decided to change the topic. Turning his head to look at Li Chongfeng, who was still in a dazed state, Xiao Ming said, "Master, my ceremony as the deputy sect master should be over now, right?" "Ah? Yes, yes, the ceremony should be over, it should be over." Li Chongfeng startled and quickly announced, "I, as the sect master, declare that Xiao Ming's ceremony as the deputy sect master is officially over. The sect has already prepared a feast. Elders, disciples, and representatives from external forces, let's go and have the feast." After the announcement, the people at the scene cautiously glanced at Hu Yunxi, and seeing that she had no reaction, they hurriedly left the scene. As for the feast, who has the mood to eat now? Spirit Sword Gate has experienced such a big event, with a female emperor-grade figure suddenly appearing and suppressing the sect. No one has the carefree mindset to eat. "Master, I'm hungry. Shall we go and eat?" Hu Yunxi hugged Xiao Ming's arm and said in a soft and gentle tone. Hu Yunxi seemed to have returned to her previous obedient appearance. However, Xiao Ming's state of mind was different from before. A world-shaking empress who has completed her initial awakening hugging his arm, even the calm Xiao Ming couldn't help but feel waves in his heart, unable to remain calm. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ming suppressed the turmoil in his heart and said, "Okay, let's go and eat." Before long, everyone arrived at the banquet. Unlike others, Xiao Ming and Hu Yunxi sat in the most secluded place and kept a distance from the others' tables. This ensured their privacy. Li Chongfeng and a group of elders frequently looked towards Xiao Ming's location, holding wine glasses in their hands, seemingly wanting to come over and toast, but also afraid of disturbing Xiao Ming and Hu Yunxi. They were in a dilemma. Just as the banquet had just begun, a wild laughter suddenly came from outside Spirit Sword Gate. "Ha ha ha! Spirit Sword Gate has obtained an extraordinary treasure, and this treasure belongs to me, Yunxi. Where is Li Chongfeng? Come out and die!" After the arrogant voice spread, a group of powerful figures flew directly above Spirit Sword Gate. These people were all dressed in uniform clothing with the words Clear Breeze City written on them. And the leader was none other than the city lord of Clear Breeze City, Yunxi. Yunxi actually brought a large group of his subordinates and brazenly attacked. Chapter 79 Spirit Sword Gate vs. City Lord's Mansion, a gate-destroying battle. Yunxi? How dare you bring a large number of people here to cause trouble? After seeing Yunxi's face, Li Chongfeng immediately became furious. He and Yunxi had known each other for many years, but their familiarity was not that of friends, but rather a desire to kill each other. Facing the overwhelmingly powerful Hu Yunxi, who single-handedly suppressed the sect, Li Chongfeng was obedient and extremely respectful. But when facing Yunxi, Li Chongfeng dared to strike back with a heavy blow. Cause trouble? Humph! Today, I, Yunxi, will flatten your Spirit Sword Gate. Yunxi stepped on empty space and sneered, "From today onwards, Spirit Sword Gate will cease to exist. Within 1,000 miles, there will only be my city lord's mansion as a 2-star power." Li Chongfeng, hand over the precious treasure immediately, otherwise everyone in Spirit Sword Gate will die. Not even a chicken or a dog will be spared. After saying that, Yunxi laughed again and said, "Forget it, I'll beat you half to death first, then force you to reveal the whereabouts of the treasure. Today, I will annihilate your spirit sword gate. I also want the precious treasure." After speaking, Yunxi stood with his hands behind his back in the sky, his face full of arrogance. It seemed that in his eyes, Li Changfeng's defeat was already certain. Upon hearing the words precious treasure, Li Changfeng instinctively looked towards Yunxi, who was in a remote location. He could probably guess that the reason Yunxi came to attack Spirit Sword Gate so aggressively was because he saw the overwhelming innate purple energy in the sky. However, Spirit Sword Gate did not possess any precious treasure. That was just a phenomenon caused by Yunxi's awakening during his cultivation. Moreover, Li Changfeng clearly saw that Yunxi had a cold expression and indifferent eyes, showing no concern for the crisis facing Spirit Sword Gate. It seems that in this battle against Yunxi's city lord's mansion, Spirit Sword Gate can only rely on ourselves, Li Changfeng sighed. If Yunxi was willing to take action, he could easily wipe out Yunxi and many powerful subordinates of the city lord's mansion in an instant. Unfortunately, Yunxi had no intention of helping. In addition, Spirit Sword Gate had no other external forces to rely on. Although Spirit Sword Gate was a branch of the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect in name, in reality, the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect did not care about the life or death of its branches. Whether they could survive and thrive depended entirely on their own abilities. However, even without external forces, Li Changfeng was still fearless. He was not afraid of Yunxi's threatening words. "Yunxi, the sect master has long wanted to kill you." Li Changfeng grasped the hilt of his sword and sneered, "Today, you dare to bring so many people here, not a single one of you will leave." After speaking, an astonishing sword intent surged out from within Li Changfeng. The sword intent soared into the sky, directly tearing through the clouds. Seeing this, Yunxi in the sky let out a cold laugh. Then, he provocatively beckoned with his finger towards Li Changfeng on the ground. His appearance was like summoning a little dog. Seeing this, Li Changfeng immediately became furious. But amidst his anger, there was also a look of doubt. Because he couldn't understand where Yunxi's confidence came from. Spirit Sword Gate and the City Lord's Mansion were both two-star powers, and their relationship had long been irreconcilable. Their grievances could not be resolved even after 3 days and 3 nights. Both Spirit Sword Gate and the City Lord's Mansion wanted to completely destroy each other and devour each other's remaining forces and territories. Because one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, within 1,000 miles, there cannot be 2 powers of equal strength. But after so many years, Spirit Sword Gate and the City Lord's Mansion still existed. Although their relationship was extremely poor, neither could do anything to the other, and they also did not interfere with each other. Why was this? Because both sides have similar strength. Li Changfeng is at the Divine Sea realm, and Yunxi is also at this realm. Xiao Ming, the elder of Spirit Sword Gate, is at the later stage of the Divine Sea realm. Similarly, the high-ranking officials of the City Lord's Mansion also have the same level of strength. Spirit Sword Gate has a group of elders at the Divine Sea realm, and the City Lord's Mansion also has a group of high-ranking officials at this realm. As for their disciples and family members, they are just reserve forces and do not have much influence on the outcome of the battle. In short, both Spirit Sword Gate and the City Lord's Mansion are not to be underestimated. If a large-scale war were to break out, the consequences would only be mutually destructive, benefiting no one. However, Yunxi's aggressive approach today, and his declaration to crush Spirit Sword Gate, made Li Changfeng feel that something was not right. Under normal circumstances, Yunxi would not make such a reckless move. Unless... "Yunxi, did you hire reinforcements?" Li Changfeng, out of caution, did not immediately make a move but instead furrowed his brows and asked. As he said this, Li Changfeng's gaze swept across the sky, repeatedly looking at the figures in the sky, as if trying to find some clues about the reinforcements. "Don't bother looking, the City Lord, did not hire any reinforcements." Those who came to Spirit Sword Gate today are all my former subordinates, Yunxi said, and then added. The reason I have the confidence to crush Spirit Sword Gate is simply because you, Li Chongfeng, are not my match. As long as I kill you, the remaining experts of Spirit Sword Gate are not worth fearing. So you don't have reinforcements, Li Chongfeng breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, taste my sword. Swish! A figure shot up into the sky, soaring into the clouds. Li Chongfeng exuded a powerful sword aura, and while still in mid-air, he suddenly drew his long sword from his waist and slashed towards Yunxi from a distance. A massive sword energy, hundreds of meters long, burst out, carrying an unparalleled sword might, fiercely attacking Yunxi in the sky. Seeing this, Yunxi not only showed no fear but instead burst into laughter. Good! Li Chongfeng, today I will let you witness the power of the city lord. Yunxi also drew a long sword from his waist, then grinned and engaged in battle with Li Chongfeng. For a while, the qi in the sky roared incessantly, and the sound of explosions continued to resound. Without needing anyone to remind them, many elders and disciples of Spirit Sword Gate drew their weapons one after another. Those who could fly soared into the sky, while those who couldn't unleashed their martial arts towards the sky. For a moment, the entire Spirit Sword Gate was in complete chaos, filled with colorful martial arts techniques, as well as roars and screams. Only the representatives of the external forces who came to attend the ceremony trembled and hid in a faraway place. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. They never expected that they would encounter a fierce battle between Spirit Sword Gate and the city lord's mansion just by coming to attend a ceremony. Looking at the current situation, the fighting will only stop when one of the forces is completely defeated. This is a battle of extermination. In a remote area in the distance, Xiao Ming immediately drew out the Heavenly Guardian Sword, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Spirit Sword Gate was facing an unprecedented crisis, and as the deputy sect master, Xiao Ming instinctively wanted to help. Spirit Sword Gate has been good to him. And Xiao Ming is the kind of person who repays kindness and seeks revenge. He once said that if Spirit Sword Gate were in danger, he would do his best to help the sect. And now, such a situation has arisen. Unlike Xiao Ming, Hu Yunxi beside him remained calm, her expression unchanged. For Hu Yunxi, whether Spirit Sword Gate survives or not has nothing to do with her. She has no sense of belonging to Spirit Sword Gate. The only thing she cares about is Xiao Ming. Master, open your mouth and eat grapes. Hu Yunxi took out a grape from the fruit plate, peeled it carefully, and handed it to Xiao Ming's mouth. Xiao Ming smiled bitterly. He has no mood to eat grapes now. He just wants to fight. Chapter 80 Kill Murong Chong, Swallow Cyan Luck. At this moment, a voice filled with killing intent suddenly came from a distance. Xiao Ming, you made me suffer so much to find you. As the voice fell, a defiant young man surrounded by a group of experts sneered and rushed towards Xiao Ming's position. Murong Chong. After seeing the appearance of the young man, Xiao Ming frowned slightly. Murong Chong, who had conflicts with him before, had also arrived at the Spirit Sword Gate. Murong Chong himself was not a concern, but the group of powerful people around him was somewhat troublesome. Xiao Ming scanned his gaze. He saw that Murong Chong had 5 subordinates, all of them at the Core Lake realm. Among them were 2 in the late Core Lake stage and 3 in the mid-Core Lake stage. This lineup was quite luxurious. Unexpectedly, they were just Murong Chong's bodyguards. He is the mortal enemy of this young master. Attack him, all of you! Murong Chong pointed at Xiao Ming angrily and shouted, cut off his head, and this young master will turn it into a chamber pot. Yes. The 5 Core Lake experts responded in unison, and then they attacked Xiao Ming from all directions, encircling him. Xiao Ming stood up. The Heavenly Guardian Sword in his hand emitted a high-pitched and excited sword sound. Young master, do you want me to help? At this moment, Yunxi raised her charming face and asked softly. Xiao Ming smiled confidently. These ants don't need your help. I alone am enough. After saying that, Xiao Ming's figure flickered and disappeared on the spot like a gust of wind. In an instant, Xiao Ming appeared above one of the late core lake stage experts. He raised the heavenly guardian sword in his hand and fiercely slashed down. Buzz! At the moment when the heavenly guardian sword fiercely slashed down, the air roared and the vitality trembled. A dark golden sword shadow measuring 200 meters long formed out of thin air, and then fiercely slashed onto the late core lake stage expert. Boom! The ground cracked, forming a huge trench directly. The warrior didn't even have a chance to scream before he was directly blasted into a mist of blood. When dealing with ordinary warriors of the same level, Xiao Ming didn't use the power of the 5 elements. With the power of the heavenly guardian sword and the mastery of the great accomplishment realm, it was enough to kill the opponent. After dealing with the opponent in front of him, Xiao Ming swung his sword fiercely towards the right without hesitation. Another 200-meter-long dark golden sword shadow thundered horizontally. There was also a late core lake stage warrior there. The warrior was greatly surprised and instinctively tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Bang! With a loud sound, the warrior at the same level as Xiao Ming was also blasted into pieces by the power of the great accomplishment realm. After completing all this, Xiao Ming sheathed his sword and looked coldly at his surroundings. Silence filled the air. The remaining 3 mid-core lake stage warriors immediately stopped their attacks and looked at Xiao Ming with horror. From the moment Xiao Ming suddenly made his move until now, less than 2 seconds had passed. However, in such a short period of time, 2 late core lake stage warriors had been killed by Xiao Ming without even a chance to scream. Those were late core lake stage experts. Such formidable strength was extraordinary. Even if they couldn't defeat Xiao Ming, they shouldn't die so silently. However, the battle was so short, and the result was so cruel. The powerful late core lake stage warriors were like chickens and dogs in front of Xiao Ming, unable to withstand a single blow. At this moment, all 3 surviving mid-core lake stage warriors were terrified. They felt fear and instinctively retreated in the direction behind them. Murong Chong also had a stunned and horrified expression. He originally thought that with 5 core lake stage experts, he could easily deal with Xiao Ming. But the result was, 2 of the strongest late-stage warriors were easily killed by Xiao Ming. The remaining 3 mid-core lake stage warriors were like lambs facing a tiger, filled with fear and lacking any fighting spirit. This result far exceeded Murong Chong's imagination and made it difficult for him to accept. When did Xiao Ming become so powerful? Or was his original strength already so terrifying? Young master! This guy is too powerful. We are no match for him. Let's run. One of the mid-core lake stage warriors rushed towards Murong Chong's direction in panic, while anxiously saying. The remaining 2 people also had fear written all over their faces. Young master, Xiao Ming is too strong, we can't defeat him. I'm afraid we can only ask for the help of a Divine Sea Realm elder from the Divine Sea Sect to deal with this kid. Upon hearing this, Murong Chong, who was originally full of arrogance and confidence, also felt the urge to retreat. Xiao Ming is too powerful. If they continue to fight, not only will they fail to kill Xiao Ming, but Murong Chong himself will probably die here. At that time, it won't be Xiao Ming who becomes a urinal, but Murong Chong. In a state of urgency, Murong Chong didn't have time to think much and immediately shouted, "The 3 of you, protect me and leave this place. As long as my father takes care of that old BD Li Chongfeng, we won't have to worry about someone surnamed Xiao." Yes. The 3 mid-core lake realm warriors responded in unison and rushed towards Murong Chong. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. 3 dark golden crescent-shaped sword auras suddenly slashed from the direction where Xiao Ming was, locking onto the 3 mid-core lake realm warriors and carrying a terrifying sword aura as they violently struck. The three warriors were taken aback and quickly activated their true energy to try to dodge. However, the speed of the sword auras was incredibly fast. Before they could react, the dark golden crescent-shaped sword auras had already arrived. Boom boom boom. 3 low explosions sounded in succession. Without any suspense, all 3 mid-core Lake Realm warriors were instantly killed, exploding into clouds of blood mist. The dense blood mist spread and stained Mu Rongchang's entire body. Seeing his subordinates being brutally crushed up close, Mu Rongchang's shocked expression turned into extreme terror. He had never seen such a bloody scene before and was on the verge of collapsing right where he stood. Wow! Mu Rongchang couldn't help but bend over and vomit, throwing up everything he had eaten yesterday. Hoo! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. While Mu Rongchang was vomiting, he felt a gust of wind approaching, and it seemed that there was an extra figure not far in front of him. He instinctively looked up. Then he saw the familiar cheek of Xiao Ming and the dark golden blade in Xiao Ming's hand about to chop down on his neck. At that moment, Mu Rongchang felt an unprecedented sense of impending death. No! Mu Rongchang shouted. At the same time, Xiao Ming swung out a dark golden sword shadow that stretched for 200 meters. The sword shadow was majestic and instantly engulfed Mu Rongchang. Mu Rongchang himself only had the strength of the origin energy realm, which was not a concern, but this guy was favored by Mu Rongqi and had many defensive treasures on him. During the battle at the Golden Jade Tower, Mu Rongchang had used a silver glowing bell to withstand Xiao Ming's attacks. Therefore, Xiao Ming, who had learned from his past mistakes, didn't hold back at all. With a single strike, he unleashed the power of the Great Accomplishment Realm. Sure enough, just as the sword shadow engulfed Mu Rongchang, a dazzling green light shield suddenly appeared on Mu Rongchang's body. The light shield was like a solid turtle shell, firmly protecting Mu Rongchang inside. However, the defensive power of the green light shield was clearly inferior to the previous silver bell. And Xiao Ming's strength far surpassed before. In the exchange of blows, the green light shield only lasted for less than a second before shattering. In the next moment, the mighty sword shadow struck down. Boom! Amidst the shockwaves of elemental energy, the ground was split open by a deep chasm, and Mu Rongchang, who was directly hit by the sword shadow, was instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Mu Rongchang was dead. After killing Mu Rongchang, Xiao Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. While standing with his sword, he took out a 1000-year spirit medicine from his spatial ring and stuffed it all into his mouth. From the start of the battle until now, he had used up his true energy in 3 strikes of the Qingyunke sword technique and 3 strikes of the Break the Moon sword technique. Breaking the moon was no big deal, but those 3 strikes of the Qingyunke sword technique had almost depleted all the true energy in his body. With Xiao Ming's current strength, he could only perform the Qingyunke sword technique 4 times at most. There was still a big battle to come, so he had to quickly replenish the true energy in his body. Fortunately, Mu Rongchang, the unruly second-generation rich kid, had finally died by his hand. With anticipation, Xiao Ming looked towards the spot where Mu Rongchang had died. There was a cloud of blood mist, formed by Mu Rongchang's remains, and from within the blood mist, a thick green gas slowly rose. This was Mu Rongchang's green luck. Green luck was extremely mysterious, and as soon as it appeared, it actively flew towards Xiao Ming. In the blink of an eye, the green luck integrated with Xiao Ming, and the two became completely one. Chapter 81, Connecting Heaven and Earth, Xiao Ming's Oddity. After devouring the green luck of Mu Rongchang, Xiao Ming clearly felt that something had changed within himself. In simple terms, he suddenly felt a slight connection between himself and the immortal martial continent. This feeling was indescribable and elusive, but he could indeed sense it. I wonder if this is a natural ability inherent to the green luck host, or if it's an influence brought by the system. Xiao Ming muttered softly. Then he opened his own life script attribute panel. Swish! A green light suddenly appeared out of thin air, and then his information appeared before his eyes. Host, Xiao Ming. Realm, Late Core Lake Realm. Fate, Bursting Luck, Green, Temporary Luck, Temporary. Physique, 5 Elements Sacred Body, Peak Sacred Body. Main Cultivation Technique, Imperial Shocking Heaven Sword Art, 6th Layer, Heavenly Rank. Body Technique, Wind Spirit Steps, Earth Rank. Weapon, Wrathful Thunder Sword, Earth Rank. Martial Skills, 100 Shadow Crazed Slash, Shattered Moon Slash, Sword Control Art, Shattered Yuan Sword Chi, Slashing Heaven and Earth, Consummation. Special Martial Skill, Great River Sword Intent of the Core Lake Realm, Perfection. Storage Artifact, Ink Void Ring. Life Script, the host's luck has undergone consecutive changes, beginning to communicate with heaven and earth, greatly altering the future direction of his life. It is like a mist, unfathomable. Recent Opportunity 1, about to obtain a 4,000-year-old spirit medicine called the Yuan Replenishing Fruit, which, after consumption, greatly enhances his true Yuan foundation. Recent Opportunity 2, 3 days later, there will be a feeling of ascending to the great consummation of the Core Lake Realm. Recent Opportunity 3, 5 days later, he will find a storage artifact at the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect, obtaining a large amount of elemental stones and cultivation resources. Row after row of information appeared before Xiao Ming's eyes. After reading it, Xiao Ming's face revealed a surprised and delighted expression. Compared to the previous attribute panel, there were 2 major changes in his information at this moment. First, his life script had become like a mist, making the future unfathomable. Second, he also had recent opportunities. The transformation of his life script into an unfathomable mist completely changed Xiao Ming's life. However, whether he could live a better life still depended on Xiao Ming's efforts. After all, the meaning of unfathomable could be either bad or good. The display of recent opportunities also made Xiao Ming extremely excited. He finally had recent opportunities too. And there were 3 in a row. Could this be considered the performance of a genius? However, Xiao Ming also noticed the difference between himself and others. Take the first opportunity, the 4,000-year-old spirit medicine called the Yuan Replenishing Fruit, for example. He faintly sensed that this spirit medicine was located in the Lord's mansion 30 miles away. This immediately surprised Xiao Ming. Because generally speaking, others would not be able to pinpoint the location of their opportunities. Even Lin Feng and Wang Hao, the sons of luck, couldn't do it. Although Lin Feng and Wang Hao had countless opportunities, they were all passively accepted. Even if Xiao Ming snatched their opportunities, they wouldn't notice any problems and would only think that Vice Sect Master Xiao had good luck. This ability of Xiao Ming to actively locate the position of opportunities was vastly different from them. Puzzled, Xiao Ming summoned the system and voiced his doubts. The system immediately explained, "Of course, you are different from others because you have this system, which allows you to actively sense the position of opportunities. And others, even the sons of luck, do not have this ability. Once their opportunities are gone, they are gone, and they themselves will not sense anything amiss. And not only can you actively lock in the location of your own opportunities, but you can also timely perceive any problems that arise with those opportunities. If someone tries to snatch your opportunities, you will clearly sense it." "I understand," Xiao Ming nodded. There was a pause. Xiao Ming asked in his mind, "After obtaining the blue luck, I also sensed a connection with the heavens and earth, although this connection is very faint. System, is this the influence you brought? Or is it that anyone with advanced luck can establish a connection with the heavens and earth?" Xiao Ming had never experienced this feeling before, so he asked. However, the system denied it. The matter of establishing a connection with the heavens and earth is neither caused by this system nor brought about by the blue luck, the system slowly said, "It should be related to you personally." "What do you mean?" Xiao Ming was both astonished and surprised. Related to myself? What does that mean? The system pondered for a moment, seemingly contemplating something, and then said, to establish a connection with the heavens and earth, one must at least cultivate to the law manifestation realm and condense their unique law manifestation. Warriors who have not reached this realm cannot experience this situation, even if they are children of luck. Children of luck may passively discover their extraordinary luck and encounter opportunities one after another, but if their cultivation is not enough, they still cannot connect with the heavens and earth. And the host is currently only at the core lake realm, so logically, this situation should not occur. Unless... Unless what? Xiao Ming quickly asked. Unless the host's soul is different from others, stronger or more extraordinary, which is why there is a connection with the heavens and earth that only law manifestation realm experts possess. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming fell silent. He subconsciously thought of his special soul that came from another world. Compared to the natives of the immortal martial continent, he couldn't determine if his soul was stronger. But it was indeed quite extraordinary. So, even though I am only at the core lake realm, I have a connection with the heavens and earth that only law manifestation realm experts can have? Although this connection seems to be useless for now. Muttering to himself, Xiao Ming's doubts also dissipated. After the system's explanation just now, the anomalies on his body all made sense. Just as the conversation with the system ended, suddenly, an anomaly occurred. A deafening roar resounded in the sky, followed by a figure with chaotic aura plummeting down like a cannonball. Then it heavily crashed onto the ground, creating a huge deep pit in the solid ground. For a moment, smoke and dust filled the air, and the airwaves rolled endlessly. When the smoke and dust cleared, Xiao Ming quickly looked over and was astonished to find that the fallen figure was none other than his own master, Li Changfeng. At this moment, Li Changfeng's hair was disheveled, his body covered in blood, clearly heavily injured. His own master, Li Changfeng, had been defeated. Xiao Ming furrowed his brows, and the elders and disciples of the Spirit Sword Gate around him also wore stunned and incredulous expressions. How could Li Changfeng be defeated? What about Yunxi? Everyone looked up at the sky, only to see Yunxi still standing in the air, his face showing a contemptuous expression. On the ground, Li Changfeng emerged from the large pit, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with fear. Yunxi, you're not at the Divine Sea realm perfection. How did you cultivate to the half-step Qi control realm? Due to his injuries, Li Changfeng's voice became hoarse, and he exclaimed with a mixture of shock and fear. Chapter 82, Hu Yunxi makes a move. Fire field. Ha ha ha. Yunxi laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. Then, his smile disappeared, and he said in a sinister voice, now you know? It's too late. Why do you think I had the courage to openly attack you? And even threaten to destroy the entire Spirit Sword Gate? I have been diligently cultivating for several years, and finally reached the half-step Spirit Qi stage 2 days ago. As soon as the words half-step Spirit Qi were spoken, everyone from the Spirit Sword Gate turned pale, almost losing their will to fight. The state of Divine Sea perfection and the half-step Spirit Qi were completely different concepts. Now that Yunxi has successfully advanced, while the sect master Li Changfeng remains at his original strength, how can they continue to fight? The Spirit Sword Gate is in danger of being annihilated. And when the nest is overturned, how can there be any unbroken eggs? According to Yunxi's character, after he destroys the Spirit Sword Gate, he will definitely kill all the disciples. At this moment, everyone became nervous. Many people instinctively looked towards Hu Yunxi in the distance. The only one who can save the Spirit Sword Gate now is the mysterious and powerful Hu Yunxi. Li Changfeng and the other elders also looked at Hu Yunxi with eager anticipation. However, at this moment, Hu Yunxi was still sitting at the table, eating food and fruits, completely uninterested in helping. Seeing this, Countless disciples felt hopeless. Li Chongfeng then shifted his gaze to Xiao Ming. Hu Senior used to be Xiao Ming's personal maid, so she should still listen to Xiao Ming's orders. Li Chongfeng muttered to himself, a glimmer of hope emerging in his heart. As long as Xiao Ming asks Hu Yunxi to help, then Yunxi will no longer be a concern. While Li Chongfeng was trying to come up with a solution, Yunxi in the sky was scanning his surroundings. He was searching for the whereabouts of a rare treasure. Generally, newly born treasures would have a special aura that is easily detectable. However, Yunxi had searched the entire Spirit Sword Gate several times and found no trace of any treasure. Unable to find the treasure, Yunxi became annoyed and his gaze fell on Li Chongfeng once again. Li Chongfeng, the situation is already decided, you can't make any waves. Yunxi threatened and tempted, but if you voluntarily hand over the treasure, I promise to only cut off your limbs and spare your life. How about it? You're daydreaming. Li Chongfeng angrily retorted, cutting off my limbs is worse than killing me directly. Besides, my Spirit Sword Gate doesn't have any treasure. Oh, still being stubborn, hey? Fine, I'll kill you first, then find the treasure. Yunxi said with a sinister smile, preparing to take action. Just then, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Hey? Why is Chang'er's aura gone? Chang'er is dead. Yunxi's face turned crazy, and he instinctively looked at the people on the ground, finally fixing his gaze on Xiao Ming. You killed Chang'er. There's the lingering aura of death on you. Ah! How dare you kill my precious son? I'll destroy you. Yunxi's expression became frenzied. Without hesitation, he extended his palm and fiercely slapped towards Xiao Ming. Boom! The qi suddenly exploded. A palm-sized qi palm appeared out of thin air, carrying a powerful force, and fiercely slapped towards Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, run! Li Chongfeng shouted in alarm. Vice Sect Master, be careful! Vice Sect Master, quickly dodge! The other elders of the Spirit Sword Gate also shouted one after another. Xiao Ming immediately sensed the danger, and he wanted to dodge, but he felt as if he was trapped in a swamp, making every step extremely difficult. Yunxi has already cultivated to the half-step Spirit Qi stage. What is Spirit Qi? It means being able to manipulate the Qi of heaven and earth. At this moment, the spiritual energy around Xiao Ming seemed to have turned into an invisible large net, or transformed into a swamp, tightly trapping him. Even though Xiao Ming desperately used the wind spirit step, its effect was minimal. Seeing that he couldn't avoid the palm of spiritual energy that Yunxi was about to strike, Xiao Ming made a fierce move, and the heavenly guardian sword in his hand emitted a dazzling five-colored spiritual light. He had just consumed 1,000-year spiritual medicine, and his true essence had fully recovered, allowing him to unleash several powerful strikes of the grand completion level Qingyunke sword shadow. Moreover, he possessed the five elements sacred body. Even if he did nothing, relying solely on the terrifying defense of the five elements sacred body, he could withstand Yunxi's attack head-on. Just as Xiao Ming was about to make a move to resist, a tall and graceful figure flashed by and appeared in front of him out of thin air. It was Hu Yunxi. Hu Yunxi finally intended to make a move. Hu Yunxi didn't do anything, just lightly stepped forward. The next moment, boom! Yunxi's palm of spiritual energy, the size of a house, exploded in mid-air. The powerful shockwave generated by the explosion swept through the surroundings, blowing Hu Yunxi's hair and revealing her angry expression. In the sky, Yunxi looked at this scene with astonishment and doubt. He had just attacked in anger, with no intention of holding back. However, the stunning woman who suddenly appeared only took a small step forward and directly shattered his palm of spiritual energy. This terrifying strength made Yunxi's scalp tingle and his mind tremble. Hu Yunxi's performance far exceeded his own at the half-step Qi refining stage. At this moment, the revenge in Yunxi's heart had already dissipated, leaving only deep shock. Unlike the shocked Yunxi, Li Chongfeng, the elders and countless disciples of the Spirit Sword Gate finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, you made a move. If you didn't make a move, the Spirit Sword Gate would be finished. In the sky, Yunxi looked at Hu Yunxi on the ground with both shock and fear, and then asked cautiously, "Who are you? Why did you stop me?" Hu Yunxi raised her delicate chin, her beautiful eyes filled with anger as she stared at Yunxi, and said angrily, "I don't care if you want to destroy the Spirit Sword Gate, but if you dare to attack my young master, you will die." After speaking, Hu Yunxi extended a slender jade finger and lightly pointed it towards Yunxi in the sky. The next moment, the colors of the sky changed. The originally clear sky instantly turned into a twilight state, and countless rays of sunlight converged together, forming a scorching hot fire domain around Yunxi. At the moment he saw the fire domain, Yunxi's face suddenly changed. He looked terrified, as if he had seen a ghost, and stammered, This is a fire elemental domain. You are actually a strong harmonization realm cultivator. Before Yunxi could finish his nonsense, he let out a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. The blazing fire domain had ignited at some point and instantly engulfed Yunxi's body. 1 second later, the terrifyingly high-temperature fire domain slowly dissipated. The sky returned from the dark twilight state to a sunny and clear sky. And Yunxi had disappeared. He was as if he had never appeared before, completely vaporized by the fire domain, not even leaving behind a trace of ashes. "Where is Yunxi?" Xiao Ming asked in astonishment. "He has been vaporized, turned into the most primitive matter, returning to the heavens and earth," Hu Yunxi said with a cold expression and a calm tone. That expression was as if she had just crushed an insignificant bug. Chapter 83 Hu Yunxi's 3000 Avenues. Yunxi is dead. Yunxi, who had powerful strength and had already reached the half-step Qi control stage, and who single-handedly brought great pressure to Spirit Sword Gate, has died just like that. Moreover, he died silently, without even causing a ripple. At this moment, everyone was filled with great shock. Even Xiao Ming couldn't help but feel alarmed. He knew that Hu Yunxi would definitely be able to instantly turn the situation around, but he didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. 1 second. Just 1 second. Yunxi was finished, not even leaving behind ashes. Is this the terror of a harmonization realm expert? At this moment, the entire Spirit Sword Gate fell into silence. Everyone temporarily stopped fighting, their faces frozen like sculptures, clearly still not fully awake from the scene just now. However, this state didn't last long, and Spirit Sword Gate became lively once again. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Li Chongfeng laughed heartily, shouting with great satisfaction, Yunxi is dead, he's dead. All elders and disciples, follow me and kill. Kill all the dogs of the city lord's mansion. As soon as the words fell, Li Chongfeng gripped his long sword and charged into the crowd as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Although he had suffered heavy injuries, his strength was still there, easily dealing with the subordinates of the city lord's mansion. The remaining elders and disciples were also extremely excited. Their faces turned red from excessive excitement, like beating a dog in the water, launching a frenzied counterattack against the remaining subordinates of the city lord's mansion. The people from the city lord's mansion, having lost Yunxi as their backbone, had no intention of fighting and fled in panic. Defeat was like a collapsing mountain. This was no longer a battle between two sides, but a one-sided slaughter by Spirit Sword Gate. Xiao Ming did not join the pursuit team, but turned his head to look at Hu Yunxi and asked, "The fire domain you displayed just now, is that your ability?" He had heard long ago that experts in the harmonization realm could display unique domains. Once the domain was opened, it could greatly damage the opponent. As for the power and attributes of the domain, it depended on the martial artist's physique and the cultivation method they practiced. So, from this perspective, was Hu Yunxi a fire attribute domain expert? Upon hearing Xiao Ming's question, Hu Yunxi did not immediately answer. She tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, "The Great Sun Fire domain just now can only be considered one of my abilities." Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow and instinctively asked, "What other abilities do you have?" Upon hearing this, Hu Yunxi smiled. Her smile overshadowed everything else, as if the world was left with only her enchanting smile. Xiao Ming secretly pinched his finger, forcing himself to sober up, and then heard Hu Yunxi say with a smile, "There are 3,000 great laws in the world, encompassing myriad manifestations, and I know all 3,000 great laws. The Great Sun Fire domain just now was just something I casually displayed. If you want to see, I can display domains of other attributes, such as the common 5 elements power, as well as poison, wind, ice, sword, light, darkness, and so on." Pausing for a moment, Hu Yunxi added, "However, due to my strength only recovering a little, I am temporarily unable to display domains of certain attributes. And, I can only condense domains for now, I still can't control the power of the laws. That's already enough." Xiao Ming took a deep breath, his eyes filled with deep shock. He didn't expect that the fire domain just now was just casually displayed by Hu Yunxi. Something casually waved out had directly vaporized the arrogant Murong Ce. In addition to the fire attribute domain, Hu Yunxi could also display 3,000 different abilities. This was truly terrifying. Curiously, Xiao Ming asked again, "You said earlier that you temporarily cannot control the power of the laws, I can understand that. However, you also mentioned that there are some domains you cannot display, what are those?" Hu Yunxi sighed. Then she slowly said, "Indeed, there are 3,000 great laws in the world, but within those 3,000 great laws, there are 3 extremely powerful divine abilities. These 3 are recognized as the supreme laws." Without waiting for Xiao Ming to ask, Hu Yunxi took the initiative to explain, "These 3 supreme laws are time, space, and reincarnation. I am currently too weak and cannot display the 3 supreme laws at all. In fact, even if I were to restore myself to my peak state, the display of the 3 supreme laws would still be relatively weak. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have been forced." At this point, Hu Yunxi abruptly stopped speaking, not continuing with what she wanted to say. However, Xiao Ming could probably guess what she wanted to say next. If it weren't for not fully mastering the 3 supreme laws, she wouldn't have been forced to reincarnate, right? But Xiao Ming didn't say these words. Some things are better left unsaid. As for why Hu Yunxi was forced to reincarnate, Xiao Ming didn't ask because his intuition told him that even if he did ask, Hu Yunxi wouldn't say. While he was thinking about it, Li Chongfeng suddenly returned with some disciples. "Why did you come back so soon?" Xiao Ming asked in surprise. Li Chongfeng waved his hand and said, "We have already killed all the troublesome dogs of the city lord's mansion. The rest are just insignificant shrimp, not worth worrying about. Su Tianming has already led a group of elders and disciples to exterminate them. As for me, I was seriously injured earlier and must immediately heal my wounds, otherwise there is a danger of falling in cultivation level. These disciples behind me are all injured as well. I brought them back to heal." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming looked over. Sure enough, all the disciples behind Li Chongfeng were heavily injured, bloody, and some even lost their limbs. After Li Chongfeng finished explaining, he looked at Hu Yunxi with a solemn expression. Then, he suddenly knelt down on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Senior, for saving Spirit Sword Gate. If it weren't for you, not only would Spirit Sword Gate be in danger of annihilation, but I, Li Chongfeng, would also have met a bad end. Senior, please accept Li's gratitude." As he spoke, Li Chongfeng bowed deeply to Hu Yunxi. The disciples of Spirit Sword Gate behind him also knelt down one by one, respectfully kowtowing to Hu Yunxi. Xiao Ming did not stop them. Because such a life-saving grace deserved such a gesture. Yunxi waved her fair jade hand indifferently and said, I only acted out of anger when I saw the young master being threatened. I didn't intend to save Spirit Sword Gate. Li Chongfeng immediately said, regardless of how senior thinks, the favor of saving us is a fact. Spirit Sword Gate will never forget this great kindness. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Ming secretly praised Li Changfeng's eloquence. But it was also true. Without Yunxi, Li Changfeng would probably have been in deep trouble. Faced with the formidable Murong Ce, there was no way to counter him. At this moment, Yunxi suddenly thought of something and smiled, saying, since I am your savior, shouldn't you give me a generous reward? Naturally. Li Chongfeng raised his head and asked, although Spirit Sword Gate is only a 2-star power, we will definitely show enough sincerity to thank the senior. Yunxi smiled again. She leaned against Xiao Ming and said, then give that generous reward directly to my young master. As long as your sincerity can satisfy my young master, I will be satisfied. Upon hearing this, Li Chongfeng and the other disciples instinctively looked at Xiao Ming. In their eyes, there was an extreme envy. They now realized that even though Yunxi's strength had skyrocketed after awakening, she still willingly followed Xiao Ming as his personal maid. With such a terrifying maid, Xiao Ming could dominate the world. Moreover, Yunxi was also incredibly beautiful, stunningly gorgeous. Even just looking at her was a great spiritual enjoyment. This Xiao Ming, I don't know how much dog shit he stepped on to find such an exceptional maid. Li Chongfeng envied and lamented in his heart. Chapter 84 Killing towards Clear Breeze City, ransacking the city lord's mansion. I'm complaining, and suddenly, Li Chongfeng sensed the gaze from Yunxi. He looked up and saw Yunxi staring at him with a pair of eyes filled with ill intentions. Li Chongfeng was instantly startled. Could she perceive what I'm thinking? This thought emerged, and Li Chongfeng quickly lowered his head, while his heart was filled with waves of shock and fear. If Yunxi could see through his inner thoughts, then it would be truly terrifying. Yunxi coldly snorted and then said, Li Chongfeng, you just said you could give us a sincere and generous gift. Where is it? Li Chongfeng trembled and quickly said, the Lord's mansion of the Murong family is also a 2-star power and has accumulated a great deal of wealth over the years. As long as Xiao Ming finds them appealing, he can take anything. Even if he wants to take everything, it doesn't matter. I wonder if this generous gift would satisfy you, senior. After speaking, Li Chongfeng cautiously looked at Yunxi. Yunxi looked at Xiao Ming again. Xiao Ming grinned, rubbing his hands and said, then I won't be polite. No, you don't have to be polite. Li Chongfeng quickly said. Yunxi nodded in satisfaction and then said, all right, all of you go and heal your injuries. I will follow the young master to the Murong family now. After speaking, Yunxi pulled Xiao Ming and walked down the mountain. Only then did Li Chongfeng climb up from the ground and let out a long sigh of relief. He looked at Yunxi's graceful figure as she left, his eyes filled with fear. I have seen strong harmonization realm experts before, but why do I always feel completely exposed in front of her, as if she can read my thoughts? Li Chongfeng muttered to himself. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The servant girl that Xiao Ming hired is not simple. As he spoke, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Li Changfeng's mouth. This was not caused by Yunxi secretly attacking him, but the lingering effects of the previous battle. Li Chongfeng didn't dare to be negligent and quickly flew to his residence to begin closed-door cultivation and heal his injuries. On the other side, Xiao Ming and Yunxi descended the mountain. After walking for a while, Yunxi couldn't help but say, young master, your master Li Chongfeng seems to suspect something about you. Hey? What does he suspect about me? Xiao Ming was surprised. He suspects that your luck is too good, otherwise why would you accept me as a servant girl? Yunxi said, I can sense that he secretly complains about you in his heart. Oh, so that's the case, Xiao Ming said indifferently, if he wants to complain, let him complain. After speaking, Xiao Ming suddenly realized something was wrong. Xiaoyingzi, can you read other people's thoughts? Hu Yunxi nodded slowly, as long as they are not special individuals, I can basically sense their inner thoughts. Ordinary warriors like Li Chongfeng have no secrets in front of me. After a pause, Hu Yunxi added, but I don't use this ability often. After all, I'm not interested in other people's thoughts. Xiao Ming was stunned. Being able to read other people's thoughts was an incredibly powerful ability. It was similar to the Buddhist technique of mind reading or the Taoist technique of mind reading. Although it didn't have any substantial killing power, if used well, it could produce unexpected effects. If used in battle, one could capture the enemy's every thought, allowing oneself to stand invincible. In addition, people with this ability could avoid being deceived or falling into conspiracies and traps. But Xiao Ming was more worried about himself. Xiao Yunxi, can you read my thoughts? Xiao Ming asked eagerly. Hu Yunxi shook her head. She hesitated and explained, actually, I have tried to probe into your thoughts before, but I found that you are very special and different from others. You possess a mysterious power within you, and there is also a thick mist surrounding you, which makes it impossible for me to perceive. Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He guessed that the mysterious power within him was the system. As for the thick mist surrounding him, he didn't know if it was caused by the system or if it was his own luck affecting it. Xiao Ming was worried that his thoughts would be discovered by Hu Yunxi mainly because his initial intentions towards her were not sincere. He accepted Hu Yunxi as his maid and kept her by his side mainly because she was the reincarnation of the Fox Emperor from the heavenly realm, possessing several colorful luck lines and special effects that brought good fortune to her husband and children. Xiao Ming had to admit that initially, he had ulterior motives towards Hu Yunxi. If Hu Yunxi was just an ordinary little fox girl, Xiao Ming might have pitied her, but he would never have kept her by his side. Although as time went on, Xiao Ming's feelings towards Hu Yunxi became mixed with other emotions, such as friendship and being a close companion. But if Hu Yunxi were to know that his intentions were not sincere from the beginning, it would definitely lead to conflicts. She might even turn her back on him and become a stranger. This was not impossible. But fortunately, he was extremely special himself, and Hu Yunxi couldn't read his thoughts. With that, all the potential dangers were eliminated. While he was thinking about it, a large crowd suddenly appeared ahead. It was Su Tianming leading a group of elders and most of the disciples from the Spirit Sword Gate. They were all in high spirits, almost bursting with laughter. Senior Su, judging from your happy expressions, it seems like you have dealt with the opponents. Xiao Ming took the initiative to speak. We've dealt with all of them. Su Tianming laughed heartily. The elite group brought by Murong Ce was completely wiped out by us, all killed. From today onwards, within 1,000 miles, we are the only two-star power. Our Spirit Sword Gate can finally dominate the area. After saying that, Su Tianming burst into laughter again. The crowd behind him was also extremely proud, their smiles filled with excitement and arrogance. Vice Sect Master Xiao, where are you planning to go? Su Tianming restrained his laughter and asked curiously. Oh, in order to thank Hu Yunxi for saving my life, the sect master promised to hand over all of Murong's family wealth to me to handle as I please, Xiao Ming said. I'm about to leave the mountain and go to Murong's family. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Did sect master Li Chongfeng promise to give all of Murong's family wealth to Xiao Ming? Murong's family mansion was also a two-star power, and over the years, who knows how much wealth they had accumulated. Their strength was probably not inferior to that of the Spirit Sword Gate. And now, all of these things belonged to Xiao Ming? Unlike the others' astonishment, Su Tianming silently nodded and said, Senior Hu saved our lives, and we have no way to repay her. Giving up some benefits is nothing major. Then he considerately asked, since the vice sect master is planning to plunder Murong's family mansion, do you need more manpower? At least it can help you search for and transport a lot of things. Sure, I was just thinking about that. Xiao Ming smiled and said. Su Tianming didn't waste any words and immediately turned his head to point at several elders, instructing, you, and you, bring 200 disciples with you to accompany the vice sect master to ransack the Murong family mansion. By the way, after annihilating the Murong family, occupy the entire city and loudly announce to the martial artists and the people in the city that from today onwards, Clear Breeze City belongs to our Spirit Sword Gate. Yes. The elders who were named saluted and responded eagerly, their eyes burning with excitement. It didn't take long. Xiao Ming, accompanied by his subordinates, marched towards Clear Breeze City in a grand manner. Chapter 85, Supplementary Fruits Available. $1 Million Stone. Clear Breeze City is a large and prosperous city. In the central area of Clear Breeze City, there is a luxurious and grand complex. This complex resembles a palace and is the stronghold of the Murong family, the Lord's Mansion of Clear Breeze City. However, the Lord's Mansion is no longer bustling and lively as it used to be. Instead, it is filled with a strong atmosphere of solemnity and killing. The Lord's Mansion has been surrounded tightly by 200 subordinates of Xiao Ming, forming an impenetrable encirclement like an iron barrel, where no water can be poured in and no needle can penetrate. Even if a fly wants to fly out from inside, it would need to leave behind a pair of wings. Among the many experts of the Spirit Sword Gate, the most powerful is an elder surnamed Li. Elder Li clasped his fists and slightly bowed to Xiao Ming, saying, "We have completely surrounded the Lord's Mansion. Please instruct us on our next move, Vice Sect Master." Xiao Ming waved his hand and said, "I came to the Murong family for wealth. As for other matters, you can decide for yourself." "I understand," Elder Li nodded, then looked around and loudly declared, "All outer disciples should stay outside and guard every exit. The remaining inner disciples and elders, follow me and attack the Murong family. Remember, after we enter, we must kill without mercy. We will eliminate everyone from the Murong family, regardless of age or gender, including servants and maids. We must kill them all and leave no potential threats." At this moment, a disciple whispered, "Elder Li, you want us to kill everyone from the Murong family, but should we spare the servants and maids? They are actually innocent." Elder Li glared fiercely at the person and said with frustration, "I've told you many times, the cultivation world is cruel like this. Either they die, or you perish. There are many things that you either do or don't do. If you do, you must do it thoroughly. Most importantly, how can you distinguish whether there are a few legitimate descendants of the Murong family among the servants and maids? If the descendants of the Murong family escape, it will be a hidden trouble for our sect." Upon hearing this, many disciples became alert. Because they had heard of cases where a member of a certain family disguised themselves as a servant or beggar and successfully sought revenge. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Elder Li sighed and said softly, "Actually, I don't want to kill the innocent indiscriminately. Killing ordinary mortals who have nothing to do with this is not the act of a hero. But reality is helpless like this. I would rather make mistakes and kill unnecessarily than let even one escape. Otherwise, it may be us who die in the future." The disciples nodded thoughtfully. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes and focused his gaze on Elder Li. Through their conversation just now, he didn't see the excitement of Elder Li about slaughtering the Murong family. Instead, he saw deep concern. Obviously, Elder Li was also worried that members of the Murong family might escape and seek revenge after cultivating. Although Elder Li's words were cruel, it had to be admitted that this was the bloody rule of the cultivation world. You can only completely eliminate your opponents, eradicate all potential threats, in order to sleep peacefully. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Ming stood up. Instantly, all eyes fell on him. Xiao Ming spoke softly, "I was just thinking, what would be the outcome for everyone here if Yunxi were to conquer the Spirit Sword Gate? We would all die, a disciple instinctively replied. That's right, but not entirely, Xiao Ming continued, not only would you die, but I'm afraid your families would also be killed one by Yunxi. The Yunxi family, led by Yunxi, is not so merciful. They are capable of doing anything to secure their own position. I don't need to explain this in detail, right? Upon hearing these words, the faces of everyone present changed. The notorious reputation of the Yunxi family, what Xiao Ming said, Yunxi could really do it. At this moment, everyone felt no psychological pressure. Alright, enough idle talk. Let's quickly exterminate the Yunxi family to prevent any more trouble in the future. Elder Li said, then kicked open the gate of the Yunxi family and rushed in. Other elders and inner disciples followed suit, wielding their blades. In the next moment, screams of chaos echoed continuously in the Yunxi family. Xiao Ming also entered the Yunxi family, but he remained expressionless, unaffected by the screams. If you're not ruthless, you won't stand firm. Based on the reminder brought by his luck, Xiao Ming led Yunxi, turning left and right, and arrived at a cultivation secret room belonging to Yunxi. Upon entering the secret room, Xiao Ming keenly sensed that his opportunity was right under his feet. There is a floor tile under my feet. There must be something beneath it. Xiao Ming didn't hesitate and directly mobilized his true essence, slapping the air beneath his feet. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. The floor tiles were directly shattered by Xiao Ming's palm force, revealing a huge hole. Through the hole, a hidden cellar could be seen. A strong and rich medicinal fragrance wafted out from the cellar. The opportunity is in the cellar. While holding his sword cautiously, Xiao Ming jumped into the cellar. As for Yunxi, she did not enter the hidden cellar and chose to stay outside to keep watch. The cellar was not big. Xiao Ming looked around and found that there were tables, chairs, beds, and other items inside. It could be considered another cultivation room. On a table, there were 2 boxes placed quietly. The strong medicinal fragrance came from a small box. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Ming held the heavenly guardian sword in one hand, prepared for a hidden weapon attack, and cautiously opened the small box. No hidden weapon shot out. After opening the box, a walnut-sized golden fruit appeared. As soon as the fruit appeared, the strong medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire cellar. Xiao Ming only took a breath and felt refreshed and clear-headed. Even the true essence lake in his dantian trembled slightly. This fruit was a good thing. It should be the 4,000-year-old spirit medicine, the Yuan replenishing fruit. Xiao Ming reached out and grabbed the Yuan replenishing fruit, throwing it into his spatial ring. Then, his gaze fell on the large box. He remained on guard and carefully opened the box. It wasn't that Xiao Ming was timid, but he was extremely cautious. Carefulness ensured 1,000-year-ship. After the box was opened, it revealed a pile of gold tickets. There were a lot of gold tickets, at least 100. Gold tickets? Why did Yunxi collect so many gold tickets? Xiao Ming showed a puzzled expression. Because for cultivators, gold and silver were not important. In the vast cultivation world, spirit stones were the circulating currency. To purchase various cultivation resources, one could only pay with spirit stones. However, soon, Xiao Ming realized that something was amiss. These gold tickets were not ordinary gold and silver, but rather receipts storing spirit stones. Xiao Ming suddenly realized and became excited. This must be Yunxi hoarding too many spirit stones. Because it was inconvenient to store them, he kept them in the Chamber of Commerce. If he needed physical spirit stones one day, he could directly withdraw them with these receipts. Similar to the banks in the mortal world, the cultivation world also had similar storage chambers for the sake of convenience. After all, cultivators needed to frequently purchase various cultivation resources. If the transaction value was small, it would be fine. However, if the value was large, it would be unlikely to directly trade with physical spirit stones. For example, if a cultivator spent 1 million spirit stones to purchase something, it would be unlikely for them to directly take out the physical stones because it would be too troublesome. Even if they had a storage space, those spirit stones would take up too much space. Although spirit stones were also divided into grades, with a conversion ratio of 100 to 1, many times, high-grade spirit stones were not circulated. High-grade ones were still fine, but the top-grade spirit stones were already equivalent to excellent elixirs. Cultivators would basically use them for cultivation and not circulate them. It was precisely because of these various reasons that receipts came into existence. To spend however much money, just present enough receipts to settle the transaction on the spot. This function was similar to the banks in Xiao Ming's previous life, except that in his previous life, banks stored money, while in the cultivation world, they stored spirit stones. In the cultivation world, spirit stones were also money. Xiao Ming took out the gold tickets one by one and carefully examined them, becoming more and more excited. All of these receipts were anonymous gold tickets, and each gold ticket had a value of 50,000 medium-grade spirit stones. And the number of gold tickets was neither too many nor too few, exactly 100. One ticket is worth 50,000, so I've obtained 5 million medium-grade spirit stones. I'm rich, I'm going to strike it rich this time. Chapter 86 Swallowing Yuan Fruit. Xiao Ming unceremoniously threw most of the gold tickets into the space ring, then took a few of them and examined them again. First of all, these gold tickets are all in the form of anonymous currency, so anyone can use them. Secondly, these gold tickets are stamped with anti-counterfeiting seals from many super-large commercial associations, including the headquarters of the Golden Jade Tower, which Xiao Ming has dealt with before. This reminded Xiao Ming of something he had heard before. It is said that the super-commercial associations on the mainland have long joined forces to establish a unified anti-counterfeiting gold ticket system in order to facilitate the circulation of elemental stones and conduct better business. However, these anti-counterfeiting elemental stone gold tickets are only provided to medium and large customers. Xiao Ming has only heard of elemental stone gold tickets, but has never seen them before. He didn't expect to get so many today. Excitedly, he stuffed all the gold tickets in his hand into the space ring. With a little force, Xiao Ming jumped out of the secret cellar. "Young master, how was your harvest?" Yunxi asked. "Not bad." Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction and said, "Let's go, let's see what the situation is outside now." Walking out of Yunxi's cultivation secret room and coming to the outside world, they saw blood everywhere and corpses lying around. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. However, the battle was already over. Without Yunxi and his elite subordinates, the Murong family was no match for the Spirit Sword Gate. The entire Murong family was wiped out, not a single survivor. After wiping out the Murong family, Elder Li and his disciples did not stop. They searched east and west, and finally found a group of vicious dogs raised by the Murong family. These vicious dogs were extremely ferocious and were actually fed with human flesh. They were as fat as pigs and as fierce as tigers. Several elders and disciples were extremely angry. After kicking each of the vicious dogs, they made them howl in pain. Then, Elder Li and the others mercilessly killed all these vicious dogs. After that, they started displaying their martial arts skills in the courtyard. For a while, sword energy and various colorful martial arts techniques shot out. It didn't take long for the luxurious and magnificent buildings to be shattered into rubble by them. Because the power of the martial arts was quite strong, even the ground was overturned, revealing confused earthworms. Elder Li and the others were not polite either. They picked up their weapons and smashed all the earthworms on the ground, then stomped them fiercely into the soil. After doing all this, Elder Li still felt unsatisfied. He directly ordered his disciples to set a big fire. After a while, the fire spread and engulfed all the buildings and corpses of the Murong family. From today onwards, the Murong family and the city lord's mansion will completely disappear. Xiao Ming watched with his mouth wide open. This kind of revenge was exactly the same as when he destroyed the Lei family stronghold before. Indeed, blood is thicker than water. Suddenly, Xiao Ming thought of something and quickly asked, "Elder Li, you flattened and burned this place. What about the cultivation resources of the Murong family?" Elder Li chuckled and said, "Vice Sect Master, rest assured, before doing all this, we had already moved out all the valuable things and placed them at the entrance." Only then did Xiao Ming feel relieved. But then he sensed that something was wrong. All the valuable things? It seems that Elder Li and the others not only collected cultivation resources, but also looted other things. Deeply glancing at Elder Li, Xiao Ming walked towards the gate with Hu Yunxi. Sure enough, there was still some distance to the gate, and Xiao Ming saw a small mountain made up of countless cultivation resources and piles of gold and silver jewelry. There were many disciples guarding around the small mountain. When they saw Xiao Ming approaching, they hurriedly bowed. "Deputy Sect Master, all of the Murong family's wealth is here," the leading disciple pointed to the small mountain and said, "You can choose freely, even if you take it all." Xiao Ming nodded slightly and began to make his selection. He ignored the elixirs below the earth grade and the medicinal materials below 3,000 years, specifically choosing things that were useful to him. Before long, after making his selection, Xiao Ming took away the core essence of the cultivation resources accumulated by the Murong family. He threw everything into the spatial ring and pointed to the remaining things, saying, "These are useless to me. You can move them all back to the sect later." "Yes." After a pause, Xiao Ming asked again, "I see that you have also collected a lot of gold and silver jewelry. These things are useless to us martial artists, so why bother?" The leading disciple quickly explained, "Elder Li said that many disciples in the sect come from ordinary families. Although these worldly possessions like gold and silver jewelry are useless to us martial artists, they can be given to the families of the disciples, allowing them to live a good life." "I see. It seems that Elder Li has thought ahead," Xiao Ming nodded, secretly thinking that Elder Li had long-term plans. The following matters had nothing to do with Xiao Ming. Elder Li and the others killing the Murong family was just the first step. They still needed to occupy Clear Breeze City and declare the rules of the Spirit Sword Gate with authority. They even needed to inform various small forces within 1,000 miles, letting them know what had happened today. These matters were quite messy and couldn't be completed in a short time. Xiao Ming didn't care about these things. He flew into the sky with Hu Yunxi and returned to the Spirit Sword Gate. After returning to the Spirit Sword Gate, Xiao Ming immediately went back to his residence and began closed-door cultivation. He had gained a lot of wealth this time. In addition to 1,000,000 yuan stone, there were also replenishing yuan fruits, many 3,000-year medicinal materials, and a large pile of earth-grade elixirs. There were a lot of 3,000-year spiritual herbs and earth-grade elixirs, almost occupying half of the space in the storage ring. Phew! In the room, Xiao Ming took a deep breath. After calming his mind, he opened the ink void ring and took out the replenishing yuan fruit. The replenishing yuan fruit was golden all over, as if it was made of gold, and it emitted faint golden spiritual light. Quite mystical. So this is the 4,000-year spiritual herb, the replenishing yuan fruit. Xiao Ming muttered to himself. In the immortal martial continent, 1,000-year spiritual herbs also had different levels. Basically, every 3,000 years was a major threshold. For example, 1,000 to 3,000 years belonged to the primary level, 4,000 to 6,000 years belonged to the intermediate level, and 7 to 9,000 years belonged to the advanced level. A 10,000-year spiritual herb was called a top-grade 10,000-year spiritual herb. As for whether there were further divisions above 10,000 years, Xiao Ming was temporarily unclear due to his strength and knowledge. Returning to his thoughts, Xiao Ming looked at the replenishing yuan fruit in front of him, his eyes filled with excitement. The replenishing yuan fruit was a 4,000-year spiritual herb. Although it only had an additional 1,000 years compared to the 3,000-year spiritual herbs, the two were completely different. Because the replenishing yuan fruit had undergone a fundamental change and belonged to the intermediate level spiritual herb. With anticipation, Xiao Ming tilted his head back, opened his mouth, and threw the replenishing yuan fruit into it. Then he chewed it chaotically and swallowed it in one gulp. Chapter 87 Go! Iron-winged goshawk. The replenishing fruit was swallowed by Xiao Ming and quickly melted, turning into a surging flow of medicinal power that merged into his limbs and bones. As the medicinal power filled his body, Xiao Ming's skin turned a deep red, and a faint white mist appeared above his head. At the same time, stimulated by the medicinal power, the true essence lake in his dantian began to violently tremble. Xiao Ming didn't dare to be negligent and immediately activated the supreme shocking heaven technique to refine the surging medicinal power within his body. After about an hour, Xiao Ming slowly opened his eyes, temporarily concluding his cultivation. He had successfully refined all the medicinal power of the replenishing fruit, transforming it into his true essence and merging it into the lake within his body. It was only at this moment that Xiao Ming understood why the swallowed spiritual medicine was called a replenishing fruit. The replenishing fruit could greatly replenish a martial artist's true essence. After refining the replenishing fruit, Xiao Ming was astonished to find that the true essence lake within his body had expanded by more than double, and the terrifying energy contained within it far surpassed that of an ordinary divine sea initial stage. Furthermore, Xiao Ming's true essence lake had reached a state of stillness, like water frozen into a solid ice layer. Affected by this, Xiao Ming clearly sensed that he could break through once again. However, breaking through would still require time, and he couldn't rush it now. After some thought, Xiao Ming took out a large amount of 3,000-year-old spiritual medicines and a pile of earth-grade pills from his ring. He planned to continue devouring cultivation resources while he still had time, in order to expand his true essence lake and increase the concentration of his energy. Time passed bit by bit, and soon it was nighttime. While Xiao Ming was cultivating, he suddenly received a secret message from Li Chongfeng. Xiao Ming, get ready to leave. Tomorrow morning, we will go to the heaven-supporting sword sect to participate in the 8 sects martial competition. After the voice disappeared, Xiao Ming opened his eyes. Then he stopped his cultivation. Because he sensed that his cultivation for today had reached its limit, and continuing would have no effect. Even if Li Chongfeng hadn't sent the message, he would have ended his cultivation. As for the next cultivation, he could do it on the way to the heaven-supporting sword sect. Xiao Ming had a feeling that he would definitely be able to advance to the core lake great perfection before reaching the sect. Stretching lazily, Xiao Ming lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep within a few seconds. Cultivation emphasizes a balance between tension and relaxation, and one must not slack off but also not be too hasty. After diligent practice, one must give themselves enough relaxation, as that is the best state for cultivation. As the moon set and the sun rose, a new day arrived. Xiao Ming brought Yunxi to the sect square, where several figures had already appeared, including the sect master Li Chongfeng, as well as Lin Feng and Wang Hao. Vice sect master Xiao, good morning. Seeing Xiao Ming's arrival, Wang Hao, who hadn't had much interaction with Xiao Ming, took the initiative to greet him. After the previous battles and series of fights, although Wang Hao didn't say it, he had developed a sense of admiration for Xiao Ming. The vice sect master's aura has become even stronger. I'm afraid he will break through to the core lake great perfection in these few days, Lin Feng said with a complex expression. Then he looked at Yunxi beside Xiao Ming. Yunxi was too stunningly beautiful, with a graceful figure and outstanding temperament. Lin Feng was seeing her up close for the first time and was momentarily captivated. What are you looking at? Look at me again and I'll gouge out your eyeballs. Yunxi glared at Lin Feng in annoyance. Lin Feng was startled and quickly withdrew his gaze, looking embarrassedly around. Xiao Ming intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Hu Yunxi and Lin Feng. In the original plot, it was Lin Feng who took Hu Yunxi as his maid, but because he had forcefully intervened, the relationship between Hu Yunxi and Lin Feng had already ended. Moreover, Hu Yunxi was not affected by Lin Feng's luck aura at all and did not show any infatuation like an ordinary woman would. Even more so, because of Lin Feng's rude behavior just now, Hu Yunxi has a very bad impression of him. It seems that Lin Feng's forced stupidity and excessive pursuit of romance can only be used on ordinary women, Xiao Ming secretly pondered. Someone like Hu Yunxi, who also possesses the 9-colored luck, can ignore the influence of Lin Feng's aura. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Ming quietly activated the viewing function and once again scanned the recent opportunities of Lin Feng and Wang Hao. Their opportunities appeared one by one. Lin Feng's recent opportunities. Opportunity 1, 2 days later, while resting in the heaven-supporting sword sect and wandering around bored, he discovered something unusual on a stone wall on the outskirts of the sect. He obtained the heavenly rank martial art, Great Sun Illumination Technique, as well as a trace of fire essence. Opportunity 2, using the fire essence and martial art, he melted the corpse of the profound sword with the power of fire, refining it into a heavenly rank physical body, Great Sun Fire Body. Opportunity 3, sensing the heavens, he cultivated the Great Sun Illumination Technique to the state of perfection. Opportunity 4, under the influence of the martial art and physical body, he successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the Core Lake realm. Now let's look at Wang Hao. Wang Hao's recent opportunities. Opportunity 1, on the way to the heaven-supporting sword sect, he attracted the starlight tempering body, successfully evolving the 7 luminaries starlight body into a heavenly rank physical body, 9 palaces starry body. Opportunity 2, after arriving at the heaven-supporting sword sect, while wiping the long sparrow blade, he discovered the hidden heavenly rank blade technique within the blade, dragon slaying decision. Opportunity 3, sensing the heavens, he advanced to the mid-stage of the Core Lake realm. After reading about Lin Feng and Wang Hao's recent opportunities, Xiao Ming was slightly disappointed. Although their opportunities were quite good, they no longer interested him. Xiao Ming already possessed the heavenly rank martial art, Supreme Shocking Heaven Technique, so he didn't need any other cultivation techniques. Unless the level of the martial art was higher than heavenly rank, which Lin Feng and Wang Hao couldn't obtain for the time being. As for physical bodies, even if Lin Feng and Wang Hao improved their physical bodies, they would only reach heavenly rank. Xiao Ming already possessed the top-tier 5 elements sacred body. Whether it was Lin Feng's upcoming Great Sun Fire body or Wang Hao's 9 palaces starry body, they were not enough in front of him. The only thing that caught Xiao Ming's attention was the heavenly rank blade technique that Wang Hao discovered in the long sparrow blade, the dragon slaying decision. Unfortunately, Xiao Ming specialized in swordsmanship and didn't like blade techniques. Moreover, the Supreme Shocking Heaven technique he practiced had many powerful sword techniques. So, even this dragon slaying decision didn't interest Xiao Ming. While he was thinking about it, Li Chongfeng waved his hand and said, "Because of the incident with Murong Ce, we have already delayed for some time. If you don't have any other matters, we will set off now." Xiao Ming and the others shook their heads, indicating that they were ready to leave at any time. At this moment, Wang Hao asked, "May I ask, Sect Master, how do we travel to the heaven-supporting sword sect? Do we fly or ride horses?" Upon hearing this, Li Chongfeng laughed. "Heaven-supporting sword sect is 5,000 miles away from us. If we were to fly there, how much time would be wasted?" Before Wang Hao could continue asking, Li Chongfeng put 2 fingers into his mouth. Li Chongfeng let out a sharp and piercing whistle. With the sound of the whistle, a giant eagle flew over from somewhere in the Spirit Sword Gate. This eagle was extremely large, much bigger than a villa with a yard. The eagle was incredibly fast, and in an instant, it flew above Xiao Ming and the others' heads. Its 2 huge wings spread open, blocking the sunlight in the sky. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air resounded. The giant eagle landed in front of Xiao Ming and the others, causing a gust of wind. Then, it obediently came to Li Changfeng's side and affectionately pecked at his head. Sect Master, what is this? This is the Iron Wing Azure Eagle, a divine sea realm beast raised by our spirit sword gate. Chapter 88 High-spirited, Scold Fang Qiu. Iron-winged eagle? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming's gaze swept over and saw that every feather of the eagle was like a sharp sword, emitting a metallic luster. Indeed, the term iron-winged is quite accurate. Li Changfeng explained, the strength of the iron-winged eagle is not very strong, only at the initial stage of the divine sea realm. Its expertise lies not in combat, but in long-distance flying. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming suddenly realized. No wonder the iron-winged eagle did not appear when the sect was in crisis. It turns out that this guy is not good at fighting. It's better that it didn't appear. If it joined the battle recklessly, it would probably be easily killed by any divine sea realm expert. This would be a huge loss for the spirit sword gate. The speed of the iron-winged eagle is quite good. It can fly 2,000 to 3,000 miles in a day. We will rely on it for our journey to the heaven-supporting sword sect, Li Changfeng said. After speaking, Li Changfeng's figure flickered and he arrived on the broad and flat back of the iron-winged eagle. Xiao Ming and the others also flew up and landed on the eagle's back. The feathers on the back of the iron-winged eagle were still as hard as iron. After Xiao Ming landed, he felt a great sense of weight, as if he was stepping on the ground without any sense of shaking. Li Changfeng sat cross-legged, patted the back of the iron-winged eagle, and said, "Let's go, old buddy, it's time to set off." Squawk! The iron-winged eagle let out a loud cry, and then its two huge wings fiercely flapped, causing gusts of wind. Harnessing the wind, the iron-winged eagle took off like a shooting star, carrying Xiao Ming and the others towards the distant sky. The spirit sword gate beneath their feet became smaller and farther away. Xiao Ming felt quite emotional. Perhaps he wouldn't return to the spirit sword gate for a long time. With this in mind, Xiao Ming opened the ink void ring and took out a long sword emitting thunderous lightning, handing it to Li Changfeng. "Xiao Ming, what is this?" Li Changfeng was surprised and didn't understand Xiao Ming's intention. "Master, this is my former sword, the Furious Thunder Sword. It is a earth-ranked weapon and has considerable power," Xiao Ming explained. "But now I have the Heavenly Guardian Sword, so the Furious Thunder Sword is no longer useful." "I see." Li Changfeng took the Furious Thunder Sword with a complex expression and carefully put it away. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Xiao Ming noticed his unusual behavior and could probably guess what he was thinking. Li Changfeng probably wanted to ask if he could leave the Heavenly Guardian Sword at the Spirit Sword Gate, as it was not only a heavenly ranked weapon but also the symbol of the Spirit Sword Gate's sect master. However, that was impossible. The Heavenly Guardian Sword now only recognized Xiao Ming. Even if it was forcibly left behind, it would fly away on its own, searching for Xiao Ming's whereabouts. In the end, Li Changfeng sighed and accepted his fate. At this moment, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered something and asked, "Master, what happened to the other disciples who were in the same group as me before?" "Oh, they were basically disbanded," Li Changfeng said indifferently. "Apart from you, only a few named disciples appeared among this group of disciples. The majority of them were expelled from the Spirit Sword Gate. As for how they are doing now, it has nothing to do with the sect. I guess they are left to fend for themselves." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming fell silent. Li Changfeng's expression changed slightly and he asked, "What's wrong? Are you thinking about the past?" "Yes." Xiao Ming nodded. Li Changfeng hesitated for a moment and said, "I heard that you were quite righteous among the disciples, but life is unpredictable, and your fate is completely different from theirs now. So, there are some things that should be let go, because a bright future is the direction for you to move forward." As for those miscellaneous disciples, in fact, for any sect, miscellaneous disciples are considered expendable. If this group doesn't work, then we'll replace them with another group. In the end, this is a fair trade. The sect provides them with certain opportunities, and they handle some dirty and tiring work for the section. If any miscellaneous disciple can cultivate to the 10th level of body refining and successfully awaken before the age of 18, then they can completely change their own destiny. However, such people are rare. I understand. Xiao Ming nodded. He was not only reminiscing about the past, but also reminiscing about his former self. If he didn't have the system, he would have long been expelled from Spirit Sword Gate. Then he would have been captured by some evil cultivator and slowly tortured to death. If he didn't have the system, not only would he not possess his current powerful strength, but he would also die a miserable death. However, there aren't so many ifs. Xiao Ming's heart was filled with great ambition. Some people always say, if this and that happened, then you would be this and that. In my opinion, these are just a series of fantasies made by the weak who are unable to change themselves. In this world, there aren't so many assumptions, only facts that have already happened. The fact is, I have this gold finger system, which makes me different from others. I have changed my own destiny. I, Xiao Ming, am no longer a former miscellaneous disciple, but the vice-sect master of Spirit Sword Gate, a future genius, a rising star in the martial arts world. Someday, I will definitely stand at the pinnacle of the continent. With this in mind, Xiao Ming was filled with enthusiasm and let out a resounding roar that pierced through the heavens and the earth. The roar thundered like rolling thunder, tearing apart the clouds in the sky and shaking the spiritual energy of the world. Lin Feng and Wang Hao looked at each other in surprise, wondering why Xiao Ming suddenly went crazy. Li Chongfeng, on the other hand, smiled with his eyes wide open, because he felt Xiao Ming's ambition and determination. That's right. A true hero aims for greatness in all directions, aiming for the pinnacle of martial arts. How can one be melancholic and reminisce about the past? Li Chongfeng patted Xiao Ming's shoulder and said with satisfaction. You are the most outstanding disciple and vice-sect master of Spirit Sword Gate in the past 1,000 years. Your future achievements will surely shine brightly and dominate the world. Xiao Ming, I have high hopes for you. Master. Xiao Ming looked up at Li Chongfeng. What's wrong? Master, you have great insight. Xiao Ming touched his nose and said, I also have high hopes for myself. Li Chongfeng was taken aback, then burst into laughter. I admire your confidence and pride. Li Chongfeng said, then turned to Lin Feng and Wang Hao, admonishing, you have seen the mindset of the vice-sect master, you should learn from him and have this confident attitude. As martial artists, we should always move forward without hesitation, unstoppable in our path. Even if there are thorns and difficulties ahead, we should have the courage to forge ahead. Pausing for a moment, Li Chongfeng suddenly shouted, a great man is born between heaven and earth. If he cannot achieve great deeds and leave his name in history, wouldn't his life be in vain? We will remember the teachings of the sect master. Lin Feng and Wang Hao quickly bowed. Master, you're quite Qingyunke. Xiao Ming thought to himself, feeling a bit embarrassed and getting goosebumps. Looking up, he saw Li Changfeng's eyes flickering with radiance. Xiao Ming grinned. It seems that Li Changfeng was also a passionate youth back then. Time has worn away Li Changfeng's youthful vigor, making him more introverted and steady. But then again, no man wants to live a mediocre life. Even if this man's achievements are already great, deep down in his heart, he still possesses an indomitable spirit. And reaching the pinnacle, overlooking the world, is also Xiao Ming's goal. Chapter 89 Nine Palaces Astral Body, Xiao Ming Core Lake Dzogchen. After a passionate and impassioned moment, suddenly, Xiao Ming felt a surge of inspiration and the true Yuan in his body began to stir. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming sat cross-legged on the iron back of the azure eagle and took out spiritual medicines and pills to begin cultivation. After a while, he entered a state of selflessness, and at the same time, the true Yuan energy in his body began to surge. Yunxi, who had been silent all along, took a step forward and silently guarded Xiao Ming to prevent any accidents. Cultivation knows no years. When Xiao Ming finished his cultivation and opened his eyes again, it was already nighttime. Although the iron-winged azure eagle was still flying, its speed had decreased by half. After all, the dark night was more dangerous, with various demonic beasts hunting and fighting everywhere. The iron-winged azure eagle also dared not fly too fast to avoid unnecessary attacks from demonic beasts. Stretching lazily, Xiao Ming was quite satisfied with today's cultivation. After a day of cultivation, the true Yuan energy in his body had surged again, and he was one step closer to breaking through to the core lake realm. By tomorrow evening, Xiao Ming estimated that he would be able to break through to the peak of the core lake realm. And by that time, he should also be able to reach the heaven-supporting sword sect. Looking around, Xiao Ming suddenly noticed something was amiss. He saw that Wang Hao was also in a state of closed eyes cultivation, but his body was trembling slightly, and faint starlight emanated from his body, shooting straight into the sky. It seemed that under the influence of Wang Hao, the many stars in the sky appeared brighter than usual. Of course, this brightness only appeared in a small area centered around Wang Hao. Seeing this, Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Wang Hao is trying to attract starlight and condense the 9 palace star body? Because Wang Hao's opportunity was to condense the heavenly rank star body on the way to the heaven-supporting sword sect. Sure enough, just as Xiao Ming speculated, a dazzling burst of starlight suddenly erupted from Wang Hao's body, gathering together and forming a slowly rotating vortex of light above his head. Affected by this, the stars in the sky suddenly became brighter. At this moment, Li Chongfeng and Lin Feng both turned their heads, and Yunxi also glanced at Wang Hao with some surprise. "What is junior brother Wang doing?" Lin Feng asked in astonishment. Li Chongfeng shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. "He's about to attract starlight to temper his body," Yunxi said calmly. "It seems that his physique can be further improved." After speaking, Yunxi withdrew her gaze, her face still cold and indifferent. It seemed that Wang Hao's promotion did not arouse the slightest interest in her. However, upon hearing Yunxi's explanation, Li Chongfeng was overjoyed. Xiao Ming and the other two representing the Spirit Sword Gate in the 8 sects martial arts competition, the stronger their strength, the greater the chances of victory for the Spirit Sword Gate. Wang Hao suddenly wanting to improve his physique was an unexpected and pleasant surprise for Li Chongfeng. Then, under the gazes of the crowd, the stars in the sky scattered countless dazzling rays of light, which then converged into a huge pillar of light. And then, it fell straight down, engulfing Wang Hao in one go. At this moment, Wang Hao was surrounded by dazzling and blinding starlight, looking quite extraordinary. This strange phenomenon lasted for half an hour. Half an hour later, the starlight dissipated, and the sky returned to normal. Wang Hao also opened his eyes. At the moment he opened his eyes, Xiao Ming clearly saw that Wang Hao's eyes were filled with rich starlight, becoming extremely deep. In addition, on the surface of Wang Hao's chest, 9 huge starlight dots appeared. These dots flickered through his clothes, faintly forming a mysterious pattern. However, this situation did not last long. As Wang Hao finished his cultivation, these anomalies slowly dissipated. If only judging from the appearance, Wang Hao at this moment was no different from before. But Xiao Ming understood that Wang Hao had already cultivated the heavenly rank 9 palace star body. Xiao Ming was not interested in the 9 palace star body. Firstly, in order to attract starlight and cultivate the 9 palace star body, one must practice the small circulation star fighting technique. Under such restrictive conditions, even if Xiao Ming wanted to snatch it, he wouldn't be able to. Secondly, the 9 palace star body was only at the heavenly rank level, far inferior to his supreme 5 elements sacred body. After obtaining the 5 elements sacred body, Xiao Ming no longer cared about Wang Hao's star body. On the other hand, Li Chongfeng was quite excited. Wang Hao, what did you cultivate? Li Chongfeng asked eagerly. Master, my physical body has advanced, and now I have cultivated the heavenly rank physique, Wang Hao responded. But he didn't specify which heavenly rank physique it was, and no one asked. After all, this belonged to Wang Hao's own secret. Heavenly rank physique. My goodness, this is on the same level as Xiao Ming's indestructible sword body, a divine ability. Li Chongfeng exclaimed, then patted Wang Hao's shoulder with satisfaction, saying, You really surprised me. Keep up the good work, and maybe your future achievements won't be much worse than Xiao Ming's. After speaking, Li Chongfeng subconsciously glanced at Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming smiled faintly. Putting aside everything else, in fact, his indestructible sword body had long been upgraded to the 5 elements sacred body. It's just that he didn't mention this matter involving his own secrets. Li Chongfeng was unaware. Master, you overpraise me. Compared to the Vice Master, I still have a lot of gaps, Wang Hao humbly said. But amidst his humility, a strong sense of confidence inevitably surged in his eyes. Stimulated by this, Lin Feng clenched his fist silently. Even Wang Hao has cultivated a heavenly rank physical body. I also need to accelerate my cultivation. Lin Feng encouraged himself in his heart, one day, my profound shadow sword body will also be promoted to the heavenly rank level. I, Lin Feng, will not be inferior to anyone. Even the powerful Vice Master Xiao Ming, I can keep up with his pace. Time passed slowly. The moon set and the sun rose. After the new day arrived, the iron-winged sky eagle continued to fly swiftly, while Xiao Ming once again entered a state of cultivation. If we count the day when he defeated Murong Ce and raided the Murong family, today is the 3rd day. Achieving the peak of the core lake realm, today is the day. When the iron-winged sky eagle flew thousands of miles and was about to reach the heaven-supporting sword sect, Xiao Ming, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. At the moment he opened his eyes, a majestic and fierce aura suddenly surged out of Xiao Ming's body. The aura soared into the sky, turning into a roaring storm. Li Chongfeng, Lin Feng, and Wang Hao were all surprised at the same time. They saw Xiao Ming slowly standing up, like a towering sharp sword, standing between heaven and earth. From today onwards, I have achieved the peak of the core lake realm. Xiao Ming shouted in a low voice, his voice rolling like a tiger's roar, spreading in all directions. Chapter 90 Reaching the Destination, True Martial Sword Gates Taunt. A wave of aura swept through, and Li Chongfeng and others showed expressions of astonishment and delight. Xiao Ming, you've been promoted again. Although Li Chongfeng had already sensed Xiao Ming's powerful aura at the core lake realm, he couldn't help but ask. Then came great joy. In just 2 days on their way to the heaven-supporting sword sect, Wang Hao and Xiao Ming were both promoted, one improving their physique and the other advancing their cultivation level. This made Li Chongfeng extremely excited, with a smile on his face. Especially Xiao Ming's cultivation level advancement, it added some confidence to Li Chongfeng for the upcoming martial arts competition among the 8 sects. Compared to the proud disciples of other sects, Xiao Ming's previous late core lake realm was still too low. Because the martial arts competition among the 8 sects was extraordinary, there would always be 1 or 2 half-step Divine Sea Realm experts appearing each time, and it was estimated that this time would be no exception. Compared to these experts, Xiao Ming's previous late-stage realm was a bit inadequate. But now, it's different. Xiao Ming successfully advanced and reached the peak of the core lake realm, greatly increasing his strength. Coupled with Xiao Ming's formidable ability to challenge higher realms, even against other half-step Divine Sea Realm experts, he could still fight. Thinking of this, Li Chongfeng was full of enthusiasm and excitement. Whether Spirit Sword Gate could wash away the ridicule and humiliation it had suffered in the past depended on Xiao Ming. However, compared to the excited Li Chongfeng, Lin Feng's expression became even more unpleasant. In these 2 days, Wang Hao and Xiao Ming had both grown, while he remained stagnant without any improvement. This greatly stimulated an anxious Lin Feng, who had always been confident, even arrogant. I won't be worse than them. I definitely won't. Lin Feng clenched his fist again, shouting in his heart. As for Wang Hao, his mentality was stable, but when he looked at Xiao Ming, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. Xiao Ming had only recently advanced to the late core lake realm, and now he had further reached the peak. Such astonishing cultivation speed made even Wang Hao somewhat amazed. Xiao Ming noticed the reactions of Li Chongfeng and others. He smiled lightly and quietly opened his own life script attribute panel. With a flash of light that others couldn't perceive, his information immediately appeared. Host, Xiao Ming. Realm, Peak of the Core Lake Realm. Destiny, Bursting Luck, Green, Temporary Luck, Temporary. Physique, 5 Elements Sacred Body, Top Grade Sacred Body. Main Cultivation Technique, Imperial Shocking Heaven Sword Art, 6th Layer, Heavenly Rank. Body Technique, Wind Spirit Steps, Earth Rank. Weapon, Heavenly Guardian Sword, Top Grade Heavenly Rank. Martial Skills, 100 Shadow Crazed Slash, Shattered Moon Slash, Sword Control Art, Shattered Yuan Sword Qi, Heaven and Earth Severing, Perfected. Special Martial Skill, Great River Sword Intent at the Core Lake Realm, Perfected. Storage Artifact, Ink Void Ring. Life Script, the host's luck has undergone consecutive changes, beginning to communicate with the heavens and earth, and the future direction of life has changed greatly. It is like a mist, unpredictable. Recent opportunity 1, 2 days later, in the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect, you will find a storage artifact and obtain a large amount of elemental stones and cultivation resources. Opportunity 2, in the martial arts competition among the 8 sects, there is a certain chance of obtaining the Blue Lotus Sword Seed, incomplete. After reading his own information, Xiao Ming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. His main information hadn't changed much, except for the change in his realm, but his own opportunities had changed. Especially the second opportunity. There was a certain chance of obtaining the Blue Lotus Sword Seed. This was good news. Xiao Ming also had some understanding of the so-called sword seeds. As the name suggests, the so-called sword seed is a seed of sword dao condensed by a powerful sword cultivator. When a martial artist obtains it, it is equivalent to gaining an additional inheritance for cultivation. However, the contents within each sword seed are different. Some contain a set of primary cultivation techniques, some contain sword intent, and some can directly enhance a martial artist's sword aptitude. It's just that I don't know what is contained within this Qinglian sword seed. Furthermore, Xiao Ming is a bit puzzled about his first opportunity. 2 days later, he found a storage artifact at the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect, which allowed him to obtain elemental stones and cultivation resources. Although this can be considered picking up money, it shouldn't be considered a great opportunity, unless he picked up a large amount of cultivation resources. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming cleared his mind and turned off the attribute panel at the same time. Looking up, he saw that the sky had already entered the evening, with the setting sun about to sink and the western sky filled with dark red fiery clouds. And the iron-winged sky eagle was still flying rapidly with them. Master, how far are we from the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect? Xiao Ming asked. We'll be there soon. At most, we have a few dozen miles left before we reach the Heaven Supporting Sword Sect, replied Xiao Ming's master. Xiao Ming nodded. A few dozen miles is not far, and with the speed of the iron-winged sky eagle, they will soon arrive. After patiently waiting for half a quarter of an hour, a vast and continuous mountain range suddenly appeared in their line of sight. On the largest main peak, there were various buildings densely scattered, and many strong cultivators were flying in and out. A strong aura spread from the main peak, and even Divine Sea Realm experts like Li Chongfeng were numerous. We've arrived at the heaven-supporting sword sect. Li Chongfeng breathed a sigh of relief and said, although we've been delayed for some time, we've finally arrived at the sect. It shouldn't affect tomorrow's 8 sects martial arts assembly. Saying that, Li Chongfeng controlled the iron-winged sky eagle and descended to a square halfway up the main peak. As for the top of the mountain, that is the most core area of the heaven-supporting sword sect, and even Li Chongfeng wouldn't dare to trespass easily. Phew! The iron-winged sky eagle, driven by the strong wind, slowly landed on a square halfway up the mountain. Just as everyone landed and before they had a chance to go through the procedures, they saw several individuals with strong auras approaching from the opposite side. Those individuals consisted of one middle-aged man in a blue robe and 3 younger ones. They walked over with great interest. Li Chongfeng, our sect master thought that your spirit sword gate wouldn't dare to come, the middle-aged man in the blue robe, who seemed to be very familiar with Li Chongfeng, sneered and said, "Tisk tisk, your spirit sword gate's foundation is so weak, every disciple you send out is worse than the last. If I were the sect master of Spirit Sword Gate, I wouldn't have the face to participate in the 8 sects martial arts assembly." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming and the others immediately glared at them. Li Changfeng's expression also changed drastically, and he angrily said, "Even if your true martial sword sect doesn't come, my Spirit Sword Gate won't be absent. Furthermore, old scoundrel, don't be too arrogant. This time, my Spirit Sword Gate will definitely rise to fame in the 8 sects martial arts assembly and surpass the other sects." Upon hearing Li Changfeng's strong response, Xiao Ming and the others also understood. The man in the blue robe in front of them should be the sect master of the true martial sword sect. The 3 young disciples behind him were probably representatives of the true martial sword sect. Furthermore, Li Chongfeng and the middle-aged man clearly had a difficult relationship, and they didn't know the reason. Perhaps sensing the confusion of Xiao Ming and the others, Li Chongfeng explained, "This old scoundrel's idol married me when she was young, and since then, this guy has been against me in everything. As a result, his true martial sword sect and our Spirit Sword Gate also don't see eye to eye." Xiao Ming and the others suddenly realized. They didn't expect there to be such a layer of grudges. Li Chongfeng glanced at the other side and whispered, "You don't need to worry about the grudges between our generation, but you must be careful. The disciples under this old scoundrel are quite formidable. Every time during the 8 sects martial arts assembly, his true martial sword sect always ranks in the top 3. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming's gaze swept over the 3 disciples of the man in the blue robe, carefully observing them. These 3 were 2 males and 1 female, and it was faintly apparent that the female disciple was the leader, dressed in white. The cultivation realms of the 2 male disciples were only at the core lake realm, which was nothing to worry about. However, the female disciple's cultivation realm had actually reached the half-step divine sea realm. Chapter 91 Ice Marrow Sacred Body? Give you a slap in the face. After sensing the woman's realm, Lin Feng, Wang Hao and even Li Chongfeng instantly became serious. Xiao Ming, on the other hand, didn't care. With his current strength, let alone the half-step divine sea, he could even forcefully kill a true divine sea realm expert. While Xiao Ming and the others were sizing up their opponents, the middle-aged man in the blue robe suddenly burst into laughter. Spirit Sword Gate wants to rise to fame and surpass other sects? Ha ha ha! The middle-aged man laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke, clutching his stomach. Li Chongfeng, oh Li Chongfeng, I knew you had thick skin, but I didn't expect it to be this thick. You guys are so weak, yet you're drinking like this? Or have you gone crazy and lost all sense of dignity?" Before Li Chongfeng could respond, the middle-aged man continued to mock. In the previous 8 sect martial arts competition, Spirit Sword Gate was almost at the bottom. Especially the last time, you were tied for last place with the famous Sword Villa. Last place? If I were the sect master of Spirit Sword Gate, I would hang myself with a noodle to save myself from embarrassment. Being mocked and looked down upon like this, Li Chongfeng was furious but unable to retort. Indeed, Spirit Sword Gate's performance in the previous 8-sect martial arts competition was quite weak, unable to hold their heads up in front of many sects. "Zhou, don't be so arrogant," Li Chongfeng said angrily, "this time is different from before. Spirit Sword Gate will definitely wash away the previous shame. Not to mention anything else, we can easily suppress your true martial sword sect." His words were actually just empty talk. Li Chongfeng didn't have the confidence to say whether Xiao Ming could defeat a half-step Divine Sea Realm expert, after all, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. But he couldn't back down now. "You want to suppress my true martial sword sect?" Zhou, the middle-aged man, swept his gaze over Xiao Ming and the others, disdainfully saying, "With just a few weak disciples like these? One is at the peak of the Core Lake Realm, and the other two are in the early stage of the Core Lake Realm. Ha! Disciples with such weak strength can be found in abundance in my true martial sword sect. This girl is quite striking, very attractive." Suddenly, Zhou, the middle-aged man, noticed Hu Yunxi and exclaimed in surprise. The three disciples behind the middle-aged man had long noticed the stunning beauty of Hu Yunxi. However, their surprise was different from that of the middle-aged man. The two male disciples stared fixedly at Hu Yunxi, subconsciously swallowing saliva. The woman in white, on the other hand, raised her eyebrows and her face was filled with hostility. Especially when she noticed that her two male companions were captivated by Hu Yunxi's gaze, she became even more angry and resentful. It seemed that Hu Yunxi had stolen her limelight. Counting this beautiful girl, why are there 4 disciples from Spirit Sword Gate? Zhou, the middle-aged man, questioned suspiciously. Each sect is only allowed to send 3 disciples to participate. What does Spirit Sword Gate mean by this? She is my maid and has nothing to do with this martial arts competition. Xiao Ming stepped forward and stood in front of Hu Yunxi, saying loudly. Tisk. So she's a lowly maid. Before anyone else could speak, the woman in white spoke disrespectfully. She looks so seductive, she must be a little st, right? Is she here specifically for serving in bed? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of Spirit Sword Gate turned pale. Li Chongfeng instinctively looked at Hu Yunxi, his face filled with fear. Lin Feng and Wang Hao were also shocked, feeling that this woman in white was in big trouble. Hu Yunxi immediately became furious and was about to take action, but Xiao Ming was one step ahead. His figure flashed and he instantly appeared in front of the woman in white. Then, he raised his palm and slapped her hard. Smack! A loud slap echoed, and caught off guard, the woman in white was sent flying more than 10 meters away by the powerful force. After making this lightning-fast move, Xiao Ming's figure flashed again and returned to his original position. From the moment he made a move to his return, not even a second had passed. It was only at this moment that the people around finally reacted. UBD, how dare you hit my disciple? The middle-aged man surnamed Zhou immediately became furious, a powerful aura surged out from within him. Half-step Qi refining stage. This middle-aged man's cultivation level was the same as Murong Ce earlier, both were powerful cultivators who had reached the half-step Qi refining stage. Ah! You dare to slap my face, I'll kill you! The white-clad woman also reacted at this moment. She covered her bright red cheek with a palm print on it, a look of extreme killing intent appeared on her face. In the next moment, a cold aura spread out from within her, instantly covering an area of several miles. The icy coldness condensed into a thick layer of frost on the ground. Seeing this, Li Chongfeng looked astonished. This white-clad woman seemed to have awakened an extraordinary ice-type divine ability. However, he was not afraid at all and appeared in front of Xiao Ming without hesitation. Li Chongfeng unleashed his full power and stared angrily, saying, What, do you guys from the true martial sword sect want to fight? Li Chongfeng, will accompany you to the end. The sudden outbreak of conflict attracted the attention of many people in the square, and they looked at this place with astonishment and pointed fingers. Perhaps they didn't dare to cause trouble in the heaven-supporting sword sect. The middle-aged man surnamed Zhou glared fiercely at Li Chongfeng and Xiao Ming, his voice filled with a strong threat. In this 8-sects martial gathering, I will make your spirit sword gate suffer. After uttering these harsh words, the middle-aged man turned his head and said in a low voice, "Let's go." "Master, this despicable man actually dared to hit me." The white-clad woman still covered her red cheek, speaking with resentment. "We can't cause trouble in the heaven-supporting sword sect, and arguing is meaningless," the middle-aged man said. "If you want revenge, wait until the martial gathering starts and kill him openly." Although the white-clad woman was extremely unwilling, she didn't dare to argue. She glared fiercely at Xiao Ming and threatened in a voice full of killing intent, "You wait for me. If I don't kill you, my name is not Shen Bingqing." After saying this, Shen Bingqing and the others angrily followed the middle-aged man and left. Watching their departing figures, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. "So, this idiotic woman who insulted Hu Yunxi is called Shen Bingqing. Hey, you want to kill me? I'll kill you first." Xiao Ming secretly made a plan. As long as there is an opportunity during the martial gathering, he will kill Shen Bingqing without hesitation. In addition, Xiao Ming also opened the live viewing function early. The result showed that neither the sect master of the true martial sword sect nor the 3 disciples had any good opportunities. For the current Xiao Ming, ordinary opportunities were no longer attractive to him. However, Shen Bingqing's luck was quite good. It was an astonishing blue luck. At this moment, Li Chongfeng suddenly sighed and said with a worried expression, "I have heard before that a few years ago, Zhou Tianquan accepted a girl with the ice marrow sacred body as a closed-door disciple. It seems that girl should be Shen Bingqing." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming asked, "Master, I have 2 questions." "What are the questions?" "First, the Zhou Tianquan you mentioned should be the middle-aged man surnamed Zhou just now, right?" "Yes." Li Chongfeng nodded. "The second question, is the ice marrow sacred body that Shen Bingqing possesses very powerful?" Chapter 92. Both Wang Hao and Lin Feng are promoted. "Of course, it's very powerful." Li Chongfeng said seriously, "This is the sacred body. It's much more powerful than the heavenly rank physique. Although the ice marrow sacred body is only a low grade among the many sacred bodies, its power is still extremely terrifying. Didn't you see it just now?" When Shen Bingqing got slightly angry, her ice aura spread for several miles. But this is still because Shen Bingqing's cultivation level is relatively low, so she didn't fully unleash the power of the ice marrow sacred body. If her cultivation level were higher, the power of her ice abilities would definitely be even stronger. At this point, Li Changfeng's face was full of worry. He looked at Xiao Ming and sighed, "If Shen Bingqing were just an ordinary half-step divine sea cultivator, I wouldn't be too worried. With your strength, dealing with an ordinary half-step divine sea cultivator shouldn't be a problem. But Shen Bingqing possesses the ice marrow sacred body, which makes it difficult to deal with." Pausing for a moment, Li Chongfeng continued, "I spoke too arrogantly earlier, saying that we would suppress the true martial sword sect. But with Shen Bingqing's appearance, it would be good enough if our spirit sword gate doesn't get completely destroyed by them. Sigh, how lucky that old scoundrel Zhou Tianquan is. He actually took in someone with the ice marrow sacred body, and she's growing so quickly." Li Chongfeng sighed, his face full of worry. Xiao Ming, on the other hand, didn't feel much pressure. The ice marrow sacred body is only a low-grade sacred body. Although it is powerful enough, compared to his top-grade 5 elements sacred body, it's still not enough. Even if Shen Bingqing is a half-step divine sea cultivator, Xiao Ming is confident that he can defeat her in battle. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Ming said, "Master, don't worry. I have confidence in dealing with Shen Bingqing and showing the true martial sword sect what our spirit sword gate is capable of. I hope so. Li Chongfeng patted Xiao Ming's shoulder, and his worries eased slightly. In the following time, Li Chongfeng first dealt with the issue of the iron-winged azure eagle, then he and Xiao Ming and the others found the person in charge of the heaven-supporting sword sect to register. After completing the registration, they were taken to their temporary lodging. That's it for today, Li Chongfeng said. Rest well tonight and prepare to participate in the 8 sects martial arts competition tomorrow. Remember, no matter which sect you encounter, do not take it lightly. Yes, Sect Master. Everyone entered their own rooms, but soon after, Xiao Ming and Yunxi found themselves in an awkward situation. Because the two of them were assigned to the same room, and there was only one bed in the room. Although Yunxi was domineering and forceful, she blushed at this situation. Seeing this, Xiao Ming took the initiative and said, "You can sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the floor, it's fine." "Okay." Yunxi lowered her head slightly and said softly. At this moment, she seemed to have turned into the obedient maid she used to be. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Ming said, "There's another matter I want to discuss with you." "What is it?" "You are too beautiful and attract too much attention," Xiao Ming sighed and said, "the heaven-supporting sword sect has many people and a lot of gossip. It's not our territory, so if things continue like this, your stunning beauty will definitely attract unnecessary trouble. So, can you use some means to tone down your beauty?" Xiao Ming wasn't afraid of trouble, but he disliked having his energy consumed by various trivial matters, hence the question. "Lowering my appearance? That's not difficult at all." Yunxi smiled and then a thick pink mist emanated from her body, enveloping her whole body, as if she was in a sauna. After a few seconds, the mist dissipated. Yunxi underwent a tremendous change. Her facial features, figure, temperament, and everything else became much more ordinary compared to before. However, this ordinariness was only relative. Compared to ordinary women, she is still an extremely attractive beauty, just not as eye-catching. "Very good. This way, we won't be so high profile." Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction and said, "It's already nighttime, so you should rest early." "What about you, sir?" Xiao Ming sat cross-legged on the ground and said, "There's still a night left, I will continue to cultivate." As he spoke, Xiao Ming took out a large pile of cultivation resources from his ring and picked up a few pills, throwing them into his mouth. To reach the current state, Xiao Ming relied not only on the power of the system. While the system was important, his own diligent cultivation was equally important. No one can succeed easily, except for people like Yunxi who can improve their strength just by sleeping and dreaming. While Xiao Ming was meditating and cultivating with his eyes closed in Wang Hao's room. At this moment, Wang Hao was attentively wiping his sword, the dragon sparrow blade. As he wiped it, Wang Hao suddenly noticed something unusual about the blade. "Hey! There's a secret inside the dragon sparrow blade. This is heavenly rank sword technique, dragon slaying decision." After a moment, a majestic aura surged out from within Wang Hao's body. He felt a sign from heaven that he was about to advance to the mid-stage of the core lake realm. At the same time, Lin Feng left his room and arrived at a secluded area of the heaven-supporting sword sect. "What kind of heaven-supporting sword sect is this? There isn't even a toilet. I have to run so far to use the restroom. It's really troublesome." As Lin Feng complained, he walked back along the way he came. As he walked, he suddenly noticed a strange stone wall. "Why is this stone wall glowing red? It seems to be filled with fierce flames. Let me go and see what's going on." After a while, "This is the essence of fire." Lin Feng was both surprised and delighted. "And this great sun heavenly illumination technique is actually a heavenly rank fire attribute technique." Lin Feng exclaimed in joy, "I just came here to use the restroom, but I didn't expect to encounter such a great opportunity." Heaven has been kind to me. Looking around and seeing that there was no one else nearby, Lin Feng sat down on the spot, swallowed the essence of fire, and began to cultivate the Great Sun Heavenly Illumination technique. After a period of time, a powerful aura surged out from his body, and Lin Feng also advanced to the mid-stage of the core lake realm. Not only that, he also used the technique and the essence of fire to melt his earthly shadow sword body, thereby cultivating the heavenly rank physique, the Great Sun Fire body. Heavenly rank physique, heavenly rank technique. After finishing his cultivation, Lin Feng swung his fist vigorously and said confidently, "Now, I'm not inferior to Wang Hao. Although I still have some gap with Vice Sect Master Xiao, I believe that one day I will surpass him." Haha, I knew it. I, Lin Feng, have good luck. I can't stay mediocre forever. In this 8 sects martial arts competition, I will definitely make a name for myself. After venting his excitement, Lin Feng calmed his thoughts and quietly returned to his residence. As if nothing had happened. Chapter 93 8 Factions Contest. Early the next day, Li Chongfeng, Xiao Ming, and others followed the guidance of the heaven-supporting sword sect's staff and headed towards the foot of the mountain. As they walked, Li Chongfeng looked at Lin Feng and Wang Hao with surprise and suspicion. "How did both of you suddenly reach the mid-stage of the core lake realm?" Li Chongfeng exclaimed, "Did you both advance?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Wang Hao glanced at each other. Then Lin Feng nodded and said, "I felt a sign from heaven last night and successfully advanced." "I also reached the mid-stage realm," Wang Hao truthfully replied. After speaking, both Lin Feng and Wang Hao's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. Wang Hao actually broke through the realm too. It seems this guy is not simple. Lin Feng looked deeply at Wang Hao and thought to himself. Lin Feng, like me, broke through to the mid-stage of the core lake realm overnight. It can be seen that he is also extraordinary, Wang Hao silently pondered in his heart. Li Chongfeng didn't know what they were thinking, but after confirming their realms, a smile blossomed on his face like a chrysanthemum. After breaking through their realms, the chances of Spirit Sword Gate winning increased slightly. Of course, whether they could have the last laugh still depended on Xiao Ming, who had the strongest strength. Xiao Ming remained calm and composed. He had long been mentally prepared for Lin Feng and Wang Hao's advancement, and they were probably not just advancing in realms. According to the original trend of their fortunes, after Wang Hao advanced, he also obtained the heavenly rank sword technique, the dragon slashing decision. And Lin Feng had also cultivated the heavenly rank physical body, the Great Sun Fire body. The strength of these two individuals had increased significantly compared to before. Of course, even if their strength soared, they still couldn't compare to Xiao Ming, who had an overwhelmingly strong power. After some thought, Xiao Ming opened the viewing function, and immediately, the recent fortunes of Lin Feng and Wang Hao appeared before his eyes. Lin Feng's recent fortune 1, during the 8 sects martial arts competition, there was a great possibility of obtaining the green spirit lotus seed and thus obtaining the incomplete Qinglian sword seed. Recent fortune 2, after the competition, he successfully gained the favor of a female elder from the heaven-supporting sword sect and then joined the sect as an inner disciple. Wang Hao's recent fortune 1, during the 8 sects martial arts competition, there was a certain chance of obtaining the incomplete Qinglian sword seed. Recent fortune 2, after the competition, he joined the heaven-supporting sword sect as an inner disciple. After reading their recent fortunes, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. Whether it was Lin Feng or Wang Hao, they only had 2 recent fortunes, and the second one was basically the same for both of them, joining the heaven-supporting sword sect as inner disciples, only the methods were different. But the first fortune was quite different. Lin Feng had a great chance of obtaining the green spirit lotus seed and thus obtaining the incomplete Qinglian sword seed. While Wang Hao, like Xiao Ming, only had a certain chance. It seems the problem lies with that so-called green spirit lotus seed, Xiao Ming thought to himself, although I have no evidence, that lotus seed must be related to the Qinglian sword seed. With this in mind, Xiao Ming secretly made up his mind to definitely snatch that lotus seed. After a quarter of an hour, the crowd arrived at the foot of the mountain. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. They saw a huge arena at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the arena was packed with people, the majority of whom were from the heaven-supporting sword sect, but there were also members from other branch sects. Among them was Zhou Tianquan from the true martial sword sect, as well as his 3 disciples. Among the 3 disciples, Shen Bingqing, upon seeing Xiao Ming and the others arrive, glared fiercely at Xiao Ming, her eyes filled with resentment and a strong killing intent. Xiao Ming showed no fear, his gaze piercing, and at the same time, he made a throat-slitting gesture. The meaning was self-evident. Humph! Shen Bingqing snorted coldly, and a faint icy aura emanated from her body. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't the right time to make a move, she would have flown over and blasted Xiao Ming to pieces long ago. From birth until now, Shen Bingqing had always had an easy time, even admired and looked up to by countless people. She had never experienced the humiliation of being slapped in the face. She secretly vowed to take advantage of the 8 sects martial arts tournament to kill Xiao Ming and vent her hatred. Zhou Tianquan, sensing Shen Bingqing's emotional fluctuations, furrowed his brows and said, "Ice, restrain your killing intent. That kid from the Spirit Sword Gate is not worth worrying about. The Blood Sword Hall's blood-robed young master is your real enemy. You have plenty of opportunities for revenge, but don't forget, the blood-robed young master is your most formidable opponent." Upon hearing this, Shen Bingqing took a deep breath, calming her emotions, and said, "Master, rest assured, I will definitely defeat the blood-robed young master and make our true martial sword sect famous, becoming the true leader of the 8 sects." "Good, as long as you understand." Zhou Tianquan nodded, then looked up into the distance. In the distance were the people from the Blood Sword Hall. There stood a young man in a blood-red robe, with a noble and handsome appearance. The only difference was that his eyes were a purplish-red color, very different from an ordinary person. Just then, the massive arena suddenly became lively. Many people looked up at the sky, seemingly anticipating something. Then, a group of powerful individuals flew from the top of the mountain. The leader of this group was an old man with grey hair. The aura of this group of powerful individuals was extremely strong, with the weakest being at the Qi manipulation realm, and there were also many harmonization realm experts among them. The old man was even more formidable, already touching upon the transcending tribulation stage. Seeing the old man and his group of powerful individuals arrive, at this moment, everyone in the arena stood up and slightly lowered their heads to show respect. This old man has quite the presence. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow and then looked at Li Chongfeng, asking, "Master, he should be the sect master of the heaven-supporting sword sect, right?" "Yes, he is sect master Lu Xiang," Li Chongfeng whispered. "Sect master Lu reached the peak of the harmonization realm long ago. It is said that in recent years, he has taken another step forward and has reached the half-step transcending tribulation stage. Once Sect Master Lu truly reaches the transcending tribulation stage, the rank of the heaven-supporting sword sect will automatically rise by 1 level, from a 3-star power to a 4-star major section." Half-step transcending tribulation, impressive, Xiao Ming sighed and asked again, "How many levels are there for the sect's power on the mainland?" "There are a total of 6 levels, Li Chongfeng spoke without reservation. "A 4-star power must have at least 1 expert at the transcending tribulation stage. To become a 5-star power, there must be a law manifestation realm powerhouse." At this time, Wang Hao, who was beside them, interjected, "So, does a 6-star power need to have an immortal martial saint?" However, Li Chongfeng shook his head. "No, the powers under the immortal martial saint do not have star-level divisions. They are unique and are called Holy Lands." "Holy Lands?" Wang Hao muttered, seemingly recalling some unacceptable past, his face suddenly filled with anger. Xiao Ming keenly noticed Wang Hao's change in expression and immediately had a guess in his mind. Could it be that Wang Hao's divine king bone was forcibly taken away by some holy land? Chapter 94 Monster Forest Fight for the Nameplate. At this moment, surrounded by a group of powerful individuals, LV Xiang had already arrived at the main seat of the arena. LV Xiang looked around and loudly declared, "Today, the once-in-a-decade 8-sex martial arts tournament is about to begin. Where are the 8 sects? Show yourselves!" His voice roared like a storm, spreading in all directions. Upon hearing this, members of the 8 major branch sects immediately rose into the air and flew into the arena. Xiao Ming and the others also followed Li Chongfeng and flew up, while Hu Yunxi remained in place and casually found a spot to sit. After everyone landed in the arena, LV Xiang looked at an elder-like figure beside him, who nodded in understanding and immediately stepped forward. The elder held a peculiar mirror in his hands and loudly proclaimed, "The rule of the 8-sex martial arts tournament is that the participating disciples from each sect must be under the age of 30. Anyone who breaks this rule will be immediately expelled from this place." After speaking, the elder raised the mirror in his hand. The mirror emitted a bright light, enveloping the young disciples such as Xiao Ming. But nothing unusual happened. Seeing this, the elder put away the mirror and whispered to LV Xiang, "Master, all the participating disciples are under 30 years old." "Understood." LV Xiang nodded slightly, then slowly stood up and loudly announced to the crowd, "Now I declare that the 8-sex martial arts tournament has officially begun. This tournament is different from the past. It is divided into 2 rounds of competition. In the first round, each sect will form independent teams and go to the monster beast forest to collect insignias from the bodies of the monster beasts. The 2 sects with the most insignias collected will advance to the second round. The remaining 6 will be eliminated. In the second round, the top 2 sects will compete as a group. The winning group will receive a large reward. If any disciple performs exceptionally well, they may even be accepted into the heaven-supporting sword sect." After speaking, LV Xiang pointed to the distant mountains and said, "Do you see the forest in the mountains? That is the monster beast forest. We have already attached insignias to every monster beast in advance. Your task is to tear off the insignias and bring them back here. I must remind you that you only have half a day. After half a day, if you haven't come out of the forest, you will be automatically eliminated. Furthermore, whether it is collecting insignias or the subsequent second round of competition, there are no rules. You can act as you please. Finally, we have planted a green spirit lotus in the deepest part of the lake in the forest," LV Xiang emphasized, his tone meaningful. "That green spirit lotus has already produced a lotus seed. Any disciple who brings back the green spirit lotus seed will receive a special reward from me. After I finish speaking, you can take action." LV Xiang waved his hand. In an instant, disciples from several sects soared into the sky and shot towards the distant monster beast forest. Xiao Ming did not immediately move. Instead, he looked at Shen Bingqing and the others not far away. Shen Bingqing's lips slightly parted, but no sound came out. However, Xiao Ming understood what she wanted to say through her lip movements. Shen Bingqing meant that she would wait for Xiao Ming in the monster beast forest to settle their past grievances. "Want to seek revenge from me? Maybe in your next life." Xiao Ming sneered, then took off with Lin Feng and Wang Hao, entering the monster beast forest surrounded by mountains. Once inside the monster beast forest, Xiao Ming and the others immediately prepared for defense. Xiao Ming unsheathed his heavenly guardian sword, Lin Feng drew his devouring fire sword, and Wang Hao tightly gripped his dragon sparrow blade. 3 people are like fierce hunting beasts, capable of delivering a devastating blow to the enemy at any moment. After all, as LV Xiang just made clear, there are no rules during the competition, and anything goes. In other words, in this monster forest, the enemies of the group are not ferocious monsters, but disciples from other sects. However, the same goes for Xiao Ming and the others, who are also a major threat to other sects. Deputy Sect Master, I have an idea, Lin Feng suddenly said, we can guard the exit of the forest and wait for the other sect teams to collect the plagues. Then we can launch a surprise attack and snatch the plagues. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao unexpectedly glanced at Lin Feng and said, that's a good plan. This way, we can conserve our strength, save a lot of effort, and gain a large amount of rewards. However, Xiao Ming shook his head. This plan is good, but it is difficult to implement, Xiao Ming said in a deep voice. You didn't notice just now, but there are at least 3 wide exits from the monster forest to the arena. In other words, if we want to rob the plagues from other teams, we have to split up and guard each exit. However, this is not practical. Those sect teams cannot be dealt with by just the 2 of you. Pausing for a moment, Xiao Ming added, so let's continue advancing step by step. If we encounter other teams, we can strike without hesitation. The Deputy Sect Master is right. After discussing, the 3 of them began to enter the forest in a zigzag formation. They hadn't gone far when a group of demon wolves entered Xiao Ming's line of sight. The number of these demon wolves was not large, only 7. Each wolf had a metal plaque hanging around its neck, shimmering with a golden light. As for their cultivation levels, apart from the leader being in the late stage of the Core Lake realm, the remaining 6 were all in the mid stage of the Core Lake realm. Without needing any orders from Xiao Ming, Lin Feng and Wang Hao immediately dashed out from 2 different directions to surround the wolves. Xiao Ming sneered and charged into the wolf pack with the Heavenly Guardian sword in hand. The battle was extremely simple, without any waves. In just a few breaths, the 7 demon wolves were killed by Xiao Ming and the others, and they also obtained 7 plagues. After killing the wolf pack, the 3 of them continued to advance. After advancing several hundred meters, a colorful and ferocious demon tiger emitting a strong demonic aura jumped out. The cultivation level of this demon tiger was no different from Xiao Ming's, both being in the late stage of the Core Lake realm. And on its neck, there were 5 plagues hanging. Quick and decisive, let's attack together. Xiao Ming shouted lightly, flicking his wrist and releasing 2 colorful sword qi. Lin Feng unleashed a dense flame sword qi, while Wang Hao swung his terrifying knife light. Although the colorful demon tiger had some strength and resisted with all its might, it was no match for Xiao Ming and the others. In just a few seconds, the colorful demon tiger lay on the ground, covered in blood, completely devoid of breath. Xiao Ming stepped forward, gently pulling off all 5 plagues from the tiger's neck. The hunt continued. With the tacit cooperation of Xiao Ming and the others, the encountered monsters were killed one after another, and the number of plagues they collected skyrocketed. After an hour, Xiao Ming and the others encountered a more formidable monster. It was a green python emitting poisonous gas. The python's body was as thick as a grinding disc, and its cultivation level had reached the half-step Divine Sea realm. And astonishingly, there were more than 20 plagues hanging on the python's body, making them extremely tempting. Chapter 95 Meeting Shen Bingqing by chance. Looking at the poisonous python with over 20 nameplates hanging on its body, Xiao Ming and the others immediately became alert, but amidst their vigilance, there was also a strong sense of confusion. Because the python's body was covered in wounds, and a foul-smelling blood oozed out from those wounds, staining the ground pitch black. Large patches of snake scales had also fallen off the python's body, and even one of its snake eyes had been blinded. Furthermore, the python's body was also covered in frozen frost, clearly indicating that it had been attacked by some kind of ice-based martial technique. Deputy Sect Master, this python must have been attacked by another team, heavily injured, and in a panic, it fled to our location, Lin Feng said, rubbing his fists together with excitement. As long as we join forces, we can definitely deal with this python. It has over 20 nameplates on its body. I have the same idea. Wang Hao raised the dragon sparrow blade in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. Good. Everyone, attack together and quickly deal with this giant python. Xiao Ming shouted, taking the lead. With a heavy stomp on the ground, in the next moment, Xiao Ming transformed into a gust of wind and shot up into the air, instantly appearing above the python's head. He then raised the heavenly guardian sword in his hand and fiercely slashed downwards. Swoosh! A dark golden crescent-shaped sword energy burst out from the heavenly guardian sword, carrying an unparalleled terrifying sword aura as it descended with fury. Sword technique, Moon Shatter Slash. After unleashing the crescent-shaped sword energy, Xiao Ming's palm continued to wave, displaying over 100 terrifying sword shadows that rained down like a storm. This was also his formidable sword technique, 100 Shadow Crazed Slash. But that's not all. After executing the 100 Shadow Crazed Slash, Xiao Ming extended his empty left hand and pressed it fiercely against the python's 7-inch position. In an instant, 5 colorful sword qi, known as the Broken Yuan Sword Qi, shot out in succession from Xiao Ming's palm. When the Broken Yuan Sword Qi first appeared, it was still small, but it quickly grew in the wind, instantly reaching a length of over 10 meters, resembling a barrage of missiles as it fiercely bombarded the python. Xiao Ming's movements were extremely fast. Although he unleashed 3 powerful sword techniques in one breath, it only took him a second. At the same time Xiao Ming took action, Lin Feng and Wang Hao also reacted. Countless silver flames suddenly emerged from Lin Feng's body, engulfing him completely and turning him into a blazing figure. This was his Great Sun Fire Body. After activating the Great Sun Fire Body, Lin Feng also unleashed dense sword qi, but all of his sword qi was composed of silver flames and emitted a terrifying high temperature. 9 bright spots lit up on Wang Hao's chest, indicating that he had also activated his 9 palace star body. Perhaps due to the influence of his physique and cultivation technique, Wang Hao's sword light, although majestic, appeared somewhat illusory and ethereal. It was as if it was composed of starlight, quite mystical. The python, which was attacked by Xiao Ming and the others simultaneously, instantly coiled its body and opened its ferocious snake mouth, spewing out black venom that emitted a strong stench and corrosive power. The venom took the form of water columns, splitting into 3 streams and attacking Xiao Ming and the others. Not only was this venom highly poisonous, but it also carried a powerful penetrating force, even more formidable than a martial artist's water-based martial technique. Next moment. Boom boom boom. A series of intense explosions resounded one after another. After the fierce collision between Lin Feng and Wang Hao's martial arts and venomous water columns, they entered a state of balance where neither could suppress the other. They merged and annihilated each other. But it was different for Xiao Ming. His shattered moon slash easily cut through the attacking venomous water column, and then fiercely struck the body of the venomous python, leaving a deep and visible sword scar on its snake body. With no more obstruction from the venomous water column, hundreds of densely packed sword shadows descended like a swarm of bees, instantly piercing through the snake body of the venomous python, creating fist-sized crimson blood holes. As the blood holes appeared, a foul-smelling snake blood sprayed out, quickly staining the ground a dark red color. Seeing the venomous python being heavily injured by his sword technique, Xiao Ming was first stunned, then overjoyed. He had never expected his martial arts to have such tremendous power. He had only intended to suppress the venomous python and see the abilities of Lin Feng and Wang Hao. Unexpectedly, this venomous python was so weak that it was easily turned into a hornet's nest by his sword shadows in just a brief exchange. After the shock, Xiao Ming quickly realized. The venomous python must have been heavily injured earlier, making it appear to be at the half-step divine sea level, but its actual combat power was at most at the peak core lake realm. That's why it was so weak. Furthermore, after suffering such attacks, especially losing a large amount of vital blood, the venomous python's aura became even more feeble. It continuously curled and twisted its snake body, seemingly enduring great pain. More importantly, the venomous python's aura inevitably weakened, like a candle in the wind, exhaling more than inhaling, on the verge of death at any moment. Seeing this, both Lin Feng and Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Ming sneered, raising his heavenly guardian sword, preparing to deliver a final blow to the venomous python. With his strength and the sword's might of the heavenly guardian sword, just one strike would be enough to split the venomous python in half and completely kill it. However, just as Xiao Ming was about to raise his sword for the final strike, 3 powerful auras suddenly surged from the distant forest, followed by figures rushing out from the forest. Stop! The venomous python is my prey! A woman's loud shout resounded. Xiao Ming and the others instinctively turned their heads to look, then furrowed their brows in unison. The person who spoke turned out to be Shen Bingqing from the True Martial Sword Sect. At this moment, Shen Bingqing exuded a chilling aura, holding a blue ice sword in her hand. She had arrived in front of Xiao Ming with 2 male companions. When Shen Bingqing saw Xiao Ming, she was momentarily stunned, then a look of extreme killing intent appeared on her face. She hadn't expected to encounter Xiao Ming in this situation. You spirit sword gate scum, so you're here. Shen Bingqing angrily laughed. I searched for you for a whole hour without finding any trace, but unexpectedly, I found you here. Everyone, attack! Let's exterminate the spirit sword gate bastards! As she spoke, Shen Bingqing stomped heavily on the ground, transforming into a white shadow and charging fiercely towards Xiao Ming. Her 2 male companions also targeted Lin Feng and Wang Hao respectively, launching their attacks proactively. Lin Feng and Wang Hao showed no fear. One wielded the devouring fire sword, the other held the dragon sparrow blade, and they both launched a fierce assault, instantly engaging in a battle with the 2 men. The great battle had officially begun. Chapter 96 Ice Marrow Sacred Body? You are too weak. As Shen Bingqing had not yet arrived, the temperature around suddenly dropped below 0. At this moment, everything within a few miles, including flowers, plants, trees, and even the soil, was covered in a thick layer of frost. It felt as if they had instantly entered a freezing cold, snowy world. Xiao Ming paid no attention to Shen Bingqing and swiftly descended, instantly arriving above the head of the venomous python. Then, he raised the heavenly guardian sword emitting a dark golden sword aura and swung it down. With a bang sound, Xiao Ming beheaded the massive head of the venomous python with a single sword strike. He then grabbed more than 20 nameplates, tore them off, and threw them into his spatial ring. After completing all of this, Xiao Ming instinctively turned his head because Shen Bingqing had already arrived behind him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly resounded as the sharp heavenly guardian sword collided fiercely with Shen Bingqing's blue ice sword. Then, a powerful force burst forth. Under its influence, Xiao Ming involuntarily took 3 steps back. Shen Bingqing didn't fare much better either. The powerful recoil force pushed her back 5 steps away. Xiao Ming only retreated 3 steps, while Shen Bingqing retreated 5 steps. The winner and loser were clear. Shen Bingqing, who was pushed back, was extremely surprised. It seemed that she hadn't expected Xiao Ming's strength to be so powerful, even stronger than her own half-step divine sea cultivation. She lowered her head and saw a noticeable gap on the blade of her blue ice sword, which had been forcibly cut during the clash with Xiao Ming. Seeing her sword damaged, Shen Bingqing became extremely angry and a hint of doubt emerged in her mind. Her profound ice sword was of high quality at the earth rank and quite sturdy. She hadn't expected it to be damaged in a head-on collision. Doesn't this mean that Xiao Ming's dark golden sword is even more powerful than her profound ice sword? And a sword that is more powerful than the profound ice sword can only be an earth rank top grade or even a heavenly rank sword. Damn BD! No wonder you dared to attack me. It turns out you have great strength and a formidable sword. Shen Bingqing was furious, but she still didn't regard Xiao Ming highly. Xiao Ming was only at the peak of the core lake realm, while she had already reached the half-step divine sea realm. There was still a considerable gap between the two. Coupled with her ice marrow sacred body, Shen Bingqing had absolute confidence in being able to defeat Xiao Ming and avenge her previous humiliation. Xiao Ming couldn't be bothered with Shen Bingqing's complaints and instead looked towards Lin Feng and Wang Hao in the distance. In the distance, dust was flying, martial techniques were flashing, and Lin Feng and Wang Hao were each more ferocious than the other, completely suppressing their opponents. Their opponents, the male disciples of the true martial sword sect, were all at the peak of the core lake realm, just like Xiao Ming. However, they were being overwhelmed by Lin Feng and Wang Hao, forced into a defensive position. Judging from the current situation, it wouldn't be long before those two guys from the true martial sword sect would be slain by Lin Feng and Wang Hao. It seems that when they were besieging the venomous python earlier, both Lin Feng and Wang Hao held back their trump cards, Xiao Ming thought to himself. With their strength, dealing with ordinary peak core lake realm cultivators is already more than enough. While he was contemplating, Shen Bingqing on the opposite side was furious because Xiao Ming didn't even spare her a glance. She felt greatly disrespected and insulted. What are you looking at? Your opponent is me. Shen Bingqing shouted loudly and immediately swung her profound ice sword in the air, slashing wildly. In an instant, numerous dense blue sword qi were unleashed. The sword qi were vigorous and fierce, converging together to form a sword qi storm that swept towards Xiao Ming in anger. The sword qi storm carried an extremely cold aura. Even before it arrived, layers of thick frost had already condensed on Xiao Ming's body. Xiao Ming was frozen into an ice sculpture. If it were an ordinary core lake realm warrior trapped by frost, not to mention counterattacking with a sword, they would probably not even be able to move and would wait to die in place. Unfortunately, the Xiao Ming that Shen Bingqing faced was not an ordinary warrior. His body trembled, and a dazzling burst of five-colored spiritual light erupted from within Xiao Ming's body, piercing through his body and shattering all the frost on him. Then, Xiao Ming raised the heavenly guardian sword in his hand high up and brought it down heavily. Buzz! At this moment, the vitality roared, the earth trembled, and a dark golden sword shadow, 200 meters long, formed out of thin air, carrying a terrifying sword aura that could split mountains and seas, and slashed down. Boom! The dark golden sword shadow fiercely struck the incoming sword qi storm. At the moment of contact, a deafening roar erupted. Then, in Shen Bingqing's astonished gaze, the dark golden sword shadow, like a hot knife through butter, shattered the sword qi storm. But it didn't end there. After shattering the sword qi storm, the 200-meter-long dark golden sword shadow continued to surge forward with undiminished momentum, arriving above Shen Bingqing's head in an instant. About to engulf Shen Bingqing. Shen Bingqing was greatly surprised and instinctively exerted the full power of her sacred body of ice marrow. In an instant, a thick frost shield appeared out of thin air in front of her. The frost shield was extremely sturdy, emitting an extreme cold aura. On its surface, there were constantly flying bird shadows. Boom! Xiao Ming's sword shadow heavily struck the frost shield, directly sending Shen Bingqing flying. However, due to the resistance of the frost shield, the dark golden sword shadow finally exhausted all its energy and slowly dissipated. After sending Shen Bingqing flying with a sword, Xiao Ming did not show any joy, but instead frowned. Because he keenly sensed that Shen Bingqing did not fall, nor was she injured. From this, it could be seen that the defensive power of the frost shield was also quite terrifying. After directly withstanding the attack of the sword shadow, it could still ensure that Shen Bingqing was unharmed. However, Xiao Ming did not use his full strength. Although he had just displayed the sword shadow that splits heaven and earth, he did not mobilize the power of the five elements, so the power of the sword shadow was relatively limited. With a cold snort, Xiao Ming's figure flickered, immediately displaying the wind spirit step and shooting towards the flying Shen Bingqing. Shen Bingqing, who was still in mid-air, suddenly sensed something and hurriedly looked over, only to see that Xiao Ming had already appeared above her head at some point. Moreover, Xiao Ming raised the dark golden long sword in his hand and was about to unleash a second giant sword shadow hundreds of meters long. This sword shadow was different from before, as it was actually absorbing the spiritual energy of the 5 elements between heaven and earth. At this moment, Shen Bingqing's pupils contracted, sensing the threat of death. Under the shroud of life and death crisis, Shen Bingqing acted decisively. She immediately spat out a mouthful of original essence blood onto her Xianbing sword, and then slashed it in midair towards Xiao Ming. With the blessing of the original essence blood, her Xianbing sword emitted a bright light, and then a palm-sized ice blue bird appeared. Li! The ice bird raised its head and let out a cry, then flapped its substantial wings and fiercely attacked Xiao Ming. At this time, Xiao Ming had already absorbed enough 5 elements spiritual energy, and the 200-meter-long sword shadow had been dyed with colorful hues. Shen Bingqing, you are too weak, Xiao Ming's voice echoed faintly, go to hell. Before the words fell, the colorful sword shadow, with power far surpassing that of the ice bird, angrily slashed down. Chapter 97 Bombing Shen Bingqing, Devouring Blue Luck. Bang! A muffled sound. As soon as Shen Bingqing's ice bird, formed from her original essence and blood, came into contact with the colorful sword shadows, it was instantly shattered. After slashing the ice bird, the colorful sword shadows continued to fiercely strike downwards. Bang! Another muffled sound. Shen Bingqing's profound ice sword was also instantly slashed and exploded. Then, in Shen Bingqing's terrified gaze, the colorful sword shadows fiercely struck her body, and then passed through. Shen Bingqing was instantly cut in half. Not only that, the powerful sword shadows pierced through her body, creating a huge chasm in the ground. Xiao Ming's face was cold, slowly descending from the air. Looking down, he saw that Shen Bingqing was already dead, her 2 halves lying quietly in the deep trench, like a dead dog. Her sacred body of ice marrow slowly dissipated, returning to the heavens and earth. Spit! This ignorant trash still wants to seek revenge on me? Maybe in the next life. Xiao Ming spat towards the trench, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. It must be said that Shen Bingqing was indeed very powerful. Although she was only at the half-step Divine Sea Realm, with the support of the sacred body of ice marrow, her combat power was already not inferior to that of an ordinary early-stage Divine Sea Realm cultivator. Such strength was truly impressive. Unfortunately, although she was strong, Xiao Ming was even stronger. Heavenly rank cultivation technique and heavenly rank sword weapon and top grade 5 elements sacred body and extremely profound true elemental energy were enough for Xiao Ming to directly slay a strong cultivator at the early stage Divine Sea Realm. Even if he encountered a mid-stage Divine Sea Realm cultivator, Xiao Ming could still fight. After Shen Bingqing was killed, a strong blue-colored luck floated out of her body and quickly entered Xiao Ming's body. In an instant, it merged with Xiao Ming. Shen Bingqing's luck is blue, I knew that before, but with just this blue luck, she awakened the sacred body of ice marrow. This shouldn't be right. Xiao Ming pondered. Lin Feng and Wang Hao have so much colorful luck, but they have only achieved the heavenly rank physical body now. Why are they still not as good as Shen Bingqing? Or is it that Lin Feng and Wang Hao have not grown up yet, and there are still better opportunities waiting for them? The more Xiao Ming thought about it, the more he felt that his speculation was correct. The reason was simple. Along his journey, he had taken advantage of Lin Feng and Wang Hao many times, especially Wang Hao. Xiao Ming had intercepted his 5 elements sacred body. However, even after taking away so many opportunities, the luck level of Lin Feng and Wang Hao remained colorful, showing no signs of decreasing. This could only mean that Xiao Ming had not taken enough advantage, not enough good advantage. As long as he took enough advantage, the luck level of Lin Feng and Wang Hao would eventually decrease, changing from colorful to gold, purple, or even lower. But for now, their luck levels had not changed. Based on this reasoning, it was likely that Lin Feng and Wang Hao still had more and better opportunities on their future cultivation paths. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming cleared his mind of the cluttered thoughts and opened his own life script attribute panel. With a flash of light that others couldn't perceive, his information appeared before his eyes. Host, Xiao Ming. Realm, Core Lake Realm, Great Perfection. Fate, Astonishing Luck, Blue, Temporary Luck, Attached. Physique, 5 Elements Sacred Body, Top Grade Sacred Body. Main Cultivation Technique, Imperial Shocking Heaven Sword Art, 6th Layer, Heavenly Rank. Body Movement Technique, Wind Spirit Steps, Earth Rank. Weapon, Heavenly Guardian Sword, Heavenly Rank Top Grade. Martial Arts, 100 Shadow Crazed Slash, Shattered Moon Slash, Sword Control Technique, Shattered Yuan Sword Chi, Heaven and Earth Annihilation, Great Completion. Special Martial Art, Core Lake Realm Great River Sword Intent, Perfection. Storage Artifact, Ink Void Ring. Life Script, the host's luck has undergone consecutive changes, beginning to communicate with the heavens and the earth, and the future direction of life has changed greatly. It is like a mist, unfathomable. Recent Opportunity 1, in the demonic beast forest of the heaven supporting Sword Sect, found a storage artifact and obtained a large amount of elemental stones and cultivation resources. Opportunity 2, in the 8 Sects martial arts competition, there is a certain chance of obtaining the Qinglian Sword Seed, incomplete. Opportunity 3, after the conclusion of the 8 Sects martial arts competition, successfully join the heaven supporting Sword Sect and become an inner disciple. After taking a glance at his own information, Xiao Ming casually closed it. His information hasn't changed much, except that his luck has changed from green to astonishing blue. The rest is the change in opportunities. The attribute panel shows that he will find a storage artifact in the demonic beast forest, thereby obtaining a large amount of elemental stones and cultivation resources. In addition, after the martial arts competition, he will join the heaven supporting Sword Sect and become an inner disciple. Forget about the rest, I will find a storage artifact in the forest. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. It seems that opportunity is right in front of me. But why don't I sense anything? Xiao Ming looked around in confusion, without any clear guidance in his mind for the time being. Never mind, let's search the bodies first. Xiao Ming jumped into the gorge and began searching Shen Bingqing's corpse. After a while, Xiao Ming jumped out of the gorge, holding a silver-white, cold ring in his hand. This ring is also a storage artifact, containing all of Shen Bingqing's belongings, including a cultivation manual, a pile of elixir resources, and hundreds of nameplates. Xiao Ming roughly counted them and was pleasantly surprised to find that the number of nameplates reached over 500. This quantity of nameplates is not much different from what Xiao Ming and the other two have collected. This shows that Shen Bingqing is indeed formidable, at least in terms of collecting nameplates, with a very high efficiency. Just at this moment, the battle in the distance also ended. Lin Feng and Wang Hao each killed their opponents, then, like Xiao Ming, squatted down skillfully to search the bodies. After a while, the three of them regrouped. How was your harvest? Xiao Ming asked. Not very good, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Apart from obtaining some cultivation resources, there was nothing else, and as for nameplates, there wasn't a single one. I'm in the same situation, Wang Hao said disappointedly. After speaking, both of them looked at Xiao Ming at the same time. Vice Sect Master, how about your harvest? Xiao Ming smiled and said, my harvest is quite good. After killing Shen Bingqing, I obtained a lot of good things, including over 500 nameplates. Hearing this, Lin Feng and Wang Hao both showed expressions of surprise. With Shen Bingqing's over 500 nameplates, the three of them have now collected over 1,200 nameplates. Killing people and setting fires really does bring great rewards. Lin Feng suggested, let's go attack other sect teams next. This method of collecting is too efficient. No rush, let's first reach the center of the forest. Xiao Ming shook his head and said, let's obtain the green spirit lotus first, and then find an opportunity to attack and kill other teams to plunder nameplates. Alright, we'll listen to Vice Sect Master. After a while, 3 sonic booms sounded in succession as Xiao Ming and the others shot towards the center of the demonic beast forest like fierce tigers descending from a mountain. Chapter 98, Clear Water Pond, Green Spirit Lotus is here. Just a quarter of an hour later, Xiao Ming and his 2 companions approached the central area of the monster beast forest. However, just as they were getting close, the 3 of them stopped in unison. Vice Sect Master, look quickly, there are energy fluctuations in the central area. Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly. I'm afraid another sect team has arrived there, and they are currently fighting. What should we do? Let's not act yet, let's wait and see, Xiao Ming pondered. If the situation is in our favor, we'll strike quickly and eliminate the other sects to seize the Green Spirit Lotus. Alright. The 3 of them made a plan and silently approached the central area. It didn't take long before the scene in the central area came into view. Looking around, they saw a small lake in the very center of the forest, and there was a stone tablet standing by the lake. On it were 3 large characters, Azure Wave Pool. In the center of the Azure Wave Pool, there grew a lush green lotus seed and leaves, emitting circles of green spiritual light. It looked quite mystical. At the lake's edge, 2 sect teams were fiercely battling. From their attire, it could be seen that they were disciples of the Giant Sword Sect and the Silent Destruction Sword Sect. Each team consisted of 3 male martial artists, and each person's strength was quite formidable. The weakest among them were all at the late core lake stage. At this moment, the 6 of them were engaged in a fierce battle, with martial techniques flying and the air constantly rumbling. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming and his companions were hiding in the dense forest, coldly observing everything. Among the 6 warriors, the 2 leaders were the most powerful. They confronted each other, engaged in intense combat. Among them, the leader of the Silent Destruction Sword Sect was at the peak core lake stage, while the leader of the Giant Sword Sect seemed to be at the peak core lake stage as well. This judgment was based on the fact that this person's aura was elusive, and he seemed extremely at ease in the face of his opponent's attacks. He had the appearance of someone who didn't take his opponent seriously. At this moment, the leader of the Giant Sword Sect spoke, "It's been 10 years, and your growth rate has been disappointing. The test is over, you can die now." As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly surged, instantly reaching the half-step Divine Sea stage. This surge of aura startled the 3 disciples of the Silent Destruction Sword Sect. Before they could react, they saw the leader of the Giant Sword Sect unleash 3 fierce sword chi attacks in quick succession. The sword chi was majestic and instantly overwhelmed them. Boom! 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 3 deafening explosions resounded. As expected, all 3 disciples of the Silent Destruction Sword Sect were killed, none of them survived. After eliminating his opponents, the leader of the Giant Sword Sect swiftly approached and claimed all the cultivation resources and nameplates collected by the Silent Destruction Sword Sect. After completing all this, he turned his head towards the direction where Xiao Ming and the others were, and sneered, "Have you seen enough? Come out! We've been discovered!" Wang Hao whispered in the dense forest. Xiao Ming, on the other hand, smiled calmly and was the first to step out of the forest. Lin Feng and Wang Hao exchanged glances and followed closely behind Xiao Ming. Upon seeing Xiao Ming and his companions, the leader of the Giant Sword Sect sneered and said, "I thought it was some expert secretly spying on me, but it turns out to be just a peak core lake martial artist and 2 weaklings at the mid-core lake stage." After speaking, he suddenly noticed the sect emblem on Xiao Ming's chest. There were 3 small characters written there, Spirit Sword Gate. Upon seeing the sect information, the leader of the Giant Sword Sect burst into laughter. His 2 companions also wore contemptuous smiles, completely disregarding Xiao Ming and the others. "So it's just trash from the Spirit Sword Gate. Ha, your sect has always been weak, I didn't expect you to make it to the center of the forest." Quite surprising, the leader sneered. But since you're here, there's no need to leave. After speaking, he raised the long sword in his hand and effortlessly swung it towards Xiao Ming and his companions. A massive sword qi, dozens of meters long, was unleashed. After slashing with his sword aura, the leading warrior put away his sword, as if in his eyes, Xiao Ming and the other two were already lifeless bodies. However, at that moment, Xiao Ming made a move. He raised the heavenly guardian sword in his hand, with a smile on his face, and slashed towards the disciples of the giant sword sect from a distance. Swish! A massive sword shadow, measuring 200 meters in length, formed out of thin air. The sword shadow had a dark golden color and carried an unparalleled sword aura as it descended with a single slash. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as the leading warrior's sword aura barely touched Xiao Ming's dark golden sword shadow, instantly shattering it. And then, the majestic sword shadow continued to slash fiercely, and in an instant, it arrived above the heads of the three disciples of the giant sword sect. The leading warrior of the giant sword sect was greatly shocked. He realized that Xiao Ming was not an ordinary core lake realm cultivator, because this 200-meter dark golden sword shadow was too powerful. Its power was no less than his full force attack. No, it was even stronger than his full force attack. He had sensed the long-lost aura of death. Amidst his mixed feelings of shock and fear, the leading warrior reacted quickly. He urgently mobilized all his true essence and shouted as he unleashed a majestic sword radiance that stretched for 100 meters. This was his full force attack, and the sword radiance was 100 meters long. Boom! The sword radiance and the sword shadow collided fiercely, intertwining and erupting with dazzling light. Then, the dark golden sword shadow descended and shattered the 100-meter sword radiance, engulfing the three disciples of the giant sword sect in one fell swoop. Boom! Another explosion sounded. The powerful sword shadow struck heavily on the ground, creating a large trench, and the three disciples of the giant sword sect had disappeared. Xiao Ming sneered and carried the heavenly guardian sword as he dashed forward. Looking down, he saw that there were no intact bodies in the trench, only pieces of flesh. Instant kill. Even the leading warrior of the giant sword sect had been blasted into fragments. However, his eyes were wide open, seemingly unable to believe that he had been killed by a single sword strike. No peaceful death. At this moment, Lin Feng and Wang Hao also arrived at the edge of the trench and looked at the gruesome scene inside. Wang Hao clicked his tongue and said, "It's really tragic. These three from the giant sword sect didn't even leave behind a complete corpse." Lin Feng's expression was complicated as he said, "The vice sect master's sword technique is too powerful. He can even kill a half-step divine sea expert with a single move." Xiao Ming faintly smiled without explaining. In terms of strength, although the leading warrior of the giant sword sect was also a half-step divine sea cultivator, he was clearly not as strong as Shen Bingqing from before. After all, Shen Bingqing had the support of the ice marrow sacred body, and his combat power was already comparable to that of an ordinary early-stage divine sea cultivator. The leading warrior in front of them was just an ordinary half-step divine sea cultivator. That's why he was killed with a single strike. After going through several battles, Xiao Ming had a clear understanding of his own strength. The dark golden sword shadow's power could rival that of an ordinary early-stage divine sea cultivator. And when infused with the power of the 5 elements, the sword shadow was equivalent to a mid-stage divine sea cultivator. "Don't just stand there, quickly clean up the battlefield and collect cultivation resources," Xiao Ming ordered. "Especially their nameplates, take them all for me." "Yes." After giving the order, Xiao Ming looked up and gazed at the central area of the azure water pool. There, the green spirit lotus was still emitting circles of spiritual light, shining brightly. With a flicker of his figure, Xiao Ming displayed the wind spirit steps and swiftly shot towards the green spirit lotus. In an instant, he arrived at the center of the lake, then reached out his palm and gently plucked it. The fist-sized green spirit lotus was easily taken by him. After some thought, Xiao Ming opened the inspection function, and instantly, the information of the green spirit lotus appeared before his eyes. Chapter 99 Storage Bag Chance, Animal Skin Map. Name, Green Spirit Lotus. Attribute, Special Magic Tool. Description, a special magic tool sealed by the sect master Lu Xiang of the Heaven supporting Sword Sect. It contains the incomplete green lotus sword intent, which can be obtained after the seal is lifted. After reading the information about the green spirit lotus, Xiao Ming was stunned. So, this green spirit lotus is not a natural treasure, but a man-made tool. Xiao Ming reached out and touched it. Sure enough, the green spirit lotus felt like metal all over, without any spiritual energy emanating from it. This thing just looks extremely realistic. Xiao Ming even suspected that the lotus leaves in the lake were also imitations. After keeping the green spirit lotus, Xiao Ming flew back and returned to the lakeside. How was your harvest? Xiao Ming asked. It's not bad. The main thing is that we found over 1,000 nameplates, Wang Hao said with a smile. These nameplates were collected by the Giant Sword Sect and the Silent Sword Sect, and now they all belong to us. Xiao Ming nodded. Together with the previous accumulation of over 1,000, they now had over 2,000 nameplates. At this moment, Lin Feng curiously asked, Deputy Sect Master, did you get the green spirit lotus? I did. Great, Lin Feng smiled. Lu Xiang said there would be a special reward after obtaining the green spirit lotus. I'm really looking forward to it. Xiao Ming silently nodded. Clearly, Lin Feng thought the reward was for the whole team, but Xiao Ming believed that the reward would only be given to the person holding the lotus. But there was no need to say this out loud. After all, there was only one green lotus sword intent. Looking up at the sky, Xiao Ming said, it's getting late. We need to hurry back and collect more nameplates on the way back. This way, we will definitely be able to enter the next round of competition. Yes. Lin Feng and Wang Hao nodded at the same time. As for the broken corpses and flesh by the lake, they didn't need to pay attention to them. The monster beast forest was full of various carnivorous monsters. It wouldn't take long for these bodies to be completely consumed. And their luck had also dissipated into the world. The luck of the 3 disciples of the Giant Sword Sect was not great, even the leader who was at the half-step Divine Sea only had green luck. This kind of luck was one level lower than Xiao Ming's blue luck and couldn't be absorbed. Xiao Ming also discovered that his luck could only be compatible with higher level luck and couldn't devour lower level luck. Looking around, Xiao Ming confirmed that there was nothing left behind. He took Lin Feng and Wang Hao and flew up, shooting back towards the way they came. At the same time Xiao Ming and the others returned. In a certain area of the monster beast forest, the blood-robe young master of the blood sword hall was sitting on a clean and tidy stone, carefully wiping his blood-colored long sword. Not far from him, 3 broken bodies were lying quietly. They were from another sect team. At this moment, the blood-robe young master's 2 subordinates were cleaning up the battlefield. They took all the cultivation resources and collected nameplates from the bodies. After cleaning up, one of the subordinates came to the blood-robe young master and respectfully said, reporting to senior brother, we obtained over 400 nameplates this time. Together with the previous accumulation, we have collected close to 1,500 nameplates. Well, not bad, but it's still not enough, the blood-robe young master nodded expressionlessly and said, we have already wiped out 3 sect teams, not counting ourselves, there are still 4 left. These 4 sect teams will definitely fight each other, so we can't relax. The subordinate asked, what should we do next? The bloodied gentleman looked up into the distance and said slowly, calculating the time, the remaining sect teams are probably on their way back. Let's guard the entrances and exits and annihilate them with thunderous force once we encounter them. Understood, his subordinate nodded, then hesitated, and said, we've encountered many demonic beasts along the way. Should we kill those demonic beasts and collect the inscriptions on their bodies? No need for that, the bloodied gentleman smiled. Since we can obtain a large number of inscriptions by killing other teams, why bother doing it ourselves? What we need to do is to conserve our strength and wait for those sect teams to come to us. Let's go. Let's head to the most crucial entrance and wait for the rabbit to come to the trap. After saying that, the bloodied gentleman and his two subordinates disappeared into thin air. About half an hour later, the bloodied gentleman and his group arrived at the most crucial entrance. Just then, the bloodied gentleman's brows suddenly furrowed. Where's my storage pouch? How did it disappear? The bloodied gentleman was both shocked and angry. The storage pouch hanging from his waist was actually lost. Inside the storage pouch were not only a large number of elemental stones and various elixirs, but also a pile of inscriptions. More importantly, there was a treasure map inside. It was a treasure map that he had spent a lot of effort and wealth to obtain. Have you seen my storage pouch? Did you steal it? The bloodied gentleman turned his head abruptly, glaring at his two subordinates with a sinister look. The two subordinates trembled in fear and quickly shook their heads, saying, "We didn't steal it, we absolutely didn't. Senior brother, you know us, we wouldn't dare. Please believe us." "Humph! I don't think you would dare." The bloodied gentleman snorted coldly. He knew his two subordinates quite well. They would never dare to touch his belongings. However, the bloodied gentleman became even more agitated. He wanted to go back and search for his storage pouch, but it was already too late. Moreover, the forest was vast, and he had been wandering around with his two subordinates, ambushing other sect teams. They had traveled too many paths. He had no idea where the storage pouch was lost. Returning to the forest to search for the storage pouch at this time would be like finding a needle in a haystack, not to mention that it would delay the next round of competition. Forget it, let's deal with the martial arts meeting first, then we can return to the forest to search. The bloodied gentleman's face was unwilling. His purple-red eyes were filled with frustration and anger, almost wanting to kill someone to vent his anger. At the same time, Xiao Ming and his two companions were flying rapidly in the low sky. Suddenly, Xiao Ming sensed something and immediately changed direction, flying towards a dense forest. As he shot towards it, he instructed Lin Feng and Wang Hao, "Wait for me here, I'll be right back." Xiao Ming had already sensed his opportunity, and it was deep within the dense forest. A moment later, Xiao Ming found a black storage pouch in the dense forest. Opening it, he saw that it was filled with a large number of elemental stones and various elixirs. There was also a pile of inscriptions, at least 500 of them. "Hey? What's this?" Xiao Ming suddenly exclaimed. Inside the storage pouch, there was also a delicate piece of animal skin. Taking it out and looking at it, he saw that it was covered with lines and the paths of mountains and rivers, with a particular location marked. This is a map. Chapter 100 Blood Sword Hall, Young Master in Blood. This is not an ordinary map, but a treasure map. Xiao Ming was both shocked and delighted, suddenly enlightened. He had always wondered why his recent stroke of luck was finding a storage bag, which led to obtaining a large amount of elemental stones and various pill resources. But what was finding some cultivation resources considered as a stroke of luck? At most, it was just a stroke of good luck, stepping on dog poop. Now, Xiao Ming understood. His stroke of luck was not the elemental stones and pills in the storage bag, but the treasure map in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the marked location was hundreds of miles away from the heaven-supporting sword sect, called Lingjian Cave. Next to Lingjian Cave, there was a line of small characters. On the night of the full moon, Lingjian Cave opens. So, when the 15th day of the full moon arrives, Lingjian Cave will open. Xiao Ming pondered silently, there are still about 10 days until the 15th day of the full moon, I can prepare in advance. When the time comes, I will go and take a look. After considering for a while, Xiao Ming took out all the nameplates from the storage bag and put them into his spatial ring. Then he threw the storage bag in as well. Since he didn't know who had lost the storage bag, it had to be hidden discreetly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Along with it, after killing Shen Bingqing earlier, he had also emptied Shen Bingqing's spatial ring, and threw the ring into the deepest part of the ring. Xiao Ming was always meticulous in his actions. After completing all this, Xiao Ming rose from the ground and quickly met up with Lin Feng and Wang Hao. The three of them continued along the same path, shooting towards the entrance and exit. About 15 minutes later, Xiao Ming and the others suddenly stopped in their tracks, coldly looking at the ground. They saw three individuals with strong auras standing on the ground, one of whom was relatively older, appearing to be in his 20s or 30s. He had a handsome face and was dressed in a blood-colored robe, emitting the strongest aura. Their clothes are embroidered with a dripping blood small sword. They should be from the Blood Sword Hall, Wang Hao whispered. Blood Sword Hall? Hearing this name, Xiao Ming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Before participating in the martial arts competition, the sect master Li Chongfeng specifically mentioned that among the 8 branch sects, the disciples of the Blood Sword Hall were the most powerful. In the previous martial arts competitions, the disciples of the Blood Sword Hall easily won the championship, surpassing the other 7 sects. Given the formidable foundation of the Blood Sword Hall, it was estimated that the disciples of the current generation of the Blood Sword Hall were not weak. In addition, the Blood Sword Hall was also notorious for their cruel methods. It was said that during each martial arts competition, they had killed many other sect teams. It had almost become a traditional skill of the Blood Sword Hall. However, everyone had no concrete evidence, and although they knew that the Blood Sword Hall's methods were not clean, they were helpless. The Blood Sword Hall is blocking our way, there must be ill intentions. Everyone, prepare for battle. Xiao Ming said in a low voice. At this moment, the young man in the blood-colored robe spoke. He looked up and glanced at Xiao Ming and the others, sneering, so it's the waste disciples of the Spirit Sword Gate. Now I'll give you 2 choices. First, hand over all your nameplates and then offer your necks for death. Second, my Blood Sword Hall will kill you and take the nameplates. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Wang Hao immediately became furious. What kind of bullshit choices were these? No matter which one they chose, they would not escape death. Moreover, who lived and who died was still uncertain. Oh, it smells so bad. Who's the uncivilized person farting with all these spices? Xiao Ming deliberately pinched his nose, saying with a disgusted expression. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately became furious. You dare to insult me? Oh? Is it you who's farting recklessly? Oh dear, why is your fart coming out of your mouth? Xiao Ming said in surprise, could it be that you have hemorrhoids in your mouth? Your mouth is the one with hemorrhoids, your whole family has hemorrhoids. The young man was furious, his chest heaving, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. At this moment, one of his subordinates beside him sneered and said, are the people from Spirit Sword Gate all so ignorant? They don't even understand common knowledge. Hemorrhoids only grow in the buttock crease, how could they possibly grow in the mouth? As this person spoke, his voice grew weaker and weaker, because he suddenly realized that Xiao Ming was deliberately speaking in reverse, humiliating their own senior brother. Hemorrhoids growing in senior brother's blood-robe prince's mouth, doesn't that mean? The subordinate looked at the blood-robe prince in horror, only to see the blood-robe prince glaring at him with slanted eyes, as if he was about to go on a killing spree in the next second. Senior brother, I didn't mean it. The blood-robe prince ignored him, his face darkened, and his voice turned cold. You two, attack. Kill all the people from Spirit Sword Gate, tear them to pieces. Yes. The 2 subordinates couldn't wait any longer and flew into the sky, each wielding a sword, their faces ferocious as they charged towards Xiao Ming and the others. These 2 individuals had a decent cultivation level, both at the peak of the Core Lake realm, but unfortunately, they were just ordinary peak Core Lake cultivators. Without needing Xiao Ming's command, Lin Feng and Wang Hao each took out their swords and rushed out like tigers descending a mountain, angrily slashing at their respective opponents. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming stood on empty space, coldly locking eyes with the young man on the ground. The inspection function was activated, and instantly, the information of this young man in blood-colored robes appeared before his eyes. Name: Li Yunhuo, Blood Robe Prince. Cultivation Realm: Early Divine Sea Realm. Destiny: Torrential Luck, Purple. Primary Cultivation Technique: Blood Sea Scripture, Heavenly Rank. Physique: Evil Blood Demon Body, Mid-Grade Saint Rank. Martial Skills: Blood Rain, Blood Sea Shocking Wave Slash, Evil Blood Pupil, Blood God's Fury. Movement Technique: Blood Shadow Phantom Step, Earth Rank. Weapon: Weeping Blood Sword, Low-Grade Heavenly Rank. Life Script: Li Yunhuo, who has had astonishing talent since childhood, has made rapid progress in strength after joining the Blood Sword sect. If nothing unexpected happens, he will eventually be able to cultivate to the transcending tribulation stage and become unrivaled. Recent fortuitous encounter 1, influenced by some unknown power, lost the storage bag, the opportunity has dissipated. Recent fortuitous encounter 2, after the martial arts competition, successfully joined the Heaven Supporting Sword sect and became an inner disciple. Recent fortuitous encounter 3, 1 month later, sensed the Heavenly Dao and advanced to the Mid-Divine Sea Realm. After reading this person's information, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. So this guy is the Blood Robe Prince that Li Chongfeng mentioned before. It must be said that the Blood Robe Prince is quite formidable, much stronger than Shen Bingqing. His cultivation realm is in the early Divine Sea Realm, his luck is a rare purple, and he has cultivated a demonic body, the Evil Blood Demon Body, which is 1 level higher than the Ice Marrow Sacred Body. In addition, the Blood Robe Prince's cultivation technique, martial skills, weapon, movement technique, and so on, are not much different from Xiao Ming's. This is the strongest opponent Xiao Ming has encountered since he started cultivating. However, even so, Xiao Ming is not afraid. Although the Blood Robe Prince is powerful, he is not to be trifled with either. In a battle between 2 powerhouses, Xiao Ming is confident that he can defeat this guy. At this moment, the Blood Robe Prince was already stunned. Because he angrily discovered that his 2 subordinates were no match for Lin Feng and Wang Hao. Although Lin Feng and Wang Hao were only at the Mid-Core Lake realm, the power they erupted with was even stronger than that of ordinary Peak Core Lake cultivators. Boom! Boom! 2 low sounds echoed. The Blood Robe Prince's 2 subordinates were killed by Lin Feng and Wang Hao respectively, their broken bodies heavily crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. After defeating their opponents, Lin Feng and Wang Hao held their swords, coldly looking at the Blood Robe Prince. The Blood Robe Prince was extremely furious. Xiao Ming, on the other hand, laughed. Is this the best Blood Sword sect can do? You still want to threaten us? Xiao Ming sneered, twirling his heavenly guardian sword, and said indifferently. Speak, Blood Robe Prince, how do you want to die? Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.